Feroza Daganpour. In 1983, Feroza Daganpour, then 24 years old, was a student at the University of Nebraska in Omaha. After attending her evening classes on August 13, 1983, she vanished from the college grounds. Then, on August 14th, a day later, fishermen in the nearby Iowan town of Council Bluffs found her body beneath a bridge in Pigeon Creek. Fauci had been battered, stabbed in the abdomen, and cut in the throat, according to an autopsy. Several agencies collaborated to try and identify the offender throughout the course of the following few months. Sadly, they were unable to, and the investigation was abandoned. Afterwards, in 2020, a friend of Fauci's contacted detectives with the name of a potential suspect in the case. With a strong alibi, investigators were able to rule that person out right away. However, while re-examining the case, they discovered that the detectives who worked on the original investigation had gathered a number of pieces of evidence from the crime scene that, given the advancements in DNA technology, might still be relevant today. A bra, underwear, shirt, notebooks, computer printouts, work gloves, prescription glasses, a beer can, 2 pencils, and work gloves were among the evidence. These things had all been kept in storage at the sheriff's office for almost 40 years. After sending the objects to the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation Laboratory for DNA analysis, the investigators discovered in March 2021 that the DNA of a male and Feroza was present in a blood-stained glove that was discovered at the site. The National Combined DNA Index System, or CODIS database, allowed them to connect the unidentified DNA to Bud Leroy Christensen. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Christensen's fingerprints were also discovered by investigators on documents discovered next to the deceased. Christensen has a lengthy criminal past and has done numerous similar offenses throughout the years. Authorities declared on April 30, 2021, that Christensen had been taken into custody and accused with killing Virus. During the press briefing, crime scene technician Hadley Mikovich stated that the arrest in this case was made possible by the significant scientific advancements in DNA analysis over the past few decades. I want to urge victims' relatives and friends to never give up and to keep up their hard work assisting law police with their investigations. She remarked that Feroza's situation should serve as a reminder that it is never too late to look for solutions. Feroza's father and brother, who reside in Iran and London respectively, were informed of the arrest. Moving on to the next case. Geelong Bardo Family 4. Children's mutilated bodies, Tan Kook Peng, Tan Kook Hien, Tan Kook Soon, and their sister Tan Chin Ni, were discovered in their Housing and Development Board flat early on January 6, 1979. That morning, at around 6:35 a.m., their parents, who shared a minibus, left the house to drive pupils to school, leaving their sleeping children behind. As was their normal habit, the mother called home at 7:10 a.m. to wake the kids, but after 3 calls, she got no answer. After that, she asked a neighbor to assist her in waking them up. The neighbor also knocked on their flat door and got no answer. When the Tans got home after 10 in the morning, Miss Tan discovered her children's cut bodies piled on top of one another in the toilet. The 4 kids had slashed wounds on their skulls when they were discovered, dressed just in t-shirts and jeans. Cook Pen's right arm was nearly severed, and Chintney's face also had slash wounds. Every child's body was nearly entirely covered in slashes. Neither an indication of forced entry nor anything missing from the flat were present. After conducting an investigation into the murders, the CID Special Investigations Department came to the conclusion that the murders were premeditated and that the perpetrators took care to leave no trace of their crimes. Nonetheless, bloodstains were found in the kitchen sink, and it was assumed that the murderer or murderers had cleaned up before fleeing the apartment. There was no sign of the murder weaponry, which was thought to be a kitchen chopper and a knife. The police admitted that the crime may have been motivated by retaliation, but every lead they pursued ended up being false or a dead end. The deaths may have been connected to an illicit Thontine enterprise, according to Mrs. Stan's brother, but the Tans informed the police they had not made any enemies and the trail did not lead to the murderer. The family appeared to be well known to the murderers, and the nightmare did not end there. It appeared to them that the mother had had her youngest child sterilized at some point after. 2 weeks after Chinese New Year, they supposedly received a card with a picture of happy children playing and the chilling message, "Now you can have no more offspring," signed by the murderer in Mandarin. The sender of the car also addresses the Tans by their nicknames, suggesting that they are well acquainted with the family. The police interviewed more than 100 neighbors of the Tan family and made public requests for witnesses, but they were unable to gather any meaningful information. Locals stated that a witness, who was unable to be found, had seen Chin Ni fighting with a man from his flat in a different block. The cops also questioned the parents of the children. A police inquiry eventually found that the witness's account of seeing a couple, one of them bloodstained, leaving the murder site was a fabrication. The witness spoke to a Chinese newsweeper thereafter. Yam Yin Thin, a 68-year-old neighbor of the town, claimed that she would have witnessed anyone entering or leaving the Tan family's flat since she frequently sat along the shared corridor to watch kids play. She was washing her hair the morning of the murders, though, and she did not witness anyone going into or out of the town flat. Subsequently, a taxi driver came forward to identify a man in his 20s who, at approximately 8 in the morning, boarded a taxi near the scene of the murder with a lurch. The man held a knife that banged against the vehicle door, according to the taxi driver, and had bloodstains on the left side of his torso. The man was recognized by the driver in a police lineup, and it was discovered that he was the Tan family's neighbor who regularly dropped by to use the phone. The children called him Uncle, but after 2 weeks he was freed because there wasn't enough proof. Afterwards, the Malaysian man and his sister moved out. On January 7, 1979, the kids were laid to rest in Cho Chu Kang Cemetery beside their school supplies, literature, and playthings. When the mother's sterilization was reversed in 1983, she gave birth to a boy at the age of 35. The murderer has never been apprehended, and the case is still open to interpretation. Moving on to the next case. James Zamora. In Greeley, Colorado, on September 18, 2001, a 7-year-old girl and her 8-year-old brother were walking to school. Standing outside an alley, a man jumped out and pushed a small girl into his car. After that, he took a car to a remote location close to the Greeley airport, where he attacked her. After escaping, she walked to the Air National Guard close to the airport, where police were contacted. The man had light skin, according to the victim. She thought he might have been in his late 20s. He may have had a snake tattoo on one arm, and his complexion was uneven. He knew a little Spanish as well. The man's identity remained a mystery for many years, despite investigators' best efforts to identify him. Investigators contacted Virginia-based Parabon Nanolabs in August 2019 to obtain the Snapshot DNA phenotyping service. The snapshot generated a picture that suggested a subject's possible appearance. They are able to forecast his skin tone, eye color, hair color, facial shape, and lineage. This is what they devised. In order to help identify the man, Parabon Nanolabs also used genetic genealogy. They finally recognized a man as James Zamora in 2021. He was 26 years old. This is an image of him from the year 2001. Regretfully, the little girl will not receive justice because he passed away in 2012. James may have further involvement in unsolved cases, according to investigators. Moving on to the next case. James Batterson. James Batterson, 54, was a resident of Macarafelt, Northern Ireland. James spent Sunday night, October 6, 1991, at a Mid-Ulster hospital visiting a buddy. He wasn't seen again after that. He vanished, along with his blue-green Ford Ariane. His whereabouts remained a mystery despite extensive searches. His loved one's fate remained a mystery to his family. 1. It was one of the longest-running missing persons cases in Northern Ireland. Then, on July 18, 2020, a local search and rescue crew noticed an automobile in the Riverbon. It's a well-liked destination for tourists and anglers on New Ferry Road. James Bellerson was last seen driving a blue-green Ford Ariane, which is the same model of automobile that was recovered from the water. After human remains were discovered inside the vehicle, they were recognized as Mr. Patterson's. The family was given access to the remains again. At last, a funeral at McCarafelt took place. The family would not have expected this result, but at least they now know. His death and its circumstances are not being investigated. It appears to have been a fatal accident. Moving on to the next case. Jodi Lumis. On August 23, 1972, at approximately 5:30 p.m., a couple traveling up a dark dirt lane off Penny Creek Road in Snohomish County, Washington, discovered 20-year-old Jodi Lumis. A fallen tree obstructed the couple's way as they drove up the dirt road, impeding their plans to go target shooting. When they emerged to pull the tree aside, they were horrified to see a woman who had been shot in the head laying there, conscious but dying. In her pants, high socks, and dark waffle stomper-style boots, which a source claims she acquired from her 12-year-old sister, Jodi Lumis lay half-naked in the woods. Jodi's right ear was shot above. She could not communicate with the couple that hurried her to Stevens Hospital, even though she was still alive. Sadly, she was declared dead when they arrived, and it was too late to save her. It looked to be a warm Wednesday afternoon on April 23, 1972, when Jodi Lumis made the decision to ride her 10-speed bicycle to visit her horse at a barn 6 miles away. Jodi left without her parents, wearing jeans, a crop top, and waffle stomper boots. The day she was raped and killed was the first time she had visited the horse stable by herself. Normally, her parents would drop her there. Years passed with no conclusion to her death, leaving her family and detectives haunted. Neither side ever gave up. The police investigated the case with diligence. In the hopes that someone would come forward with information, they once distributed out playing cards in jails, but nothing was discovered. Although the case swiftly became unresponsive, there was still some optimism for the investigators and Jodi's family. After the evidence from the crime site was transported to a crime lab, the case was later reopened in 2008. The tiny semen stain on Jodi Lumis's boots provided a DNA sample, but it did not match any of the male suspects the detectives had listed. For 10 more years, the case remained unsolved until 2018, when investigators made significant progress. The forensics team used genetic genealogy to try to identify potential suspects by uploading the DNA profile to open-access ancestry websites. Terrence Miller was identified by Washington state investigators as a potential suspect thanks to the use of DNA testing. Miller, a retired heavy equipment operator, and his spouse owned and operated a pottery company in Edmonds, Washington, approximately 17 miles away from the scene of Jodi's murder. Miller was subsequently placed under surveillance by the police, and they eventually collected his DNA from a coffee cup that he had thrown away at a casino. Investigators discovered that the DNA sample from the coffee cup and the DNA sample from Jodi Lumis's boot matched exactly. Reports state that during the 1960s, Terrence Miller was at least 5 times charged with sexual offenses. The Snohomish County Sheriff's Department detained him and filed a first-degree murder complaint against him in 2019. But Miller killed himself a few hours before a jury would find him guilty. Nevertheless, the jury found him guilty of first-degree murder 3 hours after sheriff's deputies discovered him dead in his home. Moving on to the next case. James Essel. James Essel was a devoted husband and father who resided in Virginia Beach's Montgomery County. The convenience store in Sugarloaf Mountain Market belonged to him. James's body was discovered laying behind the counter in March 1992. He suffered 29 stab wounds. Given that the suspect's blood was also discovered at a crime scene, it was evident that he had battled valiantly for his life. The only lead the police had was this one, but they weren't able to do much with it because DNA technology wasn't as developed as it is now. The DNA samples the police had gathered were delivered to Parabon Nanolabs in 2017. Parabon Nanolabs produced 2 photos, one depicting the suspect's possible 1992 and 2017 looks. Unfortunately, this did not help, and in order to solve this case, the police chose to concentrate on genetic genealogy. They limited the search by using databases to locate the suspect's relatives. They whittled it down to Hans Huitz in January 2020. Police took a sample of Huitz's DNA on February 10th, and it matched the blood they discovered exactly. They went to his house to arrest him 2 days later. In his car, they discovered him. He waved at the cops while brandishing a rifle. He was shot dead when he disobeyed orders to drop it. His neighbor recorded it all on camera. Hans's wife is currently trying to clear the name of her late husband since she thinks he is innocent. Moving on to the next case. Kenya McClintock and Kevin Drinks. 1978 saw the meeting of 16-year-old Kevin Drinks and 15-year-old Kenya McClintock in Philadelphia. They were best friends in high school. Germantown High's senior prom was attended by him, but they split up soon after graduation. Kevin and Kenya reconnected in 2000, 2 decades later. Kevin paid his respects to the home of Kenya after her mother passed away. In front of over 100 guests, they were married in 2001 at the Unitarian Society of Germantown Church. Kenya was serenaded by Kevin as she made her way down the aisle. He came from a long family of singers and was a gifted vocalist. They purchased their ideal house in Ronhurst, Pennsylvania in 2011. Kevin got a job as a delivery driver for a furniture company in North Philadelphia. Kevin's younger brother called Kenya a few months after they had purchased the home. He was yelling hysterically and directing Kenya to head to the hospital. Kenya hurried to Hahnemann Hospital, believing Kevin might have been involved in an automobile accident. It was there that she discovered Kevin had been shot and killed in front of the furniture store where he had recently begun working. Kenya couldn't make sense of it. Kevin was a devoted granddad who enjoyed spending time with his family and singing gospel music. Why and by whom would someone seek to kill him? Even with the greatest of intentions, the investigators were unable to respond to any of Kenya's inquiries. In the vicinity of the shooting, she distributed flyers, buttons, and T-shirts advocating for justice for Kevin Drinks. She begged for assistance from her elected representatives over the phone. Kenya also had to cope with whispers suggesting Kevin had ties to the underworld. She also became irritated as she saw Kevin's case close, but Kevin's remained unsolved. Their ideal house became a place filled with frightening memories. She questioned whether she was secure because she had no idea who had targeted her husband. Kenya then made a change. She prayed, demanded answers from the authorities, and then prayed some more. She eventually received the news she had been seeking for so long in 2018. Detective John Verrocchio of the Philadelphia Police called her. He had heard something pertinent to Kevin's case while listening to tapes of phone calls made from the jailhouse. A 22-year-old guy was charged with Chad Runnell's murder 2 months prior to Kevin's shooting death. Chad was concerned that he would be testified against by a crucial witness. Then he conspired with 3 other men, Michael, Rishon Combs, and Simaja Armstead. Their goal was to quiet the witness. Rather, they unintentionally shot the incorrect man, Kevin Dreams. Kenya had been waiting a long time for answers, and when they did arrive, they were devastating. Runnels, Blackston, and Armstead were found guilty in March 2022 and given life sentences. June 2022 is when Combs is expected to be sentenced. District Attorney Larry Krasner expressed his hope that this case will demonstrate to Philadelphia that many law enforcement officers never give up on a case and are constantly trying. Kenya lauded her dream team while simultaneously expressing her unhappiness about the case's protracted unsolved status. Kathy Lees, the witness victim coordinator, and Associate District Attorneys Ashley Toksolowski and Christian Wynn make up this group. People may argue, oh, that's not really justice because he's not here, according to a remark from Kenya. He's still not back. However, my hubby is free to rest. That's my perspective on it. Moving on to the next case. Mr. Williams. An important breakthrough in a nearly 5-decade cold case involving 3 hitchhiking girls and a guy who was initially labeled by detectives as a predator was made public by Indianapolis Metropolitan Police. At a news conference, the enigmatic assailant accountable for the vicious attacks on the young girls in a field was revealed. bringing a definitive end to the long-running investigation that had plagued the community for years. While confined in Galveston, Texas, Thomas Edward Williams, known as the Slasher by both law enforcement and the victims, passed away in November 1983 at the age of 49. Williams lived close to the scene of the kidnapping at the time of the incident. 3 girls attempted to get to an amusement facility by hitchhiking near the 800 block of East Washington Street in 1975. They soon discovered they were in serious danger when they noticed the man who had picked them up had taken off the inside door handle of the front passenger door. The girls were driven by a man who appeared to be in his 40s, past the place they were supposed to go and into Hancock County. Eventually, the driver turned onto a county road and into a cornfield. He raped the youngest daughter, who was only 11 years old at the time, thereby stabbing her 15 times in the chest and 3 times in the throat. The 13 and 14-year-olds were then slain by him, and he left them all for dead. In February 2018, the eldest victim said, "I heard him moving around, and then the car door closed and the engine started. I wanted to get away, so I was trying to figure out which way he was going when the 13-year-old grabbed my leg and sent me falling. I had no idea which way he was going." The youngest victim was the eldest victim's sister, but the 2 older victims were unable to find her. She had been pulled deeper into the field by the man. The youngest victim said, "He picked me up and threw me into the cornfield." The 2 elderly victims succeeded in crawling onto US 40 from the field, perhaps in an attempt to signal for assistance. 3 men came to their aid, escorting them to a motel and phoning the police. The first police on the scene at the motel likened the girls' neck slashes to the appearance of an accordion. Then, the police went back out to the scene to look for the youngest victim. Newspaper articles shared leads and produced suspect sketches based on the girls' descriptions, sparking a multi-year quest for the attacker. A police detective said in a news article that the sketch fit the description of a guy who has been accused of kidnapping and sexually abusing girls from East Side schools. 12 investigators were assigned to the case at that time by the Marion County Sheriff. 4 months after the attacks in December 1975, Marion County prosecutors named a Homer man as a suspect, but no charges were brought. Though the hunt went on, the case eventually came to nothing. When Steve Gibbs, a detective sergeant with the Marion County Sheriff's Office, took on the cold case in 2018, he compared the attacker to a victim hunter, saying that being in his automobile was like being ensnared in a web of spiders. There is no way out. The women had their DNA sampled on January 9, 2019, and Sergeant David Ellison, who had taken over the investigation, was in charge of the procedure. They went to the city-county building to give samples of their DNA to be compared with the available records. Indianapolis police stated in a press release that they were able to locate the culprit using DNA analysis, but they did not provide any further information. Deputy Chief Kendall Adams of the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department addressed the 3 women after a partnership between Audio Chuck, DNA Labs International, and Indianapolis Police. He expressed his hope that this would be the first step in bringing closure through the criminal justice system. Mrs. Rotler-Trick acknowledged that not everyone would agree with her decision to forgive Mr. Williams for the attack when she made the announcement during the news conference. The last woman to speak to the crowd was Mrs. Smith. She said that having Mr. Williams's name confirmed gave her a feeling of closure and that her family had received justice. She said, "It has brought peace to my heart." Moving on to the next case. Robert Ford. In August of 2018, a calm evening in Conway, South Carolina was rocked by the brutal murders of Robert Ford and his son, Robbie Ford. The horrific act sent shockwaves through the little hamlet when their body was discovered dead outside their house on Highway 19. As detectives dug deeper into the case, a dark conspiracy involving betrayal, greed, and a terrifying scheme masterminded by a close relative emerged. Many were left wondering what could possibly motivate a family member to commit such an unimaginable atrocity. Robert Ford, who was 59 years old, was a well-liked person in the Conway neighborhood. He was raised nearby and devoted a large portion of his life to serving at Good Hope Baptist Church, where he held the positions of choir director and legacy member for many years. Robert's extensive musical repertoire, which included both modern Christian tunes and classic gospel hymns, was a big part of who he was. Robert's daily actions demonstrated his dedication to his community. He constantly greeted guests with a smile and shared fruit from his garden. It was not the only catastrophe Robert would face that would ultimately bring the Ford family to pieces. Melda Ford, his adored wife, would die in 2016. He was severely impacted by the loss. Robert, however, continued to be a source of strength for his family and society in spite of this personal tragedy. Robert Ford's son, Robbie Ford, was a young man of 25 years old with bright future ahead of him. He studied at Clemson University with the same commitment to learning that his father had shown him all of his life. Robert provided Robbie with financial support during his schooling and personal struggles, demonstrating the deep link between father and son. Samantha Rabin was Robert's daughter from a prior relationship. Even though Samantha and Robbie are half-siblings, their upbringings were very different. Samantha maintained her independence from her father's household, living in a separate domicile, while Robert and Robbie shared a home on Highway 19 in Conway. She was still a member of the family, but she did not spend as much time with them or have as strong of a tie. The Ford family appeared to be ordinary on the outside, but there were sinister forces at work that would soon result in the deaths of the father and son. Neighbors of the Ford family house on August 17, 2018, the fatal day, reported hearing gunshots in the afternoon. Authorities were notified by concerned citizens, and they arrived to the site quickly. When the police arrived, they found Robert and Robbie Ford outside their house, shot to death. The scene of the incident revealed a bleak image of premeditated violence. Investigators discovered evidence pointing to a purposeful effort to remove any traces of the offenders identify. A Ford-related car was found nearby, apparently burned in an attempt to erase important evidence. Investigators were committed to piecing together the events of that fatal day, despite the perpetrators' attempts to destroy evidence. Authorities examined possible witnesses and swiftly went over both digital and tangible material. Based on witness testimony and circumstantial evidence, these efforts resulted in the identification of numerous people of interest. Nonetheless, it would take detectives 2 years to construct a case, establish timeframes, and determine plausible motives for the crime. As convincing leads emerged from the forensic study of digital traces and physical evidence, the inquiry saw major advancements. Randy Granger, 53, was recognized by authorities as the shooter who carried out the killings based on the evidence that had accumulated and the statements of the witnesses. Granger's life was dotted with legal run-ins and a turbulent history. Furthermore, he had a criminal history that includes convictions for violent crimes previous to his involvement in the Ford killings. His criminal past gave the impression that he was someone who was acquainted with the less moral aspects of society. In 2020, Granger was taken into custody in relation to the Ford killings, and his subsequent testimony was crucial in revealing the complex sequence of events that led up to the murder. Granger's DNA profile was determined to match evidence collected in cigarette butts and a partially burned skull cap. Samantha Rabin, Robbie's half-sister and Robert Ford's daughter, was quickly charged with being the mastermind behind the brutal crime following Randy Granger's arrest. The goal seems to be to inherit a sizable sum of money, including insurance money. Granger had been given $20,000 by Samantha to carry out the killings. Granger's girlfriend, Teresa Martin, was also accused of being an accessory after the fact. Martin was accused of driving Samantha to and from the crime scene and of helping to arrange the link between Samantha and Granger. Numerous testimony, forensic evidence, and legal arguments were all part of the intricate, multi-year judicial process. In April 2023, Granger's trial came to an end. He was accused of committing a deadly crime, arson, and criminal conspiracy. DNA evidence and Martin's testimony supported his testimony regarding his involvement. Randy Granger was found guilty on all counts and given 2 consecutive life sentences without the chance of release, in addition to an extra 20 years for criminal conspiracy and arson. In February 2024, Samantha Rabin's trial came to an end. She was accused of soliciting the murder, conspiring to carry out the killing, and using deadly violence. Granger, Martin, and other forensic specialists testified at Samantha's trial, and there was also evidence in the form of phone records and text messages that demonstrated Samantha's coordination with Granger and Martin. The prosecution highlighted Samantha's financial motivation by highlighting the sizable fortune she was expected to receive following the deaths of her father and half-brother. Samantha had a million reasons, according to Lee Andrew Waller, senior assistant counsel for the 15th Judicial Circuit. She listed the elder Ford's possessions, which included a residence, life insurance, a 401k investment account with Edward Jones, and $100,000 in a bank account. Robbie Ford would have been the principal beneficiary following Robert's death. She added that at the time of the killings, Samantha was living in a single-wide trailer with her husband and 3 kids and making $30,000 a year. Later, she moved into the house of her late father. Samantha Reben ultimately received a sentence of 2 consecutive life terms without the possibility of parole, along with additional consecutive sentences of 30 years on the charges of solicitation and conspiracy. She was found guilty on all counts. Teresa Martin entered into a plea agreement in which she admitted guilt to the charge of accessory after the fact. Her testimony, which described her involvement and that of the other 2 culprits, was vital to the outcomes of Granger's and Samantha's trials. Martin is awaiting sentencing, although because of her cooperation with the prosecution, a lesser sentence is anticipated. The terrible case of Robert and Robbie Ford has had a long-lasting effect on their town, despite the Ford family appearing to have a good number of secrets. Everyone who knew them was startled and grieved by their sudden death. The community also takes some comfort in the fact that justice was done, despite the betrayal surrounding the murder. Moving on to the next case. Tara Calico. Tara Calico was an enthusiastic, open-minded, athletic, and fiercely independent woman who was passionate about her place in her own world. Her family and friends knew her as fiercely independent. Her inexplicable, unsolved disappearance in the late morning hours of September 20th, 1988, cut short her deep-rooted connection with exploration and self-discovery, as well as her inclination to engage with the arts and make a positive impact on her peers. This left everyone who knew her in Belen, New Mexico, and the entire country at large, searching for answers in a sea of evidence that left us all feeling drowned in doubt. This is a review of Tara Calico's disappearance and the odd Polaroid found in Port St. Joe, Florida, which may or may not provide a window into her destiny, in the hopes of offering more significant reasoning based upon visible evidence and situational analysis. On February 28, 1969, Tara Calico was born in New Mexico, the country of enchantment in the everyday world, to parents David and Patty Calico. Growing up, Tara was an active child who enjoyed spending time in nature with her brothers and friends. Tara's parents split when she was a child, but she stayed with Patty after she remarried and relocated to Belen, a typical New Mexico suburb. The principal seat of Valencia County, New Mexico, is Belen, which derives its name from the Spanish equivalent of the fabled biblical town of Bethlehem. It serves as the transit center for the larger Valencia region and is mostly populated by Catholics and Christians. The Dole family thought that raising Tara and her siblings, Michelle and Chris, in Belen would be the ideal choice. It was all quite charming, with not a grudge or concern in the world. It's a location that has been compared to, quote, small-town America where everyone knows everyone looks out for everyone, and nobody is safe. Ranching served as the primary economic engine of the area, and its hospitable terrain provided a multitude of recreational opportunities. This meant Tara could explore her curiosity without worrying about any negative repercussions, making it the ideal setting for her. Tara was adored by both her close friends and fellow students in her high school class as she approached adolescence and early adulthood. They characterized her as a bright, athletic, and naturally kind person who lacked the typical child compassion. Her professors recognized her unwavering duty and exceptional organizing skills, which would come to light following her disappearance. She was loved by her classmates and held in great regard by them. Tara's friend, Melinda Esquivel, characterized her as a friend to everyone in a narrative. Melinda had no one else in the marching band to confide in or spend out with when she joined in high school. Despite not knowing anything about the new girl, Tara welcomed Melinda into her group of friends when she noticed her sitting by herself one day. This was a selfless gesture that improved the environment for her peers and left Melinda with a memory that lingered for a long time. Tara chose to pursue psychology in college after high school since it has always piqued her interest. She decided on the Valencia branch of the University of New Mexico, which was also Melinda's top option. The two would often visit one another and converse during their free time. Around this same period, Tara began dating Jack Cole, a popular student athlete and captain of their football team from their previous high school. Soon after graduating, the two met at a social gathering with friends they shared, and they quickly became romantically involved. They frequently continued dating while dating, and they frequently spoke about exploring the states and the nation together. As an avid outdoor enthusiast and religious biker, Tara's favored way of life was this one. Tragically, it was also the first domino to fall. When Belen, New Mexico saw its ideal American hamlet forever changed on September 20th, 1988, it became a mysterious, tragic, and contentious place. Tuesday, September 20th, 1988, in the wee hours of the morning, about 9 in the morning, Tara Calico gets out of bed and arranges her clothes and school books on her bed. She gets ready to ride her bicycle down New Mexico State Road 47, a regular route that she and her mother, Patty, frequent, leaving her house in Belen, New Mexico. Currently, though, Patty no longer rides with her daughter since she believes a driver was following her while they were out on a drive. Tara declines her suggestion to ride with a hidden mace on her person. Tara inquires after 9:15 a.m. at some point. If Tara isn't back by noon, she asks Patty to come pick her up along the highway sometime after 9:15 a.m. When Patty questions her about it, Tara says she's planning to play tennis with her ex-boyfriend at 12:30 that day and then go to college classes at 3:30. Since Tara's own bike tire is flat, she rides her mother's 10-speed pink Huffy brand bicycle out of the house at around 9:30 a.m. In addition, the neon bike had easily identifiable yellow sidewalls and control cables. Tara Calico's final verified communication with her friends or family would be this. Tara bikes the about 17 miles to the typical route, the Southern Railroad tracks outside of town, during the next 2 hours from 9:30 a.m. to 11:15 a.m. She turns around to begin the travel home so she can get ready for her tennis date after the ride appears to go smoothly. Around 11:30 a.m., two anonymous ranch hands spot Tara pedaling the pink bicycle north on State Route 47 towards her home. At 11:45 a.m., almost 15 minutes later, three guys are driving on the 47's opposite lane, heading south. Tara is riding her bicycle when they pass her on their way home from a hunting trip. But then, they see something really unsettling. A white pickup truck is following her extremely closely. They observe Tara is engrossed in music on her Walkman while wearing headphones, seemingly oblivious to the oncoming truck. Shortly after the second encounter, less than 5 miles from the Rio villages, a different car passing Tara in the south lane also notices the white truck following her. This driver says he saw that the suspicious truck was not driven by a lone person, but rather had several people inside. This marks Tara Calico's final verified sighting. Patty Doyle honors her promise and leaves to pick up Tara at her daughter's request 5 minutes past noon. She follows Route 47, going up and down the railroad tracks in both directions, but she doesn't see her daughter or the pink bike. Even though no one fits Tara's description, Patty calls a nearby hospital to ask if Tara had an accident and was admitted. Then, Patty gathers some of Tara's friends to assist with the search, but nothing is discovered. Eventually, they give up and dial the number for the Valencia County Sheriff's Office, which initiates a police search party. On September 21st, the search team finds a pair of bicycle tracks on the west side of Route 47, which is much closer to Tara's last sighting, 4 kilometers from the Rio villages. The bike trails exit off the side of the road onto a gentle shoulder and head off the highway approximately 100 yards in the distance. This new spot features a fresh oil slick and real wheel traces. From here, authorities follow a trail of tracks that takes them to the largest discovery they have made so far in the case. Tara's cassette recordings of the rock band Boston, the damaged front plastic window piece of the Walkman device, and empty beer cans strewn about. Law enforcement increases its search efforts along State Route 47 by twofold between September 21st and 23. The remnants of Tara's shattered Walkman are discovered by investigators on Saturday, September 24th, near the John F. Kennedy campground entrance at the foot of the Manzano Mountains. Only 20 miles separate the isolated, deserted region from the first finding. The Ventura County Sheriff's Office sent out over 300 air and ground searches to patrol the river and Manzo Mountains that same weekend, but they found nothing unusual and withdrew on Tuesday, September 27th. Authorities search for any and all witnesses to Tara's last bike trip on the 20th during the ensuing days and weeks. They locate 7 witnesses, 5 of whom say they saw Tara being followed by a white pickup truck. In an effort to extract more information, 4 of these people are even put under hypnosis, but no real information is obtained. In addition, law enforcement rules out other potential pieces of evidence, like a bicycle water bottle discovered in a neighboring yard, an uneven dirt patch beside Route 47, a link to Deborah Lancell's September 1985 disappearance, and 3 men discovered drinking beer in the rear of a pickup truck shortly after Tara vanished. In addition to their alibis, Tara's damaged Walkman was discovered next to empty beer cans identified as Old Milwaukee and Budweiser. 1 month later, on October 25th, lead investigator Sheriff Lawrence Romero informs the public that, according to sources, the white pickup vehicle was observed with 2 guys inside. They believe these men to be their primary suspects. The driver is reported to be between 35 and 45 years old, white, with red hair, 5 to 6 feet tall, weighing approximately 200 pounds, and, most intriguingly, having creases between his eyes and temples. The vehicle itself is portrayed as a white 19 to 19-year-old Ford pickup model, complete with chrome hubcaps, big tires, and the Ford logo in red glass letters that have been shattered. His license plate reads W/BZ, which is followed by the number 6. Once more, weeks pass, and hundreds of calls and hotline reports about the police announcement of the suspect vehicle come in. A few people are interviewed, but no one is arrested, and the case starts to sour. An unidentified woman from Port St. Joe, Florida, approaches police on June 15, 1989, bringing a Polaroid picture she discovered in a convenience store parking lot. The image shows a young adult girl and a little kid lying in the back of a van with duct tape covering their mouths and wrists. This Polaroid is shared all throughout the nation, and Patty Dole's family calls to let her know that Tara looks a lot like the girl in the unsettling photo. Patty agrees that the woman in the picture resembles her daughter and takes a plane to Florida to have a closer look. 2 further images of a young woman bound and gagged in a similar manner are turned into the authorities during the course of the following year. However, these images depict a different woman than the one in the Port St. Joe original. All 3 are thought to include images of Tara Calico, although none have ever been verified to do so. As a result, opinions on their legitimacy vary among government organizations and non-professional investigators. Tara Calico vanishes, and the case is still open after decades. Not much information about the crime is ever found, even after innumerable private contractors and detectives scour New Mexico incessantly. 20 years after that fatal morning, in September of 2008, Rene Rivera, the Ventura County Sheriff at the time, made a statement in which he claimed to have knowledge of Tara's kidnapping and murder. But the conclusion could only stay a theory in the absence of any bodies to exhume or incriminating proof. There were other theories making the rounds in addition to his, and while the case's supporters get weary of his strange admission, Tara's mystery continues to be covered. 6 distinct federal and local agents formed a task group in 2013 with the goal of reopening the investigation. However, more than 7 years later, nothing further about Tara Calico or her mother's neon pink Huffy bike has come to light. The strange Polaroid snapshot that a woman discovered at the Port St. Joe's convenience store in June 1989 usually comes to mind when those who are familiar with Tara Calico's disappearance think of her cold case. As was already said, the image seems to depict a young lady and a little child who are being held against their will and are locked in the back of a van with no identification or background information. The woman said that a white Toyota vehicle had really taken up residence in the parking space where the Polaroid had been discovered when she had arrived at the store and had left only moments before she had returned to the lot. The woman, who managed to get a quick look of the driver, described him as middle-aged, mustached, and most likely in his late 40s. My suspicions about the photo started to surface right away. The white van can very well be the one carrying the toddler and woman who are shackled in the picture. Is it this van that is the source? Could the abductor be the driver? Or is all of this just a joke? Not according to the local newscasters or the woman authorities. They immediately got to work on their investigation, sending the Polaroid to a current affair that was broadcast across the country. The link to Tara Calico is now available. After viewing a current affair, friends of the Dole family noticed that Tara looked a lot like the female subjects in the Port St. Joe photos. After calling Patty and John, they didn't think twice about looking at the photo. Patty gradually realized that the woman in the picture was her daughter. The most significant hint, according to her, was that Tara had suffered a leg injury in a vehicle accident when she was a young kid, leaving a scar down her leg. She also referred to a discolored streak down the bound woman's leg in the Polaroid. Furthermore, if one examines the picture more closely, they may see a book sitting next to the woman. Coincidentally, or perhaps not, Tara Calico's favorite book by one of her favorite authors was V.C. Andrews' My Sweet Audrina. Several authorities looked at Tara's case after investigators concluded there were enough similarities to merit expert analysis. Nevertheless, the outcomes of 3 thorough inspections were not decisive. Although Tara was identified as the bound woman by Scotland Yard, the Los Alamos National Laboratory disagreed, and the FBI was unable to reach a formal decision. There were many physical attributes that the critics could point out. First and foremost, Tara's facial characteristics weren't exactly the same as those of the chained woman. Both their general jawlines and eyebrow forms are noticeably different. Having stated that, we need to take into account the significant setup adjustments. Since that particular stock of film hadn't been created and released until the spring of 1989, the Polaroid could not have been taken earlier than May of that year. Tara must therefore be shown in the picture at least 7 months after her supposed kidnapping and disappearance. During that time, a lot of physical changes can occur, such as weight loss that affects the jawline and poor eyebrow upkeep and hygiene. Perhaps more significantly, though, is that the Polaroid scenario would entail months of stress, worry, and cramped quarters. Naturally, Tara's cosmetics and style will differ significantly from the studio-lit images that are commonly used to contrast her with the tied woman. Despite the fact that there are arguments on both sides of the issue, the Polaroid contains insufficient details to support a conclusion on Tara. Of course, the snapshot of Port St. Joe also reveals a whole other mystery. Equal attention should be paid to the young boy who is lying next to the chained woman. Many individuals in Belen, New Mexico, and the state at large speculated that the male subject in the Polaroid might have been Michael Henley, a small child who vanished 5 months before Tara in April 1988. While hunting with his father in New Mexico, he also vanished. One day, he had wandered out from the campsite and disappeared, leaving hunting crews empty-handed. Even though he didn't know Tara or the Dole family personally, he was most likely the bound boy because of his physical attributes and the consensus of the Henley family. It was unclear how or why they would be together, but given the prevalence of serial kidnappers in New Mexico, it wasn't impossible that they had been isolated from one another throughout the nation. Nevertheless, this idea was rendered obsolete when Michael's remains were discovered buried in the Zuni Mountains of New Mexico in June 1990, a year later. According to a forensic examination, Michael most likely perished from exposure in the outdoors after straying from the campsite, which was located 7 miles away from the excavation zone. The campsite was also about 75 miles from Tara's disappearance, but the connection to Tara vanished, and the bound youngster in the photo remained unidentified once Michael's fate was revealed. Just one more weird tale connected to the strangers in the enigmatic Port St. Joe Polaroid. Thousands of ideas were generated by the Polaroid controversy alone, but none were considered more likely than the one that came to light in 2008, according to law enforcement officials. Following an inquiry that spiraled out of control and years of dead ends, the Valencia County Sheriff at the time, Rene Rivera, claimed to have knowledge of Tara's fate on that September morning in 1988. On the 19th anniversary of Tara's disappearance, the Valencia County News Bulletin reported that two men, who were teenagers at the time, had discovered Tara riding her bike on the rural road that day and had received assistance in disposing of her body later. Rivera quoted this information. The two males were teasing Tara in the back of a pickup truck, hitting her bike, causing her to lose control and fall, kidnapping her, and then killing her when she threatened to call the police, according to his theory, which he continued to outline through a play-by-play of the morning's events. Rivera continued by saying that the lack of hard evidence, specifically Tara's body or burial site, made it impossible for him to follow up on the tips and apprehend those guilty. He did think it was probably still in Valencia County, though, and probably along those railroad tracks. Many people, including stepfather John Dole, were perplexed as to why Rivera would make the allegation in the first place, because he wouldn't even divulge the names he had in connection with the notion. In response, Rivera stated that he had made the declaration in the hopes that it would encourage the perpetrators or anybody with knowledge of Tara's final resting place to come forward and provide the Dole and Calico families with official closure. However, despite the sheriff's entreaties, nobody stepped forward, and his frantic conclusion did more harm than good. In light of this, Sheriff Rivera's theory does correspond with an occurrence that was noted and is currently part of the public record in Tara Calico's case files. A component of the materials includes an interview with Henry Brown, a resident of New Mexico who passed away a while ago from declining health. Frank Miffola, a sheriff deputy, conducted the interview, which some have characterized as more of a confession. Brown asked Miffola to do the interview particularly so that he could give his side of the Tara Calico tale. Unfortunately, there is no known date for this incident, but it is thought to have happened years after the disappearance. In the interview, Brown talks about his time spent hanging around with other teenagers in Valencia County, where he was influenced by a troublemaker named Lawrence Romero Jr., who happens to be the old sheriff's son. Lawrence Jr. stated, was a drug dealer who was interested in dating Tara Calico, but Brown claimed that Tara was seeing a man named Jeff Abita, so he was never given any consideration. Brown went on to remember that he was at a party in the basement of Lawrence Jr.'s trailer attended by Lawrence Jr. and his other naughty buddies. Lawrence also told him that he and the other guys had killed Tara by raping her, hitting her on her bike, and so on. Brown was told by Lawrence Jr. that, at first, they had just thrown the body into some nearby bushes, but that they later moved her body to a plain pond after growing suspicious of the police searches and moving her body to the improvised trailer basement. It's funny to note that other people than Henry Brown told the authorities this same story. In 2013, Donald Dutcher, another individual, also told authorities that a suspect had confessed to him about their horrible crime, but he was unable to pinpoint the culprit's precise place on the body. Whether coincidence or not, by the time of the interviews, both Dutcher and Brown had passed away, thus neither of their accounts could be verified by Lawrence Jr. or his companions. Conspirators stated that a suicide note containing a confession to Tara's murder was found, and that Lawrence killed himself by shooting himself. However, Rivera made the dubious choice to not introduce it as evidence, even if it existed. The other culprits' identities were not mentioned in the case files either, but Bell, locals, and other people with knowledge of the case attested to the fact that the rightful suspects did in fact pass away before they could be identified and brought forward. Thus, the issue still stands. If this idea is correct, is the Valencia County Sheriff's Office covering up something, or is there really a lack of tangible proof preventing police from bringing it to the prosecutor's office? Naturally, the fact that the primary suspect is the son of a former sheriff raises serious red flags, and the ambiguity of a written confession adds to speculation, but it goes without saying that the two distinct interviews that provide the same account must be taken seriously. It's unfortunate that the suspects are no longer with us, and the length of time that has elapsed since Tara vanished does not augur well for an unidentified accomplice to arise out of the blue and divulge more information. However, it is consistent with several witness accounts of rowdy motorcyclists following Tara on her bike rides in a pickup truck. Some information is cumbersome, like the fact that Tara was seeing a man named Jeff rather than Jack Cole, a heroin dealer anyhow, and that he was the last person any of her friends could possibly imagine her seeing. However, the hypothesis provides a comprehensive explanation for why Tara's body was never found, stashed deep in the vast New Mexico wilderness and disregarded by those who could have found her. If this is accurate, it is a really heinous act of corruption and injustice, a fact Tara Calico also the subject of many additional theories. Similar to any well-known missing persons case that is covered by national networks, law enforcement, and media outlets received several reports of potential sightings from ordinary citizens who claimed to have seen Tara either strolling freely or with questionable people. But following the Polaroid incident, the majority of these sightings occurred in Florida, most likely because to phenomenon bias. After learning that Tara was being kept captive someplace in the Sunshine States, people were far more inclined to accept that they had seen her. This was due to their desire to both play the hero in an enigma that would never end and to see a solution emerge from a possibility. They reasoned that Tara might have run away on her own, which would account for the disappearance of her bike and the breadcrumb path to nowhere left by her broken Walkman. However, taking into account her relationships, decent home life, and desire to complete her education, the hypothesis was nonsensical. Far cry from a plan to fade into the remote world, Tara had procedures in place to ensure she wouldn't get lost, and there were no warning indications of abandonment at all. Another well-known hypothesis said Tara was the victim of a crafty kidnapper, a serial killer with a deranged mind and a penchant for drawing attention to himself. This concept originated not just from the one Polaroid discovered at Port St. Joe's, but also from several images that were discovered by strangers and turned into Florida authorities. Together with the original photo, a second Polaroid showing a young woman who appears to be in agony and is gagged was found at a California construction site. The image was grainy and close up, but the woman looked a lot like Tara again, and the background fabric might have matched one from the Port St. Joe's Polaroid. The third image, which showed a woman strapped to an Amtrak sitting next to a man who appeared to be laughing, was from an unidentified place. Even fewer similarities were seen between this female and Tara, and the whole thing was thought to be manufactured. Investigators never gave it any thought. In an odd turn of events, another set of printed photos entered the case 20 years after the Polaroids were discovered. The Port St. Joe Police Department's Chief David Barnes received 2 letters from Albuquerque, New Mexico, stamped June 10 and August 10, 2009. An image of a youngster with brown hair and a black Sharpie-drawn band of tape covering his mouth was found inside the first letter. The original unmodified photo of the same youngster is enclosed in the second envelope. The Star, a newspaper published in Port St. Joe, then received a third envelope on August 12, 2 days later. Once more, it was postmarked August 10th in Albuquerque and included a different picture of a youngster with additional black Sharpie on his mouth. Although it's unclear if the lads were the same person in each mailing, their similar locations first made police think if they were related to Tara Calico's case. Sadly, the envelopes contained no letters that revealed identities or any other information at all. But perhaps most bizarre of all, these envelopes were found at the same time that a self-described psychic called Port St. Joe Police Department to discuss dreams she had of Tara dying and being buried in California after fleeing. She added that she had met a female at a strip club who introduced herself as Tara, but that girl had been found and misidentified. Theorists believe that the two instances are related, and that either the psychic caller was also the one who sent in the envelopes to get attention, or it was the work of a serial kidnapper pulling a Zodiac Killer-style practical joke on local law enforcement and media outlets. They think Tara was the girl in the Port St. Joe shot, and maybe the other Polaroids as well, and that she was abducted and taken around the county in the back of a van. Is it possible that the psychic was a good suspect? Many agencies dismissed it, labeling it a fake, but many doubt that the mounting circumstantial evidence is much more than a coincidence. We would like to make it clear that our conclusions regarding Tara Calico's unexplained disappearance are only logical conjecture based on facts, context, and factual subtext before disclosing our theory. We only have access to the same data that is shown in each video, and we make no effort to provide certainty or an expert guarantee regarding the conclusions we draw at the end. All we do is watch, investigate, and write. Though the Port St. Joe Polaroid has a striking resemblance to Tara Calico, we think that she was either never shot after her disappearance, or if she was, the photo never reached the hands of the authorities, unlike the 3 well-known images that did after 1989. It is, in fact, difficult, if not impossible, to believe Tara ever traveled east of the Dutcher. When information comes from several independent sources, it is more difficult to falsify the truth. This is especially true when the majority of the details fit the circumstances surrounding the case. Nonetheless, it is quite unsettling that despite having thorough knowledge of the crime, the police never followed through on this confirmation, claiming there was insufficient proof. Was there a major cover-up by the Valencia County Sheriff's Department? It is difficult to say for sure, but Valencia County is not in good shape given that the primary offender is the son of a former sheriff. Therefore, we think that Tara was being followed by a white pickup vehicle that was loaded with the suspects who would have killed her, taken her to a different location with her accomplices, or sent her running from the Rio neighborhood. Where Tara ended up, if she survived the kidnapping that morning, is as good a question as any, but it's likely that she died at the hands of those who started the crime and was buried somewhere that's practically impossible to pinpoint given the size of New Mexico's wastelands and the lack of resources to conduct extensive searches. With any luck, the FBI officers tasked with reopening Tara's case may uncover fresh information and perhaps even a live suspect. But in the meantime, the enigma is bound by the cold with a terrifying lack of clarity. While we wait, we will think about Tara not for the morning of September 20, 1988, but for every second that preceded that terrible day. Her unwavering sensitivity and care for all people will live on in our memories. Her capacity to make everyone feel welcome, regardless of background, will live on in our memories. Her humanity and aspirations to prosper in a welcoming, distinct, and stimulating community will live on in our memories. Not because of a contentious Polaroid discovered in a parking lot 2,000 miles from her home, but rather because of the light Tara Calico shone on her neighborhood and everyone she loved. That is why we will remember her. Moving on to the next case. Tina Faelz. In 1984, Tina Faelz, then 14 years old, resided in Pleasanton, California. She was a Foothill High School student. Tina was strolling from school on April 5th. She usually rode the bus home, but she chose to walk home because some of the other students had been making fun of her. Tina walked along a road that led from Astor Court to Lemonwood Way, taking a shortcut. After that, she went to her Valley Trails house using her pass and the I-680. Tina, though, would never get there. Concerned, her relatives dialed 911 to report Tina missing to the authorities. It didn't take long to locate her body near the underpass. Tina had suffered 44 stab wounds. At a crime scene, investigators discovered the attacker's DNA, but the search for a credible suspect proved fruitless, and the matter was abandoned for a while. Investigators uploaded DNA discovered at a crime scene to the CODIS database in 2011. It directed detectives to Stephen Carlson, a man who was incarcerated already. Carlson. At the time of the crime, Stephen was 16 years old. He and Tina both went to the same school. Stephen said at a party in 1986 that he killed Tina, although he later clarified that he was joking. Stephen also lived close to the crime scene. Although Stevens maintained his innocence, he was found guilty in 2014 of killing Tina. He received a 26-year prison term. He didn't admit to what he had done until October 2020. Completed. He wrote Tina's family letters of confession. These are a few of the things he mentioned in her letters. I apologize greatly for the delay in sending this letter. For many years, I lived in the Nile, unable to accept responsibility for your death on April 5, 1984, unable to believe that I had killed you. It's important for you and your family to know that you did nothing at all to earn my treatment of you. That's why what I did was so heinous and cruel. He was also teased at school on the day he killed her. After a fight with the school football team, he found himself in a dumpster. I recall being furious because everyone in my class was making fun of me. Everything happened pretty quickly. I recall getting a butcher knife from the kitchen. Tina Faelz was standing in the field when I crossed the street. A 14-year-old girl could have found it terrifying to have to walk through that scary drainage tunnel while you were just going about your business. Imagine her horror when I attacked her. Drew Faelz, Tina's brother, who lost his sister when he was just 8 years old, expressed his gratitude for Stephen's confession, saying it's good to know he's owning up to his mistakes. Although receiving confirmation from that section helps me feel better, it doesn't fix the problem. Tina and Stephen's classmates were not shocked because they knew Stephen was guilty. In school, he went by the moniker Creepy Carlson, according to them. Moving on to the next case. Dennis and Brenda Bowman. In 1989, Dennis and Brenda Bowman, a married couple from Holland, Michigan, had 2 children. They resided at the intersection of 52nd Street and Lincoln Road. Brenda used to work at the jewelry counter at the Meyer department store, and Dennis was a wood machinist. They had 2 children, Vanessa Bowman and Andrea. On June 23, 1974, Andrea was born as Alexis Badger. Randy Badger and Kathy Turkanian are her biological parents. She was renamed and adopted by Dennis and Brenda Bowman prior to her first birthday. January 1988 marked Vanessa's birth month. Andrea became more than just her big sister after growing up as an only child. She was the chubby, red-headed baby's 3rd parent. Andrea stayed at home changing diapers and cleaning bottles, while other children her age went to Friday night football games and after-school activities. Police were contacted by Dennis Bowman on March 11, 1989. He informed them that Andrea, 14, had gone missing when he had returned home from work. Dennis reported that a $100 piece of jewelry from his drawer was stolen, along with a few of Andrea's possessions. He disclosed to the police that Andrea was a disturbed adolescent who had previously fled to a friend's home and was involved in regular arguments with her mother. The police reported Andrea as a runaway and forwarded her case to the Youth Services Bureau as they did not suspect foul play. Not many individuals acquainted with the Bowmans challenged the official story. There had been rumors circulated about the family over the years. Andrea once had a wrist wound that was bleeding when she got on the school bus in middle school. While some children rumored that Andrea tried suicide, others claimed she had slashed herself trying to re-enter her home after her parents had shut her out. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free and you can always change your mind later. Now, let's move on with the video. Rumor had it that Brenda, a plump woman with curly bangs, and Dennis, a former Navy reservist with reddish-brown hair, a goatee, and wire-rimmed glasses, had abused Andrea. However, back then, private matters were seen as family matters. Many in Holland felt that Andrea had finally split up because she was so tired of her house. Perhaps she had searched for her biological mother. People had heard that she was pregnant or had grabbed a ride to a nearby truck stop before leaving town with an older boy. In the weeks and months after her daughter vanished, Brenda shared a number of suggestions that appeared to corroborate Andrea's escape. Most people's memory of her was created by a single photograph. When she originally disappeared, the police were given it. Andrea can be seen in it, sitting in front of a blue studio background, her green eyes directed skyward as she looks slightly off camera. Pictures of missing kids were frequently printed on milk container sides or on flyers that were posted to the top of pizza delivery boxes. Andrea's photo ended up in another place. The band Soul Asylum made their music video debut in 1993 for the song Runaway Train, which featured the names and pictures of children who went missing across the nation. Multiple versions of the video, which aired on MTV and VH1, were a big smash. Andrea's picture can be seen in the Michigan performance shortly after the 2-minute mark. Director Tony Kaye stated, looking back on the film 2 decades after it was first released, that the film was responsible for the discovery of over 24 missing children. sadly, were discovered as a result of the video. Sadly, Andrea Bowman's case was unsuccessful since she was not one of them. When Carl Koppelman took over in 2010, Andrea's case would see its next significant development. Carl became interested in cyber sleuths after developing an interest in real crime. This is a forum where amateur sleuths and cozy detectives may interact and work together on unresolved cases. Carl poured numerous hours into searching through NAMUS, the National Database of Unexplained Dead and Missing People. The two primary sections of the database, the deceased and the vanished, have some overlap. Carl made an effort to compare the features of unidentified bones discovered with those of people who had vanished from sight. Carl had an idea when he saw that loved ones could have trouble identifying some of the bodies due to their age and condition. Based on post-mortem images, he began rendering Jane and John in a lifelike manner. These representations have helped answer some of the cases that we've previously discussed on this channel. Carl gave us the renderings once he was done, and occasionally the database would publish them. In order to aid fellow do-it-yourself investigators in their identification job, he also shared his work on web sleuths. Carl eventually started working with the Police DNA Doe project, which uses genealogy research and genetic testing to identify human remains. Carl developed an interest in the Jane Doe case in Racine County. In 1999, she was discovered close to a Wisconsin cornfield's edge. 1999, on the edge of a cornfield in Wisconsin. She had been dead for around 12 hours, but any evidence that could have helped the investigation washed away by the rain. It seems likely that the young woman's life had been snatched and discarded elsewhere. After an autopsy, it was discovered that she had been abused and neglected for a long time and may have had cognitive disabilities. Her body displayed evidence of violence. She had a cauliflower ear and damaged bones. Her funeral was attended by about 50 members of the farming community where she was discovered. She was seen donning a Western-style shirt for guys, embroidered with red flowers and made of gray and silver. Carl entered his location, gender, age, and other general search parameters on NAMUS and scrolled through the list of missing people. Generally, the response was emphatically negative. Though the location and age didn't match, Carl was given optimism by Andrea Bowman's entry. Both Andrea and the Jane Doe from Racine County had similar physical traits, and their ages coincided. When Jane Doe was killed in 1999, Andrea would have been 25 years old. The location of Andrea's disappearance, Holland, lies exactly across Lake Michigan from the Jane Doe's discovery. By automobile, the distance between the two locations is only 4 hours. Carl presented his notion to law enforcement, who were intrigued enough to look into it further. Police would have to compare DNA from the body to someone in Andrea's family in order to conclude whether or not the Jane Doe was Andrea. Because Andrea was adopted, it took some time for the authorities to find her birth mother. Kathy Turkanian is the birth mother of Andrea. At 14 years old, she fled her family in 1972. With no money, Kathy hitched a ride to Memphis, Tennessee from their home in Virginia. Randy Badger, 19, was introduced to Kathy. Kathy and Randy went to South Carolina in December 1972, where it was permissible for a juvenile to get married with parental consent. The reason Kathy's parents willingly gave it up was that they had no desire to take on any responsibility for her. When Kathy discovered she was pregnant, the couple had been married for less than a year. Kathy gave birth to a healthy daughter on June 23, 1974. Alexis was her given name. Kathy and Randy divorced when Alexis was 5 months old, and she returned to live with her parents in Virginia. Kathy came to the realization that she couldn't offer Alexis the life she desired and that her family wouldn't support her. After being placed for adoption, Dennis and Brenda Bowman quickly took custody of Alexis. Police investigating Andrea's case wrote to Kathy Turkanian's residence in April of 2010. The letter clarified that Andrea might be a Jane Doe discovered in Wisconsin and that she vanished from her adoptive parents. To be certain, the police required a sample of Kathy's DNA. Although Kathy was willing to give her DNA, she was interested in learning more about her daughter's past. There were no specifics in the letter, and Kathy was unaware that her name had been changed to Andrea Bowman. She looked up information about Michigan's missing girls on the internet. Finding one from the town of Holland whose birthday and physical attributes matched Alexis's was not difficult. Upon seeing the school photo of the girls, Kathy believed Andrea Bowman might be her daughter. She made contact with Carl Koppelman as part of her investigation to learn more about Andrea. As Kathy awaited the results of the DNA test, she also spoke with Pat O'Reilly, a retired Michigan investigator. Pat revealed to Kathy that Andrea vanished because of her adoptive father, Dennis Bowman. Let's examine Dennis and his other misdeeds in more detail. A 19-year-old lady was driven off the road by a motorcycle rider in May 1980 when she was riding her bike north of Holland, Michigan. She was instructed to get off her bike and enter the woods by the stranger. The girl remained still. With a rifle in his hand, the man shot past her and gave the order again. She remained still, though. Once more, the man shot at the dirt close to her feet. He threatened to shoot her next. The young lady seized the chance to pedal as quickly as she could as a car passed by at that very moment, turning his attention in the direction of the disturbance. She was able to wave down a person in a pickup truck who drove her home, and the man chose not to shoot or pursue her. The young lady gave the authorities a description of the offender when her parents called the police: a Caucasian man wearing a blue helmet and colored spectacles. She mentioned that his motorcycle had a blacktop case attached to the rear. The authorities had taken into custody a suspect at the end of the day. After glancing at him, the young woman realized he was the man who had attempted to harm her. It was Dennis Bowman, who was a married father at the time. Andrea was almost 6 years old at the time. Dennis received a 5 to 10-year prison sentence after being found guilty of assault with the intent to commit a crime. After he was referred for psychological counseling, a judge concluded that, given his freedom, he would probably be a threat to women. Dennis did, however, receive the minimal punishment. A state trooper in Dorr, Michigan responded to an alarm at 28-year-old Vicki Vanden Brink's mobile home one day in 1998. Because of her numerous reports of break-ins, the sheriff's office established a security system. Dennis Bowman was seen leaving the site through the back door by the trooper when he arrived. Nestled between Holland and Dorr, Hamilton is the place where the Bowmans had relocated. Shortly after Andrea vanished in 1989, Dennis informed the police that he was spending a brief period of time with his former colleague, Vicki Vanden Brink. Vicki, who wasn't home when the alarm went off, was contacted by officials after Dennis was released, but she said Dennis was lying. Dennis subsequently gave a different account, telling the police that he had gone inside the trailer to use the restroom. He asserted that he had visited the location at least once previously when his daughter Vanessa desired to offer Girl Scout cookies to Vicki. Doubting their suspicions, the police asked Dennis's consent to search his property: a short-barreled shotgun, a black hoodie, a mask, and a black duffel bag containing lingerie that was subsequently recognized as belonging to Vicki Vanden Brink's were discovered in the loft of an outbuilding. Based on what Detective Pat O'Reilly had informed her, Kathy Turkanian filed a Freedom of Information Act request and discovered Dennis Bowman's criminal history. Kathy was certain that Dennis Bowman killed Andrea after witnessing what he did to other women. If Kathy was correct, then Andrea wasn't the Jane Doe from Racine County. Only if Andrea had survived for 10 years after her disappearance would that theory have made sense. It was confirmed in 2013 by the eagerly awaited DNA findings. The Jane Doe and Kathy were unrelated. Carl and Kathy first had a face-to-face meeting at the Missing in Michigan conference in September of 2013. The purpose of the meeting, which was organized by the state police, was to increase awareness of cold cases and maybe produce leads. Finding Andrea Bowman was the message on the personalized shirts Kathy and Carl arrived wearing. Carl looked around the room, startled when he saw familiar faces. Kathy turned as he gave her a gentle prod. "Vanessa is that," she said. "That's Brenda, too." Brenda was able to identify Kathy because she had stated on Facebook that she thought Dennis was to blame. Brenda seems eager to share her version of events. After Andrea vanished, she maintained, she and Dennis had complied with all police requests. As evidence, she produced a binder with notes and posters about missing persons. She related stories of seeing Andrea. She was obviously still of the opinion that the adolescent had fled. When Carl mentioned Dennis's criminal history, Brenda reportedly said, I don't forget what he did, but I do forgive him. I honor my matrimonial vows with great care." Following the meeting, Kathy engaged the services of Jeffrey Floor, a private investigator. Kathy and Carl had never seen Andrea's police file until he was able to obtain it. Strangely, the oldest records in it date back to March 1989, the month when Andrea vanished. Their previous date was 4 months ago. At that point, reports of abuse in the Bowman residence prompted police action. The report stated that local officials had concluded that the charges were false, although it did not elaborate on what exactly transpired. Carl and Kathy were certain that something had been overlooked by the police. The detective who had taken up Andrea's case, Chris Haverdink, was met by Kathy and Carl in 2017. Haverdink acknowledged Bowman's suspicions, but it was insufficient justification for an arrest. Dennis Bowman was taken into custody by the Allegan County Sheriff's Office on November 22, 2019. However, this was unrelated to Andrea. 9 years before to Andrea's disappearance, he had been arrested for a crime that was done almost 800 miles from the shores of Lake Michigan. Bowman was taken into custody due to suspicions that he killed Kathleen Doyle in 1980. Kathleen, a 25-year-old, had been beaten, stabbed, and strangled with an electrical cable after being stripped naked. After obtaining male DNA from the remains, investigators were unable to find many leads until Henry Lee Lucas was apprehended in 1983. Lucas asserted that Otis Toole, a partner, and himself were accountable. The charges were ultimately withdrawn once it was discovered that his confessions were fake. Science eventually made its way to the scene. Investigating these cold cases through genetic genealogy, which matches unknown DNA with a vast number of samples kept in databases, was quickly gaining popularity. Leading laboratory Parabon Nanolabs collaborated with Norfolk investigators to test DNA taken at Kathleen's crime scene. Genealogical research quickly provided them with a list of over 30 suspects. In 2019, it directed investigators to Dennis Bowman following additional tests and police work. In order to face trial, Bowman was extradited to Virginia. He had already admitted by then. He acknowledged coming inside Kathleen Doyle's house via the rear window. He said it was an attempted robbery and that he was intoxicated. He maintained that he didn't intend to kill Kathleen and that he wasn't prepared to discover her in the house. However, she was inside the home when he killed her. Bowman was in Norfolk at the time for his yearly 2-week stint in the Navy Reserve. He was also free on bond from prison. He was in court awaiting trial for the attempted shooting of the 19-year-old Holland woman who managed to flee on her bike. Kathy discovered that she had unintentionally contributed to the resolution of Kathleen Doyle's case. Private investigator Jeffrey Floor informed her that the Bowmans had once gone to the Allegan County Sheriff's Office to file a harassment complaint against Kathy. They said she was spreading false information about Dennis on the internet. When Dennis departed, the investigators kept the bottle of water they had offered him. Floor claims that's how they got their hands on his DNA. Police visited the Bowmans' property once more during the first week of February 2020, when the ground was covered in a thick layer of snow. This time, there was a forensics team present, complete with dogs in the backyard and a crime scene tent. Authorities seemed to be focusing on a single location and had begun excavating. The police conducted a press conference later that day. They declared that skeletal remains of a human have been discovered, most likely belonging to Andrea Bowman. To be sure it was Andrea, the cops had to get confirmation. Kathy gave her DNA right away. The results were returned in March 2020, nearly 31 years to the day after Andrea vanished. A DNA match was made. Dennis insisted that Andrea's circumstances were accidental. He said that during their argument, he hit her, sending her flying and breaking her neck. To hide it, he filed a missing persons report. In letters to Brenda from prison, he told her that story. Dennis was given 2 life sentences with an additional 20 years in June 2020 for killing Kathleen Doyle. In Michigan, where he would face prosecution for what he had done to Andrea, he was lawfully mandated to do time. In February 2021, the initial hearing was placed. Brenda was the first to speak up. With tears in her eyes, she told how she had created missing persons posters, thinking Andrea had escaped. She said that only after Dennis's arrest in the Kathleen Doyle case did she find out the truth. Brenda responded in the affirmative when asked if Andrea had ever accused Dennis of abusing her, but she didn't think the claims were credible. She said to Andrea, "You know it's a lie?" Brenda was the one who gave the police the location of Andrea's remains. Dennis had admitted to burying their daughter in the backyard over the phone while he was incarcerated. Brenda claimed that at first she didn't believe him. Their Hamilton home had not been theirs at the time of Andrea's death. Thus, how is it possible that he buried her there? Dennis revealed to Brenda, much to her dismay, that he had relocated their daughter's body to the new location as soon as they had completed the necessary paperwork. Beneath the house she and Dennis inhabited for almost 30 years, in the shadow of the cement slab in the yard, lay a burial that Brenda was unaware even existed. When Andrea's bones were discovered, Brenda told the detective that he had told the truth this time. He was truthful. Dennis, dressed in a green shirt, bow tie, and face mask, sat silently while other witnesses took the stand. Bowman entered into a no-contest plea on December 22, 2021. In addition, he received a sentence of 35 to 50 years in prison for killing Andrea Bowman. Bowman acknowledged having been assaulted in 1979. On October 18, 1979, the front page of the Holland Sentinel included an article on the crime. The report described an extremely brutal attack on a 27-year-old lady who was battered, restrained, and muzzled by an intruder in her house early on a Sunday morning. The culprit, a white man between the ages of 25 and 30, was described as having sandy hair, wire-rimmed glasses, and grabbed money before leaving the scene. His approximate height was 5'6" and 150 pounds. The young lady also said that her attacker was dressed in dark jeans and a leather jacket. The top page of the newspaper included a police sketch of the culprit, with his pupils smeared with ink. In the neighborhood where the incident had happened, reports of prowlers had increased recently, according to the case's lead detective. The attacker's possible criminal past was suspected by the police. This could imply that Bowman is connected to a great number of further cases. In case you were wondering, Peggy Johnson was eventually recognized as the Jane Doe from Racine County. Peggy's disappearance was never reported. In 1994, she was last saw in Harvard, Illinois during a homecoming dance. The majority of her acquaintances believed she had simply fled. Nobody seemed to be concerned that the auburn-haired child might have suffered a dreadful fate, even though her aunt was concerned enough to place a classified ad in the newspaper. Shortly after her mother died, Peggy, the only parent in her low-income family, vanished. The 19-year-old had a developmental handicap that made it challenging for her to find employment, leaving her homeless and orphaned. She happened to meet Linda LaRoche, a nurse, by coincidence, and she was hired to take care of her children and clean the house full-time. The adolescent grabbed hold of the chance, but LaRoche mistreated Peggy Johnson over the following 5 years, starving, abusing, and making her live in a crawl space. The violence allegedly reached its peak in 1999 when LaRoche killed 23-year-old Peggy and disposed of her remains in Raymond, Washington. Since no one could identify her, she became known as the Racine County Jane Doe, after the location where she was discovered. 20 years after Peggy was killed, a concerned individual in Wisconsin tipped off Wisconsin authorities regarding a nurse who had admitted to killing a patient who worked for her in the late 1990s. Authorities in Racine County, Wisconsin, made public Peggy's identification and LaRoche's arrest at the beginning of November 2019. Linda LaRoche was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of release by a Racine County judge in May of 2022. In addition, she received a 5-year term for concealing Peggy's body. Jenny Schroeder, Peggy's step-aunt, told LaRoche this: "I hope your time in your cage is slow, sluggish, and miserable." Moving on to the next case. Janique D'Aoust. In the fall of 2014, Janique D'Aoust, then 23 years old, was viciously attacked on a bike path in the Longueuil, Quebec, Canada suburbs. The incident tragically ended her life. The crime perplexed detectives and plagued the neighborhood, and the unidentified criminal appeared to go without a trace. Her family and friends continued to hope for years despite the lack of progress and unanswered questions. The pursuit of justice would then be rekindled almost 10 years after the heinous crime thanks to a breakthrough. Janique D'Aoust was a young lady with a lot of promise and ability who was bright and lively. Living in Longueuil, Quebec, she was well known for her contagious optimism and gentle disposition. She was 23 years old and in the process of figuring out what her hobbies were and how she wanted her life to go. Janique's leisure time was spent engaging in outdoor pursuits, such as walking and cycling, frequently utilizing the picturesque bike routes surrounding Longueuil. However, this hobby would come to an abrupt stop and ultimately result in her death. On October 21, 2014, Janique D'Aoust's usual stroll down a dimly lit bike lane on her way home from work became a terrifying nightmare. She was brutally murdered as she strolled along the well-traveled path and took in the peace of the surroundings when she was unexpectedly struck with an iron bar. There was an overwhelming outpouring of sympathy and pleas for justice as her friends and family struggled with grief and unresolved questions. The moment her body was found, Longueuil police moved quickly to take action. A thorough inquiry was initiated to ascertain the circumstances behind the case. A modest white cross and memorial plaque were placed in Janique's honor close to the scene of her assault 1 year after her death. Janique's mother, Monique Dalcourt, initiated a petition concurrently. She claims that not enough is being done by the government to assist the families of crime victims. She had to quit working after her daughter's death, suffered from insomnia, and hasn't been able to pay for therapy sessions to receive expert assistance. "I want them to acknowledge the parents of deceased children as victims," she remarked. She desires increased financial assistance and services from the government. For as long as their doctors think it's necessary, the government should foot the bill for all psychotherapy sessions for parents who lost a child in a violent crime. She adds that if a parent's death renders them unable to work, they ought to be compensated for their losses. Authorities continued to promise Janique's family that they were determined to uncover the culprit, and the investigation into her case continued throughout the next years. Forensic technology advancements and tenacious police effort sustained optimism for Janique's family members during their excruciating wait for answers. Following over 10 years of unrelenting investigation, Longueuil police declared a significant development in Janique D'Aoust's case. Authorities announced that 35-year-old Michael McDuff Jalbert had been taken into custody in May 2024. In 2014, he reported the event to the police, and he was taken into custody shortly after. However, at the time, there was not enough evidence to indict him, so he was freed, leaving the matter open. This time, however, he was only charged with first-degree murder in relation to the vicious killing that had stunned the neighborhood in October 2014. An important turning point in a case that had left Janique's family and detectives dissatisfied and in search of solutions was the arrest. The Long Heel Agglomeration Police Service's Chief Inspector Pierre Duquette called the probe complicated. He stressed that crucial new evidence had finally been produced by advances in forensic science. To preserve the integrity of the current legal procedures, specifics of the breakthrough were kept secret, but Duquesne gave the public confidence that the goal to find the truth and provide Janique's family closure had never faltered. He conveyed his appreciation for Janique's parents, Monique D'Aoust and John Gandolfo, for their tenacity and tolerance over the years. As word of the arrest spread, the community, deeply impacted by Janique's tragic death and the protracted hunt for her perpetrator, reacted with a mixture of sadness and relief. Renewed vigils and memorials commemorating Janique's memory and recognizing the perseverance of law enforcement in wrapping up her case have taken place across Long Hill. Outside the courthouse, Janique's father told reporters that while nothing can bring his daughter back, his family can find some measure of closure. Janique, our daughter, was killed senselessly and violently. She was battered to death by a sick person who must pay for his crimes. We now need time as a family to comprehend everything. Janique's brother, Nick Gandolfo, recalls her as a bright, lovely young lady who radiated optimism. "It was just something that emanated from her," he added. "I was aware that reaching out to my younger sister would make my day better if I was having a rough time. I'm smiling just thinking about it right now. The arrest gave optimism that Janique D'Aoust, whose colorful life had been cut short, would finally receive justice while McDuff Gilbert waits for his next court date. Moving on to the next case. Nicholas Cruz. These were the deliberate, coded, and intentional comments of Nicholas Cruz, the Parkland mass shooter who, at his former high school, killed 17 people and seriously injured 17. He spoke to everyone with disdain, anger, and coldness. It appeared as though he was carefree and prepared for whatever outcome his evil deed could bring about following the shooting. It begs the question of what might have incited such hatred and disdain for the entire planet. Brenda Woodward gave birth to Nicholas Jacob Cruz in Margate, Florida on September 24, 1998. According to reports, Brenda, his mother, has a troubled past and has been arrested 46 times, most notably in 1998 when it was revealed that she was buying crack cocaine when 6 months pregnant with Nicholas. It was then claimed that Linda and Roger Cruz were the adoptive parents of Nicholas and his half-brother, Zachary Cruz. By the time Nicholas Cruz turned 3, he was experiencing developmental deficits. By the time he was 6 years old, he had suffered the horrific experience of witnessing his adoptive father pass away from a heart attack. His adoptive mother Linda was left to raise him and his half-brother by herself. Nicholas was a challenging youngster. He had been diagnosed with emotional behavioral impairment, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, depression, and autism, according to documents from the State Department of Children and Family. In addition, his mother disclosed to the authorities that he suffers from obsessive-compulsive disorder and weight issues. He was prescribed medication and had school and home counselors as a result of everything. Nicholas and his mother would frequently get into physical fights. The Broadwood Sheriff's Office claims that because of Nicholas, the department handled 23 calls in a 10-year span. His mother claimed that at the age of 14, he hit her with the plastic hose of a vacuum cleaner. A few months later, she reported to the authorities that after she took control of his former boss gaming system, he had struck the wall and thrown her against it. According to Nicholas's schoolmate, he likes to talk about guns, hunting, bullets, and firearms. Additionally, he was rumored to bring dead animals to school. He was most likely practicing his aim and killing skills with animals. Before, Nicholas's behavior at Stoneman Douglas High School resulted in his expulsion for having ammunition in his backpack. He also had a history of threatening other students. He and his brother were taken in by Roxane Deschamps, a family acquaintance, following the death of their mother on November 27th. During the roughly month he spent there, Deschamps called 911 on him multiple times. She was afraid Nicholas would shoot herself or her family. The said that she called 911 for the 3rd time when Nicholas began hitting her child and punched holes in the wall. By the time the police arrived, according to reports, Nicholas had already left the house, and the Charms thought he had gone to get his gun. When he returned, the Charms gave him a choice: stay at her house and give her his rifle, or go. Nicholas made the decision to go. Josita claimed that before to the incident he briefly resided at a friend's house. Nicholas arrived at his former high school in Anhuber at precisely 2:19 p.m. on Valentine's Day, February 14, 2018, right before Stoneman Douglas High School ended the day. When he went back to his old high school, he killed 17 people and seriously injured 17, some of whom, according to accounts, are still recovering from the ordeal. His lethal strikes sent students running into the streets in terror. One of the students reportedly spotted him loading up his gun as he was about to enter the vacant hallway that circles the stairs, and he basically told the students to leave because something horrible was about to happen. There's no excuse for this anymore. Nicholas was an expert at what he did. Despite knowing the difference between right and wrong, he chose to do wrong. According to the report, he had a semi-automatic M&P 15 sport rifle with 30-round magazines. He admitted to setting off the fire alarm as soon as he entered the building and began shooting students and instructors. According to experts, he fired 139 shots in total, leaving 34 individuals at risk of being killed by his gun, 17 of whom were killed on the spot and another 17 of whom were seriously injured. Based on his social media activities, Nicholas was accused of planning his mass massacre. It was determined that he suffers from sociopathy or antisocial personality disorder following his consultations with the forensic psychiatrist. During an interview with the forensic psychiatrist, he revealed the details of how he killed 17 pupils and faculty members at his previous high school. He also provided information about our extensive preparations for the 2018 Valentine's Day mass shooting on February 14th. Nicholas says he showed some of his victims pity, but he killed them because, in his words, they shot him a bad look. He went on to recount gory moments from the shooting, including seeing a kid, an insane student, really, call for help. After seeing a wounded student on the third floor crying for help, he fired twice, striking the victim twice in the back. He claimed he wanted to murder as many people as possible when questioned why he did it. He also made the analogy that blowing off a student's head is like blowing off water balloons. Students were already fleeing the building out of fear, according to Nicholas, who said he stopped the killing because he could not find anyone else to kill. However, according to accounts, he really put an end to his murderous rampage when his gun jammed. I assume this is the result of the gun's excessive firing pressure. Nicholas went on to say that he made the decision to flee by hiding among a group of scared students on the third level and abandoning his weapons and tactical vest. Nicholas acknowledged that he had prepared ahead of time to obtain his high school polo shirt from Mandoga in order to disguise himself and avoid drawing attention to himself during the attack. Additionally, he planned what to wear with his fireham to avoid drawing attention to himself when he went to the school. I'm sure you're wondering how he managed to conceal his gun so well without getting discovered. The Uber driver who took him to the school, however, reported that Nicholas was carrying a guitar case and that he was claiming to be attending a high school music lesson. Later on, it was found that he had placed the gun inside the guitar bag. The 24-year-old admitted to the doctor that he had initially considered mass shootings at the age of 13 or 14. The thought would come and go, he said. He went on to say that he first grew interested in mass shootings through reading books, watching documentaries on the 1999 Columbine incident, and watching violent videos, such as war videos. Nicholas acknowledged conducting independent study on mass shootings. He said that through his study, he was able to determine the kind of weapons used by the mass shooters, as well as other details surrounding the massacre. In an effort to demonstrate to the jurors that Nicholas had been preparing the mass shooting for a considerable amount of time, his social media posts from the months preceding the incident were displayed to them during one of his court appearances. Nicholas declared on YouTube on September 24, 2017, 5 months prior to the atrocity and before the passing of his adopted mother, that he intended to become a professional mass shooter. A few days later, he wrote, "My life is terrible. High school was a failure for me. I'm going to commit mass murder." Nicholas Cruz also made recordings in the days preceding the mass shooting in which he detailed his preparations for the incident. According to sources, there were all the warning indications, therefore the shooting may have been prevented. Nicholas Cruz's gun ownership, intent to kill people, unpredictable demeanor, and probable ability to carry out a school shooting were all revealed to the FBI by a tip caller. Sadly, though, the FBI did little to stop him. Despite this, Nicholas managed to escape the situation at first by dropping his weapons and hiding among the terrified kids who were rushing away. He was identified by the authorities with the help of school security footage. The firing continued for about 75 minutes before he was apprehended in Coral Springs, Florida. Numerous factors could have contributed to the Nicholas attack, even if the exact causes are still unknown. Nicholas Cruz has two traits: mental instability and aggression. It was documented that Angie, his girlfriend, had broken up with him after he had physically abused her. As you can hear in his video, when he declared his love for her and said he would see her in the afterlife, this most likely did not sit well with him. According to what his brother previously said, friends would frequently tease Nicholas because of his appearance and speech pattern. His speech issue may have been brought on by his developmental difficulties, I suppose. He was sent to a special education school in 2014, but he transferred to Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida in 2016, On September 20th, 8 days after his suspension, he attempted suicide by cutting his wrist and consuming gasoline. He also acknowledged that he had threatened and engaged in multiple altercations, in addition to discussing his desire to acquire a gun. Nicholas faced 17 counts of premeditated murder, all of which carried the potential for execution. After his arraignment, he was placed under suicide watch in a solitary cell. There were prosecutors who sought to sentence him with the death penalty. The trial for Nicholas was initially set to start in January 2020, but it was moved to the summer of 2020 to provide the defense more time to get ready. In June 2020, the trial was again postponed due to concerns with COVID-19. On October 20, 2021, Nicholas Cruz entered a guilty plea to the 17 counts. Despite his first plea of not guilty to all of the charges, his attorneys declared that they will not contest his guilt. Instead, his group of public defenders had asked the judge to give him 17 life sentences. On October 13, 2022, Nicholas Cruz was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole after a vote of 9 in favor and 3 against the death penalty. The jury recommended a life sentence for him based on previous records that showed his biological mother used illegal drugs and alcohol throughout her pregnancy, as well as neglect on the part of the state, the school, and other agencies to provide him with the care he needed. But the jury's verdict infuriated a lot of the victims' families, the prosecution, a lot of politicians, and even the state governor, Ron DeSantis. Please share your ideas with me in the comments section. Do you believe Nicholas Cruz received the just punishment? Moving on to the next case. Russell Batwan. An enigmatic incident occurred at the Ropers Motel in the picturesque town of Pecos, Texas, during the summer of 1966. A young couple named Russell Batwan, who went by the names of Mr. and Mrs., arrived for their intended quiet vacation. They had no idea that their visit would take a terrible turn. Tragically, while the man slept well in his room, his partner was found dead in the motel's swimming pool. Everyone was wondering what had transpired to cause her premature death in the ocean. Is there a possibility of foul play? Was this terrible conclusion the work of someone? We go into the terrifying specifics of this 55-year-old cold case today, which was unsolved until recently. Not only is Pecos in western Texas well known for this paranormal event, but it also has a long history as a trading post and a major cattle drive stopover in the late 1800s. This community, which has about 8,000 residents, is the county seat of Reeves County. Pecos has developed into a thriving center for the transportation, agriculture, and oil and gas sectors. In addition, it is home to a number of cultural sites, such as the well-known West of the Pecos Museum, which exquisitely displays the region's fascinating past. A charming automobile court with a single-story Spanish-tiled building and an enticing neon sign was located along Highway 80, just outside the bustling town of Pecos. A real gem, this motel was a favorite of truck drivers and oil field workers traveling through the area. Sandy Moore, a lively 15-year-old from Clovis, New Mexico, spent her summers under the loving care of her grandparents at this particular motel. Sandy accepted her duties and worked hard at the front desk, cleaning rooms with attention to detail, and even waiting tables at the delicious on-site cafe. That fateful July 5, 1966 was the day Sandy's watchful eyes saw Mr. and Mrs. Russell Batwan, a couple who had checked in earlier, relaxing in plastic chairs by the motel's tempting pool. The woman, wearing a bright red one-piece bikini and long flowing hair, was sipping a refreshing Coke while the man was happily sipping a beer. The man looked thin, with blonde hair cut in a crew cut, and he looked to be at least 10 years older than his partner. 3 hours after she had first encountered the Batwans, Moore was at the motel office when a distraught maid burst in, trying hard to speak in terrible English. They traveled to the pool together where they were about to make a startling discovery. A woman lay face down at the bottom of the deep end, some 12 feet below the surface. There was nobody else nearby when Moore, fully clothed, entered the scene, so a worried hotel visitor who heard the disturbance rushed to help. They succeeded in bringing the woman to the surface after 2 unsuccessful tries. Mrs. Batwan was the one. Moore started CPR while an ambulance was being called. Russell appeared to be asleep when a different hotel employee entered the Batouan's room in the meantime. His wife was already en route to the Reeves County Memorial Hospital, which is located close. Russell told Moore that he required his registration card to identify himself before going to the hospital when he eventually made it to the pool. This sparked suspicion, particularly when he took out quickly in a black sedan after getting it. Sadly, when Mrs. Batone arrived at the hospital, she was declared dead. Remarkably, Russell never appeared, ruthlessly refusing to express grief over her death and allowing her to leave this life without the comfort of his company. The victim was given the name Pecos Jane Doe by the authorities, who did not know her real name and instead used the name of the Texas city where the murder was committed. Through public outreach and media attention, this was done in the hopes of generating leads and identifying the victim. The family of Pecos Jane Doe never came forward, but some heartbroken parents who saw a similarity between their own daughter and the drowned girl started the Drowned Girl Trust Fund to help pay for the girl's burial costs. Pecos locals were deeply affected by the tragedy and banded together in a variety of ways to offer their support. The deceased's lovely blue polka dot outfit was donated by a nearby clothing store, and the funeral director showed great kindness by offering a gorgeous wooden casket. Together, the locals paid for a plain headstone with the phrase, "Unknown girl drowned," for her burial. Her funeral service was presided over by a Protestant minister and a Catholic priest, and about 50 villagers attended, since no one knew her religious allegiance. 3 policemen and 3 sheriff's deputies were among the pallbearers. The preacher reassured the grieving that the girl was certainly known to God, even though they did not know her personally. He hoped that if there was someone who looked out for her, they would find comfort in the knowledge that she was safe and secure in their company. The woman whose identity has not been revealed was buried at the city-owned Fairview Cemetery, which is conveniently situated across the street from Pecos High School. Sandy Moore was touched by the incident, having met the woman's alleged companion at the Ropers Motel. She made it a point to place flowers at the cemetery each time she came back to the town. Sandy frequently thought back on the event over the years and expressed her feelings over the phone from her house close to Lubbock. She was preoccupied with wondering where the woman had come from and if anyone was looking for her. Reeves County Sheriff A.B. Nail didn't take long to organize his squad to look for the suspect. However, the investigation's initial shortcomings stemmed from a lack of data. The cops didn't know the make or license plate number of the man's car without the registration card. The only items left in the Batouan's motel room were a bra, a pair of shorts, and a blouse. The only person with that name that the sheriff's office was able to track down was a Marine who was on active service and stationed in North Carolina. The couple's use of fictitious identities increased the level of intrigue around the already complex case. Reeves County did not have a medical examiner, so an expert pathologist from Odessa was called in to perform the autopsy. A red, quarter-sized abrasion was found by the pathologist during the examination above the woman's left cheekbone. Whether the injury happened prior to her passing or during the process of retrieving her body from the pool was still unknown. Even though there was no hard proof of foul play, the woman's death was determined to be accidental drowning. Sheriff Nail decided not to open a homicide inquiry as a result. Sheriff Nail later revealed in a newspaper interview that the man's only known transgression was not paying his lodging payment. The woman's body was taken to the Pecos funeral home after the autopsy, where it was embalmed and put in a back parlor in the hopes that someone would come forward to identify her. The unexplained drowning garnered widespread attention, leading worried families from several regions to get in contact with the funeral home. Some even made the trip to Pecos to look for their lost loved ones. Dental evidence contradicted the belief held by an Odessa couple that they had located their child. The woman's identity was finally revealed in 1966 by an accidental message left behind. The scribbling on the bottom of her right foot, which read Joe and Lean, was found when she arrived at the hospital. Sadly, the police were unable to solve the case with this message, and eventually it was abandoned. Investigations were delayed since there was no national database for missing and unidentified people. Todd Matthews, a cold case investigator, created the Volunteer Run Doe Network in 1999 as a reaction. They created a database for missing people and unexplained bodies, and they received hundreds of leads every year that helped solve almost 100 cases. The Justice Department created the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System in 2007. It was modeled after the Doe Network. The National Missing and Unidentified Persons selected Todd Matthews, the creator of the Doe Network, as head of communications and outreach. Matthews claims that while anonymous victims frequently get less attention from law enforcement the longer they go unidentified, he has always felt a connection to them. Officers often have little information at their disposal, and no one is speaking up for them. According to Matthews, it is not a desired chore to identify an unknown victim, particularly if there is no family involved that is looking for information. He pointed out that since the deceased has already been buried, no one can speak up in the case of an unidentified body. Matthews became interested in the Pecos Jane Doe case and thought it was time to look into it more thoroughly. He put together a group of 4 detectives in 2019 and started the inquiry. The 4 detectives Matthews had assigned, Mark Ingram, Lisa Tarango, Felix Salcedo, and Pablo Carrasco, went to Fairview Cemetery in August 2019 before dawn and gathered beside Pecos Jane's tomb. They watched as a backhoe operator dug out a rectangular opening in the earth that was about 6 feet deep. When the backhoe hit a wooden coffin, Ingram had to go inside the grave to investigate. The skeleton was still present even though the casket had significantly deteriorated from being buried for more than 50 years. The earth had turned the bones a reddish-tan color, and they were mixed up with pieces of blue polka-dot dress and pantyhose. Using a trowel and brush, Ingram carefully removed the dirt from the bones and arranged them on a spotless white sheet at the side of the grave. After the skeleton was discovered in its entirety, it was painstakingly reassembled to its original anatomical configuration. After the skeleton had been meticulously assembled, it was wrapped in paper, put inside a blue body bag that was securely sealed within a large box, and sent out for DNA analysis. After Pecos Jane Doe's remains were thoroughly examined in 2019, they were submitted to a forensic examiner who has a lab in Denton. The skeleton was identified as belonging to a young Caucasian woman between the ages of 15 and 18. A piece of bone was taken out and flown to Fort Worth, Texas, where DNA was collected and entered into the national database of the Federal Bureau of Investigation in a sincere effort to identify her. Regretfully, there were no matches in the database, which is to be expected given that it was created several years after the woman's passing. After almost a full year of the Jane Doe mystery being revived in Pecos, Texas, a little parcel showed up at the door of Othram, a private forensic lab located in Houston's The Woodlands neighborhood. A molar that had been taken out of the nameless woman's jaw was inside the package. Othram proved to be the perfect facility to study the molar. It was established in 2018 by David Middleman, a scientist and entrepreneur with an unyielding love for genetics. Middleman became enthralled with genomics while working as a research assistant as a student during the last phases of the historic Human Genome Project, a 13-year project costing $3,000 that transformed the field of genetic testing. Middleman and his group excitedly got to work after the box arrived, intending to solve the mystery surrounding Pecos Jane's real identity. Unfortunately, there was not a single entry in the database that matched the DNA of Pecos Jane. This was not surprising, as the database was created in the late 1990s, long after her death. The team wondered if they would ever be able to discover Pecos Jane Doe's real identity, as it appeared that the inquiry had come to a standstill once more. A private forensic laboratory called Innovative Forensic Investigations, which is based in the sleepy Virginian town of Emporia, close to the border with North Carolina, unexpectedly gave Othram a surprise call. In November 2022, this link was made possible by the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. In 2019, Othram has given Innovative Forensic Investigations the case of Jane Doe in Pecos. The self-taught forensic genetic genealogist Jennifer Moore got involved in the case after assisting her husband in finding his birth parents. By using conventional genealogical methods, Moore's team was able to follow the lineage of 3 siblings from Texas back to the probable common ancestors that Pecos Jane shared. They moved down the family tree slowly but methodically, looking for people who were the victim's age when she passed away. They identified a sizable Kansas family with 15 children after weeks of intense effort. Some of the family members were still living and engaged on social media, making them an invaluable resource for genealogists. After looking into it more, they found a brother who had been talking about a sister who had gone missing years before. A detective visited Joyce Hemme, a 74-year-old retiree in St. Petersburg, Florida, in pursuit of this lead. Joyce, who was the victim's eldest sister, sobbed when questioned about a missing family member. After years of going unidentified, the victim was eventually identified as Julianne Hemme thanks to persistent DNA testing efforts. This discovery was made possible by the application of cutting-edge DNA technology, which enabled forensic specialists to separate and examine genetic material from the victim's remains. Julianne Hemme was raised in a large Catholic family on a 160-acre farm in central Kansas. Her childhood was filled with activity. Life on their farm, just outside of Salina, was never boring with 14 siblings. The Hemme family put in a lot of labor growing wheat and tending to Angus cattle as well as chickens, pigs, and turkeys. Their abundant food garden and livestock guaranteed them well-being. The Hemme kids lived close to Kannapolis Lake, but they hardly ever went swimming on their weekend picnics. The fact that Jolene in particular couldn't swim would prove to be important in the future. She was a quiet kid who enjoyed the companionship of books above social gatherings, according to her oldest sister Rosemary. Joyce, Jolene's elder sister, was by far her best friend. The two were bonded beyond belief. Jolene met an older man while working during that fateful summer, however, her siblings couldn't remember his name. Having met him a few times, Joyce thought he was a good deal older than Jolene, in his late 20s. Joyce thought he was domineering and didn't trust him. Jolene resisted her advice to find someone else, insisting she liked him. Their relationship was affected by their divergent views about the man. Jolene came to see Joyce on Friday, July 1, 1966, after work, and invited her to watch a movie with her boyfriend, and another female. Joyce turned down the invitation, though, since she was already set to go fishing with her own partner. She had no idea that it would be her last encounter with her sister. That evening, the following day, and even the day after that, Jolene did not return home. The more the investigation went into her absence, the more mysterious it became. Joyce described the thorough search she and her sister had conducted, going above and above to locate Jolene. They had made a lot of efforts, going to the police, Jolene's place of employment, and even contacting her friends. They were shocked to learn that Jolene had not received her regular paychecks and that her partner was also absent. The couple might have fled together and would probably return shortly, they were told when they reported Jolene missing to the police. But when Joyce saw a postcard in her mailbox, her suspicions were piqued. The ostensibly Jolene-written note on the card seemed strange. Joyce was not familiar with the name Joe, and it was not written in her handwriting. Jolene's mother, Alberta, also got a letter like this, which her kids acknowledged Jolene could not have written. Alberta, enraged and frustrated, ripped the letter to pieces and threw them in Kansas City. Joyce and Carolyn started posting flyers all around the area in the desperate hopes that someone had seen their sister. The letter and postcard from Las Vegas were their sole leads. Tarango, the case investigator, thought these objects might have been made by Jolene's lover. Though they couldn't find any marriage permits, the police thought that the pair might have traveled to Las Vegas to get married. The couple's mysterious arrival in Pecos raised more questions than it answered. Unless the individual was somehow associated with the renowned rodeo that July 1st for, it seemed like an improbable trip. But no Russell Batouan is known to have participated in the 1966 rodeo. The Hemme family believes that Jolene's lover played a role in her demise. They contend that it is incomprehensible that she would be discovered in a swimming pool given her inability to swim. The identity of the man who accompanied Jolene at the Ropers Motel remains the greatest unanswered question regarding her case. He should be in his 90s by now, assuming he is still alive. The Hemme family has a number of relatives who fervently believe he killed Jolene. They base their argument on Jolene's inability to swim, which begs the question of why she was in the motel pool. Furthermore, there was a cut on the side of her skull. The motel owner's granddaughter Sandy Moore can still clearly recall finding Jolene's lifeless body next to the pool area and witnessing shattered glass. Jolene might have fallen into the pool and drowned as a result of the man hitting her with a beer bottle during a fight. Still, it's puzzling that he didn't leave the scene right away following the incident. He might not have meant to hurt Jolene and just became alarmed when he realized she had drowned by accident. As a result, he decided to disappear. It is a heinous act of cruelty that the man who was with Jolene at the motel has not come forward with any information in the previous 55 years. Irrespective of his role in her demise, he could have surreptitiously supplied Jolene's relatives with some information about what transpired, or at minimum, a hint to help them locate her. The four-man detective squad that Matthew appointed, consisting of Tarango and Salcedo as previously noted, is still searching assiduously for the man who left Jolene buried in a remote location without identification, but their chances of success are small. Moreover, even in the improbable event that they find him, the pathologist's conclusion that Jolene drowned accidentally and the absence of the case file make it unlikely that he will be prosecuted criminally. According to Tarango, there is very little chance that he will offer proof of Jolene's murder. When Jolene died, Sandy Massey, who was Sandy Moore at the time, still remembers clearly the day she found Jolene's body in the motel pool. Sandy was just 15 years old at the time, and the recollection of being duped into giving over the registration card still bothers her. Sandy's regret for her acts and how they may have contributed to Jolene's untimely death persists even after more than 50 years have passed. In a subsequent phone call, Sandy was thanked by some of Jolene's siblings for her heroic efforts to save their sister and extended an invitation to come and visit them in Kansas. Moving on to the next case. Betty Rolf. Betty Rolf vanished during her daily walk to work on a chilly November morning in 1988. The following day, she was discovered dead next to a railroad underpass, having been savagely beaten. Betty's case remained unresolved for more than 30 years until the shocking revelation of her awful fate through DNA evidence. A well-liked person in Grand Chute, Wisconsin was Betty Rolf. She was still a dedicated worker at 60, balancing several jobs to provide for her family. She worked diligently at the Country Air Banquet Room, where one of her main responsibilities was to handle washing and other duties. Morning walks became a regular part of her day because her house on West Spencer Street was conveniently placed less than a mile from the banquet venue. Betty was a source of strength and love for everyone around her, even after going through a turbulent marriage and other hardships, which would make her demise all the more devastating. Betty Rolf walked to work early on November 6, 1988, from her home. However, Betty never reached her destination on that Sunday. Her family and co-workers became concerned when she abruptly stopped showing up for work. Later that day, when she did not come home, her family became more concerned and filed a missing persons complaint with the police. Local authorities carried out a comprehensive search the following morning. The neighborhood was tense, waiting for any information regarding Betty's whereabouts. Sadly, their worst fears were realized when her body was found not far from her home, on West Spencer Street, next to a railroad underpass. Eddie was discovered half-clothed on West Spencer Street in Grand Chute, close to a railroad crossing and bridge. It was a depressing scene. She had been assaulted, battered, and strangled with her purse's strap.
Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free. Now, let's move on with the video.
Her purse was partially scattered, revealing $30 in cash and a document she intended to submit to the local newspaper regarding her and her spouse's impending anniversary. After gathering evidence from the crime scene and searching the surrounding for witnesses, the police began a thorough investigation. Their immediate inquiry produced few leads, despite their best efforts. The case soon became cold since the forensic analysis could not go as far as it could with the technologies available at the time. The murder of Betty Rolf remained a perplexing mystery for more than 30 years. Investigators decided in 2019 to use familial DNA testing, a state-of-the-art method that was increasingly helping to solve cold cases. This novel method includes matching genetic profiles from public databases with DNA evidence gathered from crime sites. The goal of this strategy was to locate the perpetrator's possible relatives. When researchers discovered a family connection to Gene Meyer, they made a significant discovery. He had moved to Washington State but had lived in Grand Chute at the time of Betty's terrible death. After ruling out Gene Meyer's brother through a DNA test, detectives narrowed down the pool of possible suspects to Meyer and his brother. Meyer was living in Washington when detectives got a direct DNA sample from him in 2022. The DNA taken from Betty Rolf's crime scene and the results of the forensic analysis were conclusively matched. It proved that Meyer was the main suspect in the vicious attack and murder of Betty. The offense resulted in his arrest. Meyer was detained and awaiting trial in Outagamie County, Wisconsin, following his arrest for the horrific 1988 crime, while legal proceedings got underway. Meyer was conclusively linked to the crime site by DNA evidence, which the prosecution used to carefully construct its case. The community and Betty Rolf's family kept a careful eye on the case as it moved through the legal system, hoping that the trial would provide resolution and answers. The horrific circumstances of the crime were reviewed and investigated in the courtroom throughout the trial, which lasted more than a week in May 2024. Arguments between the prosecution and defense focused on the circumstances surrounding Betty's death and the forensic results. The jury ultimately rendered a decision following many hours of deliberation. Furthermore, Gene Meyer was found guilty of the horrifying attack as well as the murder on May 21, 2024. Many had been yearning for a sense of closure, and Meyer's conviction provided it. Meyer was given a life sentence with the possibility of release after 34 years for the first-degree slaying conviction and 20 years for the first-degree assault with a deadly weapon charge on July 11, 2024. The two charges will happen one after the other. Now that they have him and he is going away for a long time, we can rest easy, Betty's daughter Sheila Worm remarked outside the courthouse. The Grand Chute community and Betty's loved ones took comfort in the knowledge that justice had been served for the senseless act of violence that had plagued them for more than 30 years.
Moving on to the next case.
Julianne Gonzalez. In 2010, Julianne Gonzalez, then 21 years old, resided in Dripping Springs, Texas. Although she and George de la Cruz were married, they were not living together and were at odds. The two were in the process of divorcing each other. Layla was Julie and George's young daughter, who was roughly 2 years old at the time. As a pharmacy technician, Julia was constantly occupied with her work, her studies, and her daughter. She was regarded as a pleasant and industrious lady. According to Julie's loved ones, she had accepted her role as a mother and was raising her child on her own. George last saw Julie on March 26, 2010. They shared care of their kid, he added, and Julie had came over to drop her off. Dora So, too, Julie's aunt, had anticipated hearing from Julie that day, but Julie did not. Dora attempted to contact her but was unable. When she stopped answering calls and texts, her family started to wonder. George was spoken to by Julie's mother Sandra, sister Samantha, and aunt. George said Julie told him she was taking a trip that would take her away for a few days. They all agreed that Julie would not have abandoned her daughter and would have made her departure known to at least one relative. According to Julie's family, her daughter is her entire universe, and she would never let her go. In addition, Julie was incredibly dependable and kept in close touch with her family. Julie's mother and aunt reported her missing to the Austin, Texas police around 11 p.m. that same night. There was no proof that Julie had left against her will with the police. They declared her to be an adult and gave her permission to go. Julie's new automobile was reported missing by her mom and aunt. On March 27, 2010, Julie sent text messages to her new boyfriend Aaron and her family the next day. Since Julie had gone by her nickname, her sister thought it was her. Julie's mother, boyfriend, and aunt weren't so sure. Julie had just sent Aaron a message to say that they were ending their relationship. Julie's mother was taken aback by her intense devotion for him. In addition, Julie, or whoever was using her phone, posted some remarks to her MySpace page and indicated that she was depressed in a Facebook message. Julie posted on MySpace about how excited she was to start a new life in Colorado after meeting a man named James. Julie's mother and aunt were aware that these were not Julie's messages. It was not Julie's style to write, and she would never have abandoned her kid. Julie was requested to inform Aaron his middle name. The person on the other end claimed not to have time for games and never emailed Julie's relatives again. George was the last person to see Julie alive, so investigators spoke with him even though they were still unsure if she had departed on her own or if there had been foul play. George only revealed to them that Julie had dropped off their daughter before leaving without warning. Julie's family started looking into it on their own. While driving through South Austin, her aunt noticed Julie's new vehicle parked at a Walgreens. After sprinting inside, her aunt searched the entire store for Julie, but she was nowhere to be seen. Julie's aunt called Julie's mother, worried about what she could discover. They looked through Julie's trunk together, but they couldn't find her. They did discover Julie's daughter's asthma medication in a paper bag in the back seat. It wasn't as though Julie had neglected to give George a crucial prescription for their own daughter. Julie's relatives inquired with a Walgreens employee about Julie's presence there. He commented that woman seemed familiar when they showed him the picture. Inquiries about his knowledge of the car outside were also made. He said that a girl had come into the shop claiming to be having car trouble. The Walgreens surveillance tape was provided to the police. Although Julie had not entered the store, there were multiple women that fit Julie's description. Subsequently, Julie's family distributed T-shirts featuring Julie's picture throughout the city and put up a billboard and banners. Julie's social media profiles and phone records were examined by the authorities. She had stopped using her phone and social media. The day following her last sighting, on March 27, 2010, it had not been utilized. Victoria de la Cruz, George's mother, called the police in a panic. She invited them to visit her home. Victoria had phoned them after discovering a sizable hole in the storage shed of the house she and her son inhabited. Victoria informed them that although she had begun to dig, she had become afraid and thought it would be best to contact the police. Victoria was visibly scared and smeared in dirt when detectives arrived. The pit she had reported to them had a haunting appearance of a grave. George identified the hole as an electrical trench and notified the cops so. Despite their decision to dig, the investigators were unable to locate Julie in the hole. Julie's bank records were seized by the police. They discovered that George had used Julie's card at Walmart and Best Buy on the day she was last seen. George, who was really into video games, had gone to Best Buy and bought an Xbox points card. One of the reasons Paul and Julie divorced was because of his preoccupation. George would much rather play video games all day at home than go to work and make money. Victoria consented to the cops searching the residence. They discovered the products from both shops as well as a Best Buy receipt inside. The security footage from both establishments was turned over to the police. In both stores, they noticed George with his daughter. On March 26, 2010, wireless expert Jim Cook looked through George's phone to track his whereabouts. He likened them to Julie's phone as well. The fact that George's phone moved in tandem with Julie's indicated that George was in possession of Julie's phone. Using the same IP address, George had also seen Julia's and his MySpace pages. The cops examined George's Xbox usage as well. It was said that George spent between 12 and 15 hours a day playing video games. He hadn't played for almost 20 hours on March 26th. Though they lacked sufficient proof to even establish Julie's death, the police suspected George had done something to her. Regretfully, the case then stalled for a while. Julie's family had to share custody with George for 3 years as they awaited clarification. Julie's mother was asking George all the time if she would return. George had always assured her that one day she would. Ultimately, George de la Cruz was taken into custody and accused of killing Julianne Gonzalez on September 13, 2013. If George cooperated and revealed the location of Julie's body, the prosecution offered him a reduced sentence of 50 years. George has consistently denied any involvement. Rejecting the offer, he chose to enter a not guilty plea. The trial for George started in April 2015. George appeared anxious but never expressed regret. Despite lacking a body, the prosecution had to persuade the jurors that Julie would never return. They added that the De La Cruz's shed and backyard contained a knife, ammo, and some clothing that looked to have been torched. However, defense attorneys Robert McCabe and Keith Lauerman argued that the prosecution had left too many things unanswered and too many loose ends. They criticized the state expert's findings, questioned the reliability of its witnesses, and declared the timetable provided by the prosecution to be implausible. George De La Cruz, a heavy video game player who was described as immature and reckless, would not have had the time or resources to clean his house, get rid of his divorced wife's bones, and dig a grave in his garden. All of this prior to being seen on security camera footage going shopping with their daughter, according to McCabe. The lawyer contended that knowledge is the basis for convictions. You persuade using evidence, not conjecture. Reason is what convinces, not feelings. He informed the jurors that when you don't, innocent individuals wind up behind bars. George De La Cruz was found guilty on April 22, 2015. While Julie's family was celebrating, he lowered his head. George, then 27 years old, received a life sentence in October of 2016. He is still behind bars at the Jim Ferguson unit in unincorporated Madison County, Texas, as of right now. In 2043, he will be qualified for parole. According to Julie's family, they are hoping and praying that George will one day let them know where Julie is. They're hoping he'll tell his kid the truth about what actually happened to her mother. The home of Sandra Soto, Julie's mother, burned down in February of 2023. Their dog woke them up, and they were able to safely escape with her family. They lost everything, though, and the house was completely demolished. To support the family, a benefit was organized at San Marcos's Jack's Roadhouse. Live music and homemade BBQ were highlights of the benefit. The encouragement the family has received from complete strangers as they navigate this most recent setback is heartening. Samantha Petrie, Julie's sister, stated, "We have experienced a lot. When I first heard the news, I did believe that this was simply another obstacle in our path. These days, it truly demonstrates that not only do our family and friends love and support us, but also others who are aware of my sister Julianne Gonzalez's tale and remember us and our family."
Moving on to the next case.
Kathleen O'Dowd-Bowman. A terrifying mystery that has been unsolved for almost 25 years has resurfaced in Providence, Rhode Island, and offers long-needed answers. A loving mother and waitress, Kathleen O'Dowd-Bowman, passed away tragically in 1999. A horrific act of violence behind Roger Williams Middle School took her life. Her family has been plagued for decades by the unanswered question about her terrible death and the lack of justice. An earlier arrest of an unidentified individual has caused old wounds to reopen. Perhaps at last, Kathleen's family members will receive the justice they have long been longing for. The life of Kathleen O'Dowd-Bowman was an example of her tenacity and love for her family. Kathleen, who was one of 8 siblings and a mother of 4, lived a full life, devoted to the people she loved. She was a devoted waitress who lived in Providence, Rhode Island, and was well known for her friendliness and compassion toward both clients and co-workers. Her days were devoted to raising her children, whom she loved more than anything, and juggling the responsibilities of her career. Nobody could have foreseen Kathleen's terrible destiny or the years of suffering that would follow. For Kathleen, the morning of March 11, 1999, started just like any other, but it ended tragically and suddenly. In a remote spot close to the grounds of Roger Williams Middle School in Providence, Rhode Island, her lifeless corpse was found strangled. Police in Providence launched a swift and thorough investigation after finding Kathleen's body. There were difficulties in piecing together the events that led to her death at first. It was difficult for detectives to obtain enough information to identify a suspect. And in spite of initial suspicions, the case was quickly abandoned. Detective Angelo Avant reopened Kathleen's investigation in the last few years. By carefully going over the evidence again and interviewing witnesses again, Avant found new leads that were essential to moving the investigation further. The culmination of these operations was the successful arrest of 53-year-old Providence resident Kevin Williams on Road Street on April 16, 2024, without any incidents. Williams, who was a suspect in the first place but was not charged because there was not enough evidence, is now being charged in the first degree. In Kathleen and her family's protracted fight for justice, his arrest marked a turning point. On April 17, 2024, William was arraigned and the indictment was unsealed in Providence County Superior Court, marking the start of the legal process. Attorney General Peter F. Noronha highlighted the toll violent crimes take on the families of victims and gave the Providence Police Department and investigator Angelo Avant credit for their efforts in advancing the case. Colonel Oscar L. Perez Jr. praised the police for keeping Williams responsible as well. Williams is charged in Providence's 6th Division Court for breaking a domestic no-contact order connected to another domestic violence case, in addition to the charge in Kathleen's case. The investigation and prosecution are being led by Assistant Attorney General James R. Baum, Special Assistant Attorney General Ariel Pittner, and investigator Angelo Avant, guaranteeing a concerted effort to pursue justice. Williams was mandated to be detained without access to bond while awaiting more court dates. It is still necessary to announce the trial's start date. After more than 20 years of pain and unanswered questions, Kevin Williams' arrest for the murder of Kathleen Solman is a major step toward justice. Kathleen's family is dealing with a range of feelings. Though they are happy that efforts are finally being taken in the right direction, they are still in great grief over her tragic death, realizing that no amount of justice could ever make up for the terrible loss they suffered. Kathleen's brother, Tom O'Dowd, stated that while the family is relieved that the suspect has been apprehended, they are also incensed since they do not know why the culprit singled her out almost 25 years ago. "It was shocking," Tom remarked, "because nobody had ever heard of this man before. Now that someone has been detained for this, we finally depart. We think of Kathleen every single day," according to a statement from her sister Cynthia Balcom. "We will find solace in the knowledge that justice will eventually be done once the novelty of this all wears off. All I want is for our mother to witness this moment."
Moving on to the next case.
Scott Parish. Who was this well-liked Fort Wayne, Indiana businessman and community activist Scott Parish? What mysteries hid underneath his idyllic exterior? His sad death remained a mystery for almost 18 years, shocking the community to its core. Parish Wallpaper and Paint Incorporated was owned by Robert Scott Parish, a well-respected businessman in Fort Wayne, Indiana, who was 49 years of age. Scott was well established in his hometown of Fort Wayne, where he served as a volunteer for several local groups in addition to being well known for his business accomplishments. Jim and Nancy Parish, as well as his siblings Mike, Greg, Tom, and Danny, loved and appreciated Scott as a dedicated family man. His devotion to his company and the community won him a lot of admirers in Fort Wayne. Scott's business went beyond being a neighborhood enterprise. It was evidence of his dedication to providing high-quality products and services that he gained the respect and allegiance of numerous clients over the years. Nobody realized that beneath the surface of this seemingly ideal life were the beginnings of a tragedy that would soon come to pass. Around 6:30 p.m. on March 29, 2006, Scott's brother Danny and his wife Patty were called when Scott did not show up for work and did not pick up his phone. They went to check on Scott at his home in the 1000 block of Vermont Avenue because they were afraid something wasn't right. They discovered something awful inside. Scott had been shot in the head and lay unconscious in the restroom. They quickly dialed the cops in a panic. Danny and Patty described how they discovered Scott sitting on the toilet, fully clothed, with the lid down, and suffering from a gunshot wound when the police arrived. There was dried blood on the cabinet in front of him, and blood splashed on the wall beside the toilet, making the scene gory. At the scene, it was pronounced that Scott was dead. He sustained 2 gunshot wounds in contact behind his left ear, one of which left through his forehead and the other through the top of his skull. He also sustained a bullet wound to his upper arm that was completely internal. A brass-colored .40 caliber Smith & Wesson round casing was discovered by crime scene investigators on the bathroom floor close to the bathtub. Near Scott's left hand, on the floor in front of the toilet, lay another shell casing. There was a third missile found on the bathroom sink. As the investigation went on, the investigators made an unexpected discovery: a covert marijuana grow operation in the basement, hiding behind a fake wall. They discovered a Black & Decker cordless screwdriver nearby, which may have been used recently. This finding prompted a lot of inquiries. Did Scott engage in any illegal activity, or was there someone else use his land without permission? Is his death related to this illicit operation? Now, investigators had to piece together a complicated case in which Scott's reputation as a well-liked businessman and volunteer in the community was suddenly overshadowed by sinister secrets kept within his house. The coroner formally classified the death as a killing case the next day. More than a mile from his house, in the Heartland Church parking lot, was where his wallet was discovered. The wallet included his library card and driver's license, but no cash. Police spoke with a witness who had been acquainted with Scott for 3 years in January 2008. The witness mentioned Derek Rodney Johnson, also known as Q, a Hispanic man who the police already suspected when they questioned him about the crime. The witness said that Johnson, a native of Texas, frequently brags about his propensity for killing and robbing people. Another crucial witness came forward with crucial information on January 22, 2008. A few weeks after Scott's death, the witness related a conversation she had with Johnson. The witness remembered conversing with Johnson in his South Lafayette Street kitchen, where he demonstrated 2 pot plants growing in a closet. Subsequently, he stated that he had obtained the plants during a theft. According to the witness, Johnson acknowledged shooting Scott in the head as the robber tried to take a gun out of a safe in his restroom. Although Scott had multiple marijuana plants in his basement, according to Johnson, he only took 2 of the plants and a little quantity of marijuana. The witness went on to say that Johnson had once had 2 weapons chambered in .40 caliber, but it was unclear where they were kept. Detectives spoke with Johnson at the Westville Correctional Facility on July 31, 2014. After entering a guilty plea to 2 charges of aggravated violence and 1 count of criminal negligence for shooting Leonardo Puentes in Fort Wayne in 2006, he was already serving a sentence of years in state prison. He received a 34-year sentence, with 2029 serving as the earliest potential date of release. He acknowledged knowing Scott through a mutual acquaintance, Witness 1, with whom he had worked on construction sites, after being advised of his rights and having to sign a waiver. Additionally, he disclosed that he first purchased marijuana from Scott via Witness 1 and then from Scott directly. Afterwards, he admitted to owning 2 Smith & Wesson firearms chambered in .40 caliber at the time of Scott's murder, and to being acquainted with the design of Scott's bathroom due to his use of it for the acquisition of illegal substances. Johnson wrote a letter to detectives on July 1, 2015, when he was at the NCCF Annex in Newcastle. He wrote in the letter that Scott had been executed by his gang, Northern Vados Locos, for stealing money and marijuana. He claimed that even though he was aware of the offender's identity, the gang's rule of silence prevented him from telling anyone. Johnson clarified that he had ordered the hit after reporting Scott to his gang bosses. He further mentioned that the shooter had sent him pictures of Scott after the killing. Johnson explained that there wouldn't be any indications of resistance because the gang members had shot Scott after sitting him down on the toilet because they were angry at his lying. Although he acknowledged taking part in a few robberies, he maintained that he never intended for anyone to suffer harm. Johnson said the gun had been given to one of his crew members and then sold to an unidentified person. He denied ever possessing twin .40 caliber Smith & Wesson firearms, but he did characterize the weapons as a matching set, one left-handed and one right-handed. Johnson retracted after being informed by investigators of his earlier admission from July 2014, in which he acknowledged owning 2 Smith & Wesson firearms chambered in .40 caliber and being armed when doing business with Scott. He stated that he had possessed a variety of firearms and that he was unsure if the bullet originated from one of them. The case went unresolved, and there were no arrests for almost 18 years. Detectives Darren Strayer and Brian Martin reswed interrogating witnesses in 2023. Eventually, fresh information and witness accounts surfaced in 2024, which resulted in Derek Johnson being charged. Johnson's interest in the case seemed to stem from the marijuana grow he discovered in Scott's basement. He admitted to the police that he had taken the marijuana plants and shot Scott in the head. This discovery represents a major advancement for the people of Fort Wayne. After almost 18 years, it provides the victim with justice and gives the Parish family closure. Detective Brian Martin attributes a new interview in the case to playing cards that the FWPD put in nearby jails with biographies of unsolved slaying cases. Danny reported that since that night in 2006, he had not slept properly. He and his spouse erected a memorial bench at Fort Wayne's Lakeside Park in honor of Scott. The date of Derek Rodney Johnson's sentencing is still pending.
Moving on to the next case.
Shelly Anne Werner. Imagine a small town called Mishawaka in the summer of 1980, where the sound of children laughing filled the air and it seemed as though darkness had no effect on life. However, right in the middle of this town, a terrible tragedy occurred that would haunt its residents for the rest of their lives. Shelly Anne Werner, at 15 years old, vanished from sight on June 15, 1980, leaving her family devastated. Her lifeless body with a gunshot wound to the head was discovered next to the Madison Road Railroad tracks 10 agonizing days later. In a quiet village, how could such a horrific act take place? Who may have committed this heinous act? The bustling commercial city of Mishawaka in northern Indiana has a certain charm all its own. Thanks to Penn Township's ideal location along the St. Joseph River in St. Joseph County, everyday life is set against a breathtaking backdrop. With a population of roughly 51,000, the city is delighted to be called the Princess City. In Mishawaka, new residential subdivisions and established neighborhoods coexist. The city was carefully designed to promote a strong sense of community and connectedness. The people there are well known for their generosity, camaraderie, and mutual love of adventure. A horrific incident that irrevocably ruined Mishawaka's tranquility and etched its name in the annals of tragedy occurred even in this close-knit community. On July 4, 1964, Shelly Anne Werner was born. Not much is known about her early life. She shared a home in Mishawaka, Indiana, with her mother, Kathleen Werner. Following the split of her parents, Shelly was raised by her mother. Her mother was an elementary school teacher in the neighborhood. At the tender age of 15, Shelly enrolled at Mishawaka High School, where she played sports and sang in the band. She was single and had no enemies that she was aware of. Young Shelly had a bright future ahead of her and was motivated to achieve her objectives. She was optimistic and lively. At the moment, Shelly was brimming with youthful energy and enthusiasm for life's possibilities. She had no idea that fate had other ideas for her. Mishawaka's quiet routine was upended on June 16, 1980, by an occurrence that would leave the community irrevocably traumatized. Shelly Anne Werner, a 15-year-old Mishawaka high school student, started out on what was meant to be a normal day. She wished her mother Kathleen a merry farewell and drove her 1973 Volkswagen the 2 miles to the local Wilkes supermarket. Time passed and there was an eerie calm surrounding the Werner residence. Shelly hasn't returned to her house in more than an hour. Kathleen quickly began to experience terror and anxiety. Kathleen waited a little longer till she was forced to phone the police due to her desperation. Her voice faltered when she told the authorities about her daughter's disappearance. At first, the Mishawaka Police Department handled the case as a missing persons case since they believed it included a teenage runaway. But as time passed, a horrifying insight became clear. After a torturous 24 hours, Shelly was still nowhere to be found. As their degree of concern grew, investigators quickly modified the investigation status to suspected abduction. There were no overt indicators of foul play, which left detectives perplexed in those early hours of desperation. Kathleen's first call was reported as a regular missing person, but nothing had changed by the next day. Mishawaka town was now under the shadow of suspicion, setting the stage for an unsettling mystery that would unfold over many years. Following an immediate inquiry, the investigators learned that Shelly had arrived at Wilt Supermarket on June 16th of that year. About 1:30 p.m., she was seen shopping for groceries, and about 2 p.m., she was seen exiting the store. She made her way to her car, which was parked roughly 50 feet from the store's entrance. But things took a turn for the worst as soon as she got into her car. A man with blonde hair who appeared to be between 16 and 18 years old, with a height of 5'7" and a weight of approximately $130, was observed skulking around the shop. The young man allegedly approached Shelly's automobile further closely, according to witnesses. Abruptly, he took over the driving and shoved Shelly into the passenger seat. They claimed that Shelly looked taken aback by the abrupt intrusion. The witnesses could only see the man's back. As a result, it was difficult to tell if Shelly was in danger or if someone was using a weapon to silence her. Shelly was in the passenger seat when the man quickly drove off. It was an astonishing and frightening conduct that left bystanders perplexed. Anxious family members and friends launched a big collective hunt to see if anyone might learn anything about the missing little child. Authorities issued a drawing of the first suspect based on the witness's statement in an attempt to enlist the public's assistance. A terrible discovery made a few hours later made them even more afraid of the unknown. Shelly's automobile was discovered abandoned in the parking lot of the adjacent O.S. Shoal, Indiana shopping area. There was no trace of a struggle inside the car, and Shelly was nowhere to be seen. As investigators attempted to piece together what had transpired, they kept looking for information. 2 young females were exploring a wooded region outside of South Bend, Indiana, after 10 days of suffering and frustration when they saw an awful sight. A young woman's half-nude body was discovered in a ditch next to the railroad tracks. The young lady was later identified as Shelly Anne Werner by dental records. It was evident from the scene that she had died there. 2 close-range shots in her were fired with a large-caliber gun. The investigation was a crazy journey with lots of leads and no leads. Hypnosis was the final desperate measure the police took in their quest for answers. 4 witnesses from the grocery shop were put under hypnosis in the hopes that they might recall important details regarding Shelly's kidnapping. The first suspect was given a fresh sketch after these hypnosis sessions, which revealed that he had been dropped off at the business and looked to be hitchhiking. Before Shelly entered the store, witnesses claimed to have seen her speaking with 2 young ladies. However, neither the identities of the women nor their potential connection to Shelly's kidnapping were known. Despite their best efforts, law enforcement was unable to capture the criminal. Numerous males who matched the description were brought in by the police, but none of them could be recognized in a lineup as the kidnapper. Because neither the man who dropped off the suspect nor the 2 young women Shelly had spoken to could be found, the authorities were frustrated and the case remained open. The ledge eventually dried up, ending the inquiry. The murder of Shelly had long puzzled the investigators. Her cause of death remained a mystery, and she appeared to be an ordinary high school student. It's interesting to note that witnesses claimed Shelly seemed shocked when the man got into her car. It was impossible to rule out the idea that she knew who killed her. Shelly Werner's kidnapping and murder soon became a cold case. A long-hanging, terrible mystery that plagued Mishawaka. Following the dissolution of the St. Joseph County Metro Homicide Unit in late 2021, the investigation was taken over by the cold case team of the Mishawaka Police Department. Their mission was to solve the riddle that had troubled them for years. After 43 years, in April 2023, a critical witness came forward, throwing new light on the horrifying case and offering a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness of Shelly Werner's unsolved murder. This witness, a woman who had refrained from speaking because she was worried for her family's safety, eventually found the strength to do so. This witness had been intimidated by the suspects. In order to solve the case, detectives Dave Dossman, Tim Corbett, and Sam Walsh worked non-stop, according to Jim Campbell. The testimony of the witness was a paradigm-shifting discovery. She identified the 3 people in charge of killing Shelly, but the authorities withheld their identities. It was shocking to learn that Shelly knew very little about these individuals. Since they were older than she was, she most likely only knew their family. However, the authorities have not disclosed the reason for her injuries or the perpetrator. 2 of the suspects died over the years. Previously, detectives were not aware that one had died in 2001, the second had likewise died in 2010, and the third had vanished without a trace. The inquiry into Shelly's kidnapping and subsequent murder was reopened as a result of this new information. When investigators looked more closely into the pasts of the three individuals, they discovered a horrible history of violence. These men seemed to have had a direct role in Shelly's terrible death, which lends credence to the first witness testimony. The witness only felt safe talking to the authorities after two of the accused had died. The police eventually found out. In January 2022, the Mishawaka Police Department established a cold case team consisting of former South Bend homicide detectives whose task it was to investigate unresolved homicide cases such as Shelly's. This team worked very hard to locate further witnesses and gather evidence to corroborate the first witness testimony. However, upon closer inspection, they learned that the third suspect died in 2018. The fact that three men were implicated in Shelly Anne Werner's kidnapping and murder was a significant revelation. It demonstrated the importance of a witness' bravery in coming forward almost 40 years after the horrific event. The witness was motivated by the fact that two of the suspects had died and the third had disappeared. The fear and intimidation these suspects had used over the years to conceal crucial information added to the anguish of Shelly's family and the neighborhood. Cold case investigator Jim Campbell discussed the difficulties witnesses faced and how family intimidation had suppressed their testimony. Despite the fact that the three suspects' involvement was clearly shown by the investigators' testimony and evidence, there was a significant issue that was unavoidable. Since all three suspects had already passed away, how could the investigators carry out their investigation and provide Shelly's family with closure and justice? The St. Louis case was closed. The evidence was evaluated by the Joseph County Prosecutor's Office, which found it to be convincing. It was quickly apparent that the dead could not face legal repercussions. The only information available about the suspects was their age, proximity to Shelly, and familiarity with her. However, the St. Joseph County Prosecutor's Office ruling provided resolution. Though the suspects were deceased, there was optimism that the truth would come to light and Shelly's family could finally rest in peace. The witnesses' vital knowledge set off a coincidental chain of events that resulted in additional witnesses and evidence. The St. Joseph County Prosecutor's Office stated that although DNA testing was unable to produce a conclusive match, other evidence and statements were vital. Unfortunately, because of their demise, the suspects' identities remain a mystery, making it impossible to press charges. Ultimately, individuals dedicated to attaining justice had not allowed the passing of time to erode their determination. The murder of Shelly Werner had been solved because of the investigators' perseverance and the bravery of a witness who stepped forward to reveal a terrible chapter in Mishawaka's past. The verdict in the Shelly Anne Werner case caused a spectrum of feelings in those who were directly engaged. The detectives who had worked with Sid Wisley for years to find the truth took some solace at the case's outcome. Tim Corbett, one of the cold case investigators, remarked, "I hope she's sitting next to God. I am grateful to the police, the public, and all those who assisted with the case. Even still, there remained a persistent sense of sadness until the case's end." Family members of Shelly remained silent about the updates since they were understandably private in their loss. What are your thoughts on this case? Do you believe that justice has actually been done? Share your opinions with us in the comments section.
Moving on to the next case.
Sonia Charles. The proprietor of Bob's Car Wash in Jeanerette, Louisiana, made a horrifying discovery towards the end of January 1994. A dead female infant was discovered inside a 55-gallon garbage can behind his company while he was emptying the trash. The autopsy was performed by Dr. James Falterman, the local coroner. In addition, he spoke to the more than 200 mourners during the nameless girl's funeral and gave the eulogy. He claimed that he had icy feelings of rage, despair, and misery as soon as he saw the baby with her thumb in her mouth. Additionally, according to Dr. Falterman, the girl was alive when she was thrown away and most likely only lasted for a few hours before passing out from the cold. Look for a drawing of the infant, but her name was Baby Jane Doe, and she was reported as being black and female. Carrie Davis, the acting head of police at the time, promised to track out the mother of the child. Even though it took 25 years and didn't occur during his administration, authorities claim that it did eventually happen. In September 2019, 50-year-old Sonia Charles from New Iberia was taken into custody as the child's mother. Following the development of fresh leads, the cold case unit of the Iberia Parish Sheriff's Office has revived the case. Major Wendell Rayborn, a spokesman for the department, clarified that fresh leads were brought to the investigators' notice and that the case received renewed attention thanks to a local cold case club. A local laboratory recently re-examined the DNA evidence from the crime scene and the newborn Jane Doe, creating a DNA profile. The sheriff's office claimed that the DNA profile matched a sample that they had received from Sonia Charles. This case gained fresh attention after private investigator Stephen Maynard founded the Cold Case Advocacy Group. The healing process will take a very long period. She is now known to her family, he said. Perhaps now the infant can have a name at last. A grand jury in Iberia Parish indicted 52-year-old Sonia Parish in May 2021 for the murder of her infant daughter. She was placed under bond in the Iberia Parish jail with a $250,000 sum after the indictment. If found guilty, Sonia might spend the rest of her life behind bars without the possibility of release.
Moving on to the next case.
Susan Thies. In 1983, Susan Thies, then 45 years old, resided in Toronto, Canada. She was a social worker and a mother of 4 children. On August 17, 1983, her body was discovered in the upstairs bedroom of the house she had just bought on Grace Street. She had separated from her spouse, who was residing in a downtown townhouse, and relocated to Toronto from Calgary in July. The mail had piled up outside her house by the time her body was discovered by a family member. She had been repeatedly stabbed in the chest. Her life's exact end was not determined by an autopsy. The police acknowledged that their leads on the case were slim. At the time, a detective declared, "We have no suspect at all." The death of 22-year-old Erin Gilmore was discovered in her Toronto condominium on December 20, 1983, 4 months later. Erin's body was discovered by a friend who had gone to pick her up for a cocktail party. Erin had been found in her bedroom, having been stabbed and beaten, just like Susan Thies. To no avail, police knocked on doors. Erin came from an affluent household and wanted to be a fashion designer. Tycoon Peter Monk, a co-founder of Barrick Gold, had partnered with her father, David Gilmore, in the mining company. Erin's body was discovered by Monk's kid. Investigators had little information concerning Susan and Erin's fate for years or even decades, other than the fact that they met a similar end. A breakthrough in 2008 came from breakthroughs in DNA technology, which proved through behind-the-scenes evidence that one guy was accountable for what had happened to both Susan and Erin. But figuring out who he was going to require much more scientific advancements and almost 15 more years. In connection with the cases of Susan and Erin, investigators recently detained 60-year-old Joseph George Sutherland from Moosonee, Ontario, Canada. This was accomplished through the use of sophisticated genetic sequencing, forensic genealogy, and conventional police work, which is now routinely unlocking decades-old cases. The killings that authorities claimed he carried out almost 40 years ago are distant memories from the isolated village of Moosonee. Lead Toronto police investigator Detective Sergeant Stephen Smith surmised that Sutherland had been waiting for the knock on the door. Smith informed the media that the probe needed to move into a second phase right away. A thorough examination of Sutherland's movements over the course of the 39 years in between. Smith stated, "Obviously, we're going to investigate every connection to any potential case throughout Ontario to make sure he isn't accountable for any other offenses." These cases represent the most recent developments in genetic genealogy, a cutting-edge technique that has given previously unsolvable historical cases fresh life. According to Detective Smith, there is no other way that the cases will ever be solved except via scientific advancements. The age of Joseph Sutherland when he killed Erin and Susan was 22 years old. He had never been interviewed or considered a suspect in the case. At the time, he was residing in Toronto, but he eventually went to Moosonee. Sutherland appears to be a person going about a relatively regular existence on Facebook, enjoying the outdoors and asking for advice for services like an electrician while struggling with day-to-day issues. According to retired Toronto officer Mark Mendelson, police can also use traditional methods like picture lineups to determine if Sutherland is connected to any further crimes. Sutherland's fingerprints will be in a centralized system called AAFIS, so if prior instances included eyewitnesses in addition to fingerprint analysis, it's feasible that Sutherland never committed any more violent crimes, he added. However, he claimed there isn't enough statistical information about serial offenders to allow for a meaningful conversation about it. One thing is certain, according to the ex-cop. It's an obvious illustration of how amazing science is. Sutherland has a 2023 court appearance coming up. Sean McCowan, one of Aaron Gilmore's siblings, commented on the arrest as follows: "The greatest phone call I've ever had. I have been waiting for this day for practically a lifetime, along with the rest of us," McCowan added. The offender, McCowan said, had been a ghost for almost 40 years. His mother, who died 2 years ago, never fully healed from losing her only daughter. According to McCowan, after 39 years of anonymity, she would have been overjoyed that there had been an arrest and glad that someone would finally face justice.
Moving on to the next case.
Wendy Jerome. When a mother woke up worried that something was wrong, and it was, a holiday became a nightmare. The horrific night's events would remain a mystery for 36 years. However, back in 1984, a little girl made the decision to work as an investigator and assist in locating the offender. Wendy Jerome, then 14 years old, left her friend's home in Rochester, New York on Thanksgiving evening of 1984. But she never returned. Wendy had prepared Thanksgiving dinner with her father, Wayne. It was a touching moment. Mom of Wendy was a nurse. Working at the Beechwood nursing home was a demanding schedule for her. Wendy's mother went upstairs to snooze after supper, and she was helping her father with the dishes. After the dishes were cleared and Marlene had woken up from her nap, the two had intended to have dessert. Bill, her younger brother, was having fun. Wendy was born on November 1st, 1970, and she recently turned 14 years old. Since being 1 year old, she has become somewhat independent and has desired independence. Wendy asked to go over to her friend Susie Keller's house on foot. It was only a few blocks away, so it wasn't that far. The next day was her friend's birthday, and Wendy wanted to send her a card. Wayne gave in since she will return soon because it was 7 p.m. and her curfew was 8 p.m. anyhow. Marlene was anxious when she woke up and had an intense want to find her daughter. Feeling uneasy, she hurriedly raced down the stairs and asked, "Where is Wendy?" Wayne told Marlene not to worry, that Wendy was just seeing a friend and would be back shortly. Panic struck at 8:15 p.m. when Wendy was still not home. She was seldom late, so even though it was only 15 minutes over her curfew, it was concerning. Maybe early, but never be late. They started phoning the Kellers, but nobody picked up. Before they arrived at their destination, hours elapsed. "Is Wendy with you?" Marlene asked in her first question. Susie's mother halted in disbelief and continued, "Marlene, please call the police immediately and hang up the phone." A short while later, Wendy was discovered in an alcove next to classroom 33, confirming Marlene's worst suspicions. Her deceased body was discovered by a 22-year-old between schools 33 and 11. He claimed that as he was making his way to a bar, he observed someone lying down and at first assumed they were intoxicated. When he looked closer, he noticed blood. Fearful, he left for a friend's house and then came back to the site to make sure he observed everything before calling the police. When the responding officers arrived, they discovered she was dead, had been sexually raped, and had been abandoned to draw her last excruciating breath. When the police arrived at Marlene's door 5 minutes later, they informed her of Wendy's fate. Wendy's mother said that her path to Susie's house did not pass via the schoolyard where Wendy's body was found. Marlene thinks Wendy might have tried to see another friend in the area as her curfew was about to expire and took a shortcut past the school. Severe blunt force trauma, including a fractured skull from a powerful hit, was discovered during the initial inquiry. Someone had attacked her. After doing a medical examination on Wendy, Dr. Nicholas Forbes concluded that her death was ultimately caused by significant blunt force trauma to the skull. Wendy's autopsy also showed that her wounds and bruises were caused by at least two distinct kinds of objects. They might have been hands as well. The marks were clearly visible. Both were sharp force injuries from something cutting through her body and blunt force trauma from any object. It might have been a glass fragment or a knife. This tragedy was too much for the family to handle. Marlene secretly resented her husband for what had happened, which is why she and Wayne got divorced. Wendy's brother Bill Jerome was terrified of everything after his older sister was taken so cruelly. He feared that the attacker was still at large and unchecked. It was the first time in his life that he had a fear of darkness. He rarely went outside to play, and when he did, he was cautious and fearful of everyone in his immediate vicinity. Following his divorce, Wayne relocated to Florida. Marlene had complaints about the actions of the police. After almost 10 years, Marlene persevered in her quest for additional information about that evening. She was not permitted to view the images, visit the body in the morgue, or even tour the scene of the crime. When investigators told Marlene that Wendy was unconscious and didn't know what had happened to her that day, Marlene insisted on seeing the pictures from the crime scene. They claimed that she died quietly. It came out she was unaware of this until she received a copy of the autopsy report. Marlene felt enraged as she read the autopsy report, which mentioned defense wounds multiple times. She had asked them directly about Wendy's fight with her attacker and felt betrayed, thinking they had misled her. She was severely deceived. She felt some closure after viewing the pictures. In her mind, Wendy was lying indecently, naked, and visible to everyone, exactly how she would have preferred to be viewed. Before Marlene saw the pictures and felt some solace, she endured suffering for 9 long years. The images also revealed to Marlene what the detectives had suspected all along. Wendy had on a brown sweater jacket with hearts and unicorns sewn on it, along with pants. She covered her bruised face with her pink sweatshirt, which she always wore. Thus, the person who carried out the horrible deed gave Wendy time to get clothed before cruelly ending her life. The investigators had assured Marlene that Wendy would leave peacefully and that she would not be informed of anything that happened to her thereafter, not even the blows to her head. However, the defensive wounds revealed a tale of complete horror, as Wendy would have struggled to survive. Fully conscious of what was occurring to her, in contrast to what Marlene was informed by the investigators. Every November 1st birthday was difficult for the family. They would weep thinking of Wendy. Marlene, though, was confident that the offender would eventually face punishment. DNA technology was still in its early stages in the 1980s and 1990s. Years later, however, forensics would have an opportunity to apprehend the offender. 6 days after Wendy's terrible death, Officer Paul Boccacino spoke with at least 30 neighbors. Additionally, the investigating officers were cautious to protect the evidence. The items found at the crime scene were Wendy's clothing, a pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and the offender's hair. Some topics were not sufficiently explored. Despite being questioned, the witness was not considered a major suspect. It was highly suspicious that he left the crime site and went to a friend's residence before returning. The witness's hair type matched the hair type discovered at the crime scene exactly. More research ought to have been done on him. 6 years on, he ended his own life. Was that an acknowledgement of guilt? Investigators initially concentrated on a different local guy who reported being attacked that evening, but he was ruled out by blood type tests. When Julie Hahn was only 11 years old in 1984, she became aware of the horrific murder of Wendy Jerome, a case that would have a lasting effect on her and ultimately mold her career. For many years, Wendy's case lingered in Rochester and shaped the city's mental landscape. Hahn's early experience with this eerie incident gave her a feeling of justice and motivated her to choose a career in which she might have a positive impact. Years later, she advanced to the position of top prosecutor in the Monroe County District Attorney's Office's Major Felony Bureau. Her dedication to justice prompted her to begin working on Wendy's case in 2011. She was able to perform DNA analysis and saw things from a different angle. This involved cross-referencing the DNA of the witness who committed suicide. In the event that the witness's DNA did not match, Hahn intended to use cutting-edge high-sensitivity DNA technology to examine additional objects discovered at the scene, like the lighter and cigarette pack. Hahn and her group realized in 2016 that further evidence could be examined. In April 2019, they performed DNA testing on family members. There was a new list of possible suspects by July. Wendy's clothing and bodily fluids from the crime scene included evidence. They were able to search for family DNA in 2020. Via the DNA profiles of relatives, screening is possible. This implies that if a relative's DNA was stored in a databank, everyone in the family with the same blood might be accessible. It led them to a person who was 20 years old at the time of Wendy's tragedy and had been questioned all those years ago. At the time, he went by Timothy Williams and lived next door. During his stay in Florida, the suspect allowed the police to obtain a sample of his DNA in secret. The DNA evidence from the crime scene and the sample matched. They eventually had a positive match 36 years later. Williams was apprehended on September 9, 2020 in the end. Hahn was one of the detectives that gave Marlene a call. After Wayne's cancer diagnosis, Marlene remarried. 2011 saw his passing. On a typical Thursday, 36 years after that Thanksgiving night, she got the call she had been waiting for. Timothy Williams was the first in the state to be tried following an arrest based only on family DNA. Williams maintained throughout the trial that he did not hurt Wendy and that he had consensual contact with her. He said he was afraid if he came out he would be accused of violent assault. Years ago, someone had questioned him. At the age of 20, he was a neighbor at the time, yet he told lies to the police, telling an entirely different story now that he was in custody. He claimed to have met her at a corner store, to have thought she was an adult, and to have in a relationship with her. The district attorney refuted these assertions, emphasizing Wendy's injuries' horrific character, which ran opposed to Williams's account. Wendy's mother commented on his assertions as follows: "Wendy, my daughter, was the world's loveliest and most compassionate little child. She was and always will be my heart, and I just want everyone to know that no matter what was said, it was untrue." Due to jury misconduct, the trial first suffered a setback when it was declared a mistrial. But after a second trial, Williams was convicted guilty on 3 charges of second-degree murder. Justice Alex Renzi of the New York State Supreme Court sentenced 60-year-old Williams to 25 years to life in the New York State Department of Corrections on April 17, 2024. District Attorney Dorley said that the maximum punishment was the only acceptable course of action, and he was relieved and grateful to the Rochester police investigators. She stressed that Timothy Williams was still held accountable for the horrible crimes he committed against Wendy after all these years. Marlene, Wendy's mother, watched the court proceedings and had a bittersweet sense of closure following the guilty decision. Timothy Williams thought he had gotten away with it after 36 years, but he was identified, humiliated, and placed behind bars where he belonged because of Julie Hahn's unwavering search for the truth and a mother's dedication to justice. Wendy Jerome's family got at last some closure, and the anonymous monster from their nightmares was now contained. "Will it ever be over for me?" Marlene asked in her final words following the sentencing. "No. However, the door is closed." Moving on to the next case.
Barbara Bullock. 55-year-old Barbara Bullock has a passion for hiking. Before her spouse had a heart attack and stopped hiking, the two of them went on hikes together. Then Barbara made the decision to go hiking with a few of her pals. On July 18, 2007, she went hiking in the Bitterroot Mountains with a family friend named Jim Ramaker. Jim claimed to have glanced at a vista for a brief while during the trek. He turned back to Barbara, but she was gone from view. She was, according to Jim, 20 to 30 feet behind him. In addition, he says that during their hiking excursion, Barbara and he had conversations with 2 young males, but those men have never come forward. One of them had medium-toned skin and reddish-brown hair, while the other had dark skin and hair. This is the possible appearance of a man with black hair. It's possible that they were operating an older, light-colored Chevrolet SUV with Montana license plates. The 2 men appeared to be in their early 20s, and a black mixed-breed dog with white markings was with them. These two men are wanted by the police to talk to because they might have important information, not because they are suspects. Jim was clearly the primary suspect. Had it been him, he undoubtedly could have devised a more captivating narrative than Barbara's abrupt disappearance. Jim might have heard her fall, but he chose not to listen. However, by now, wouldn't she have been located? While it is implausible, others claim that Barbara left on her own initiative. Why had she brought someone along in the first place if her goal was to flee? It seems much more plausible that someone, possibly those two young men who never came forward, took her. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free. Now, let's move on with the video. Moving on to the next case. Bonnie Baker. In 1998, Bonnie Baker, then 47 years old, resided in Denver, Colorado. Her boyfriend Crispin Nene Perez hosted her during her stay. Bonnie was employed at a Morrison, Colorado, Ford restaurant. Bonnie and Crispin rejoiced when Bonnie got a pay raise during a party they went to with friends in June 1998. Crispin became enraged during the evening when Bonnie danced with other people. Together, the couple exited the party. In her final words to one of her friends, Bonnie said, "It would be worse if I didn't go now." Someone reported to 911 that same evening that a woman had been murdered in her West Louisiana Avenue apartment. The caller claimed that Crispin Nene Perez was the guilty party and that he was transporting the woman's body to Mexico in a trunk with plans to dispose of it somewhere along the route. The detectives arrived at the flat that Bonnie and Crispin occupied. The kitchen table was flipped over, and there were shattered glasses and dishes all over the floor. The neighbor who dialed 911 believed that she had been gripped by detectives at the site, telling her, "I'm going to make Bonnie disappear, so you won't have to see her ever again." Investigators thought they knew exactly what had transpired. After they got into a fight, Cress resolved to kill Bonnie inside their apartment. The neighbor reported that when he placed her body in the trunk of his car, he drove off to Mexico. Efforts by investigators to locate Crispin or Bonnie were unsuccessful. Crispin's car was described by the neighbor. An automobile with the same license plate and description crashed close to Globe, Arizona, 2 days later. The driver took off. Using a picture lineup, a witness recognized Crispin as the driver. A trunk was searched for blood evidence, and the car was seized. Less than a year had passed since Bonnie was last seen in July 1999, when two boys were riding horses on Navajo land outside of Manuelita, New Mexico. They found the skull of a human. More bone remains were discovered nearby by tribal police of the Navajo Nation. The remains were identified as belonging to a female, but the identity of the deceased was not established by an autopsy. Once DNA testing was sufficiently advanced, the remains were transferred to the Office of Medical Investigators in New Mexico, where they would be kept in storage. Detective Kenneth Klaus of the DNA Police was assigned to Bonnie's case in October 2000 and has been contacted ever since 1998. He spoke with a New Mexico-based FBI agent about Bonnie's disappearance. The agent was aware of the 1999 discovery of female remains and thought they might belong to Bonnie. Bone marrow DNA samples were sent to Denver, where they matched previously collected samples from Bonnie. In 2013, detectives concluded that they had enough evidence to make an arrest of Crispin. The issue was that it would be challenging to bring him back to Colorado because he was temporarily residing in Mexico. Returning him to the United States took 7 years. The Mexican government turned over Crispin and several other fugitives to the United States in May of 2020. This year, preliminary hearings have taken place. According to testimony from Crispin's family, he exhibits violent inclinations. I couldn't locate any information about the trial's date, but one must think that the investigators have sufficient proof to secure a conviction. Moving on to the next case. Danny Geyser. In 2000, Danny Geyser, at 22 years old, resided in Pittsburgh, California. A gifted young hairstylist, he was going to begin a new position at Pittsburgh Unified School District as a custodian. He would, regrettably, never begin his new work. Pittsburgh police received a 911 call on September 27, 2000. A man sitting in his automobile had been shot. Danny Guizer was the sufferer. After being brought to Sutter Delta Medical Center, he succumbed to his wounds there in less than 60 minutes. At the time, authorities' main lead was that the attacker might have driven away from the site of the murder in a light-colored Ford Mustang. Over the past 2 decades, investigators have investigated a large number of suspects and persons of interest. In 2019, there was a breakthrough in the case. Piedicini was recognized by investigators as a potential suspect. They still haven't revealed how they found him. In relation to the case, investigators were able to gather fresh evidence and get a search warrant. Investigators thought they had sufficient proof in 2021 to find Dassini guilty of killing Danny. 45-year-old Dassini was taken into custody at his Elk Grove, California, residence in February 2021. Not only was he taken into custody for killing Danny, but he also apprehended a man named Kenneth Brown Jr. He is being held at the Martinez Detention Facility with a bond of $10 million. The motive for the crime has not yet been revealed by the investigators. Additionally, no public image of the scene has been released as of yet. Information concerning a Kenneth Brown Jr. instance is scarce. The sole account of it that I could locate was on January 4, 2000. Moving on to the next case. Garrett Bardsley. In the Winter Mountains in Summit County, Utah, 12-year-old Garrett Bardsley and his father, Kevin Bardsley, were on a wilderness excursion with Garrett's Boy Scout troop. The two of them rose early on August 22, 2004, in order to go fishing. Garrett's socks and shoes got wet as he stepped too close to the lake. Garrett made the decision to retrace his steps and return to their camp. Kevin reminded his son which way to go while maintaining eye contact with him. Kevin became concerned after 20 minutes since his son had not come back. Garrett was nowhere to be seen when he went to check on him. An ankle sock discovered roughly half a mile from the location of his disappearance was the sole piece of evidence ever discovered. One of the guys who looked for Garrett claimed it was his own sock, despite Garrett's mother claiming it is her son's. According to the local police, he got lost and died from exposure. According to Kevin Bardsley, he won't give up on trying to locate his son. There is really hard terrain in the area where Garrett vanished. It was almost freezing, it was raining, and it had snowed the day he disappeared. Garrett has narrow eyes and light brown hair. There is a tiny space between his 2 front upper teeth. When last spotted, he was donning a white t-shirt, black hooded Quicksilver pullover, sweatpants, ankle socks, and white Converse sneakers. Moving on to the next case. Joseph Doucet. On April 13, 1945, Joseph Doucet was born into a low-income Catholic household in Sint-Truiden, Belgium. He loved studying religion and languages as a child, and in 1964, after serving in the military, he made the decision to relocate to France. 3 years later, Joseph became a Protestant and studied for a while in Switzerland with the goal of becoming a pastor. He worked for parishes in the cities of Bethune and Linz between 1970 and 1974. Unlike many others at the period, particularly those who went on to become religious figures, Joseph accepted his homosexuality without resistance. Rather, he was interested in discovering more about himself and other aspects of the LGBTQ community. He then started learning about sexology and psychology. One day, he wanted to establish a facility that would support and assist sexual minorities. Joseph worked at the Free University of Amsterdam between 1974 and 1976, researching the pastoral and psychological needs of sexual minorities. A stipend from the church helped him out financially while he studied here. After completing his education, Joseph relocated to Paris and founded the Centre du Christ Liberateur, or CCL for short, which was housed inside a cinema dedicated to showing adult films. This was primarily because of the attitudes and culture that prevailed at the time, which suppressed the LGBTQ+ group and gave Joseph no other place to establish his center. But by using the center, he was able to network with well-off and successful people who shared his objectives, which made it easier for him to relocate. The CCL established a publishing division that would go on to publish multiple books regarding difficult subjects like sadomasochism and transgender difficulties, as well as troubling ones like pedophilia. They also published a little magazine whose title translated as He Liberates, He Loved. Any and all couples could have blessing ceremonies conducted by Joseph himself. It comes as no surprise that at the time, he and the CCL were viewed as controversial. Joseph obtained French citizenship in 1982. He was one of the original members of the International Gay Association, along with the CCL. His wide circle of supporters made him aware of the AIDS epidemic, and he was among the first in Paris to spread awareness of the illness. He and his business partner, Guy Bonder, launched a city bookstore in the late 80s. It offered books in a number of languages that frequently tackled delicate subjects and looked at unusual viewpoints. An employee of the bookstore remembers that once, a big stone was thrown through the door's window pane. It was a warning, he said. Around 9 o'clock at night on July 19, 1990, two men posing as police officers knocked on Joseph's door. They assured Guy they would just be there for 30 minutes and requested him to come along. But Joseph never came back. Guy called the authorities a day later, and 4 days later, he reported the 45-year-old missing, mentioning that he had been kidnapped by guys who appeared to be police officers or were actually police officers. A mushroom hunter found Joseph's remains 3 months later in the Rambouillet forest, 16 miles southwest of Paris. He was nearly unrecognizable due to the extreme decomposition of his body. According to the results of his autopsy, he was probably strangled a few hours after Guy had last seen him. Joseph's murder remains unsolved and has generated a great deal of conjecture. At the time, there were suspicions that he was assassinated because he was aware of high-ranking officials who were child molesters. Later, it was discovered that the DCRG, the French intelligence organization at the time, had been monitoring him. Joseph allegedly hosted a support group for pedophiles every Sunday night, leading the DCRG to believe that he was running a pedophile ring out of his bookstore. Jean-Marc Dufourc, a DCRG officer in charge of surveillance, was the primary suspect in Joseph's case. After Joseph's body was found, he and his 4 men were taken in for interrogation, and Guy identified him as a man who had visited their home in June 1990. He and another person had been acting very rowdily, making a disturbance, and overall being noisy while apparently intoxicated. They also knocked on Joseph's door several times. When Joseph was kidnapped, he and his men met an informant close to the residence. Even still, detectives were never able to establish any connection between any of the guys and the disappearance. There have been rumors that the group intended to scare the 45-year-old, but things got out of control. But no amount of evidence has been able to conclusively demonstrate what happened to Joseph. When Dufourc shot aggressively at the door of an informant, a gay illustrator that he had previously attempted to persuade to join the CCL, he was discharged from the DCRG in 1991. 2 senior police administrators were tried 7 years after they bugged Joseph's phone from July 12th to July 30th, 1990. Joseph Doucet's murder remained still unresolved in 2007, when his case was formally closed. Moving on to the next case. Mary Allen Diener. Mary Allen Diener, together with her sisters and mother, were living at home in Mansfield, Ohio, in November 1965. The 14-year-old's intelligence was praised. They were in the middle of a watch when her home's dryer broke at around 10 o'clock at night. Then, Mary Ellen's younger sister Brenda, and she had to go to a nearby laundromat with their clothes. Mary Ellen and Brenda arrived at a laundromat at 10:30. It dawned on Mary Ellen that she had run out of change for the dryer. Brenda was told to wait in the laundromat, and she offered to go look for change. When Mary Ellen had not come back after 30 minutes, Brenda went to her grandmother's house. Mansfield police were contacted shortly after midnight in response to reports of a body found a few blocks away from the laundry. Grandmother of Mary Ellen walked out of her home and recognized Mary Ellen's body. It was obvious that someone was trying to hurt her. She had suffered 2 gunshot wounds and a brick beating. She must have obtained something from somewhere because her hand was altered. After that, the police scoured the neighborhood in search of leads. One name kept coming up: Lester Eubanks, a 22-year-old. Lester had experience dealing with law enforcement. Due to an attempted assault on a woman that happened directly across the street from the laundry, he was free on bond. He was also a local resident. A police officer visited his apartment. The exact caliber gun that was used to shoot Mary Ellen was discovered inside. Lester was apprehended on the day following Mary Ellen's demise. He was taken in by the police to be questioned. It was not long before Lester admitted it. He claimed that when he attempted to attack Mary Ellen, she fought and began to scream, so he had to shoot her twice. After that, he returned home and tidied up. When Lester returned outside, he saw she was still alive. Then he took up a rock that was nearby and gave her several blows to the head. Lester spent the remainder of the evening in nightclubs. He entered a not guilty plea in spite of his confession and the overwhelming evidence against him. Trial in the case took place in May 1966. The case was closed and left open. Lester Eubanks received a death sentence, but his sentence was commuted to life in prison in 1972. An attempt was made to rehabilitate a few of the inmates. They were granted various privileges when they behaved well. Lester and a few other prisoners were brought to a shopping center in Columbus, Ohio, on December 7, 1973. He would pick them up in a few hours, the automobile informed them. Not surprisingly, Lester Eubanks was missing when he went to pick them up. Right away, everyone began looking for him, but he was nowhere to be found. The police discovered that there was no search warrant for him 20 years after he vanished. It would not have assisted them in finding him. Therefore, if he had been stopped or anything, Lester Eubanks' case was highlighted on America's Most Wanted in 1990. One of the suggestions that was submitted stated that Lester was transported to Michigan by a buddy. After that, he traveled to California to visit a relative. He had left by the time detectives arrived in California. Lester told his relative he was heading north, and investigators discovered that at the time he was going by Victor Young. It's unclear if this was a reference to a different region of California or even Canada. His family has not been supportive in any way. It is thought that none of the people who attended his father's burial in 2012 called the police. He weighed a pound 175 and stood 5 feet 11 inches tall at the time of the crime. His eyes are brown and he has black hair. His upper right arm bears a huge scar. October 31st, 1943 is the date of his birth. At this point, he would be 76 years old. Moving on to the next case. Mary Elizabeth Wilson. The Mary widow of Wendy Nook is how history has known Mary Elizabeth Wilson. She poisoned beetles to kill her victims, focusing on the males who dared to marry her. Born in Catchgate, Stanley, County Durham, on June 11, 1889, Mary Elizabeth Cassidy married John Knowles for the first time in November 1914. Following their transfer to a house in Wendy Nook, Gateshead, the pair attracted the notice of gossipy neighbors when she permitted her long-standing partner, John Russell, to come into their married residence and live with them, despite Russell's extramarital involvement with Mary. Mary lost her first husband, Knowles, in 1955. 5 months later, she married Russell, the man she had an affair with. About a year later, in the winter of 1956 or the beginning of 1957, Russell would pass away. Similar to Knowles, Russell left behind an estate valued at £1.43 or £14.71 in modern currency, which Mary inherited. Wilson would remarry Oliver Leonard, a retired estate agent, in June 1957, just 6 months after the passing of her second husband. Leonard would die less than 2 weeks after their wedding. Even though he passed away over a year and a half into their marriage, his widow was left with the whole of his inheritance, including a lump amount of £1.50 or almost £1.1200 in modern currency. People in Mary's neighborhood took notice of the cheerful and playful way she handled the deaths of her multiple husbands. After her husbands passed away, Many felt that her behavior and demeanor were inappropriate. Many who attended one of her husband's funerals talked about how Mary didn't seem like the typical grieving widow. This led to rumors circulating. Mary asked the undertaker for a discount on future spouses during his funeral, a tactless joke following the death of one of her husbands. With great pleasure, Mary conducted her third husband's funeral, glibly remarking that they might as well preserve the wedding sandwiches for the groom's wake, and that the leftover food would still be tasty when the time came for the new groom's unavoidable funeral. Following Leonard's demise, the perfect widow would shortly wed Ernest Wilson, her fourth husband, who lived to be Mary's devoted husband for little than a year before passing away too soon. Mary had received the largest estate to date from Wilson. Her devious scheme brought her £100, or almost £2,500 when inflation is taken into account, or £33100, in addition to an English bungalow with a life insurance payout. Mary did not even go to his funeral after he died. Police aged and kept her fourth husband's remains for an autopsy and additional examination after he passed away. They exhumed Mary's third husband's body and examined it for signs of poisoning or other evidence of foul play based on the autopsy results. The joyful widow of Wendy Nook was finally tried for her crimes and found guilty for the deaths of two of her four husbands during the two trials in 1956 and 1957. They also discovered significant amounts of phosphorus in both corpses. Following the discovery of these murders, Mary's background was further investigated by the authorities, who exhumed the bodies of her 12 husbands. Similar quantities of phosphorus, which indicate death from insect poisoning, specifically the kind used to treat pestilential beetles, were also present in these bones. However, the prosecutor's office decided against having another child because Mary had already been sentenced to life in prison for the first two murders. Mary was sentenced to death while incarcerated at Prison Holloway in Holloway, London. However, because of her advanced age, her sentence was later reduced to life in prison. It is unclear if the inclusion of two more murder charges from husband number 12 would have prevented her from receiving the death penalty. Despite having 4 marriages and spending most of her adult life alone, she never produced children and has no biological offspring. At about 74, Mary passed dead in prison in 1963. Moving on to the next case. Patricia Moreno. In 1991, Patricia Moreno, then 17 years old, resided in Malden, Massachusetts. She shared a Henry Street flat with her foster family. This featured Rodney Daniels, a boyfriend of one of the daughters, and her foster mother together with her 2 teenage kids. On June 20th, 1991, at 3 in the morning, Patricia's flat called for police assistance. They discovered her there, face down on the fire escape, suffering from a single head wound from a gunshot. Despite being critically hurt, she was still breathing. After being taken to the hospital immediately, Patricia tragically passed away from her wounds. Rodney and Patricia's foster family were there in the flat when Patricia was shot. They all insisted that they heard the gunshots but were unable to identify the gunman. Rodney stated that the sound of the gunfire woke him up from his sleep in the living room armchair. The foster mother reportedly phoned the police after he noticed Patricia while he was walking to the fire escape. Investigators discovered that Rodney had threatened Patricia in the weeks prior to her death and had been in possession of several pistols at the time. Despite conducting numerous interviews and following up on leads, no one was taken into custody and the matter was closed. The entry wound's downward trajectory and the bullet's trajectory in 2020, as determined by the Middlesex County DA's cold case unit, were consistent with the bullet's path being fired by someone standing near the apartment doorway leading to the victim's foster family home and Rodney's lodging that night. Subsequently, the investigators started interrogating witnesses again and managed to track down one who had been abroad for some time. That witness occupied the second-floor apartment just beneath Patricia's. They claimed that they heard a tremendous boom greet them and turned to look for the fire escape right away. They gave an account of the individual they had seen there that fit Rodney's physical characteristics. They added that the man shut the door and withdrew right away inside the flat. The investigators proceeded to get a warrant from Malden District Court using the new information. In late September of 2021, they arrested Rodney at his residence with the assistance of South Fulton Police in Georgia. He is being returned to Massachusetts after being charged in Georgia as a fugitive from justice. Marion Ryan, the Middlesex District Attorney, stated, "Today, after 30 years, we have started the process of holding the person who we believe took Patricia's life accountable. We always announce these things with mixed feelings because we know they won't be enough to make up for the vacuum left by the loss of a daughter, sister, and friend to many. But I do hope it gives some of the families who are still waiting for answers hope." This case was resolved by persistent investigation and a shift in events for some of the parties involved, rather than through advancements in forensic science. We never quit up on a legal matter. This particular situation exemplifies that. Every time we make these announcements, we are aware that it's bittersweet. On the one hand, we may now hold someone responsible. However, it does undoubtedly evoke a wealth of memories and transport them to what was likely one of the worst experiences of their lives. The idea that Patricia's foster family knew Rodney killed her but covered him up for years is currently being investigated by investigators. Moving on to the next case. Patrick Shan Kelly. 22-year-old Patrick Shan Kelly was a student at the University of Southern California in Los Angeles. Originally from Canada, Patrick was born into the Blood Indian tribe. But when he was just 18 months old, he was sent into foster care. He spent the majority of his life in Alberta, Canada, where Tara Kelly adopted him. Patrick developed a passion for storytelling and writing throughout his early adolescence. He made the decision to pursue a career in film while still in high school, and in 1993, he was admitted to the highly selective USC Film School undergraduate screenwriting division, which only takes 24 students globally. Friends and teachers thought he was a rising quotation star when he spent the next 3 years studying at the institution. Patrick received an A on his final year assignment, which required him to compose a feature-length screenplay. In honor of the semester's conclusion, Patrick went out on Friday, May 3rd, 1996, with his friend Michael Park. Michael departed at around 3:45 a.m. after they went back to Patrick's dorm and watched a movie. Patrick would never be seen alive again after this. Patrick always called his mother every weekend, so it was strange that he did not call her this time. In the meantime, a pedestrian was hurt in a motorcycle accident on the Avenida Internacional in Tijuana, Mexico, on Sunday, May 5th, at around 1 in the morning. The man was sent to a neighboring hospital with grave injuries, but he passed away 6 days later. The individual was categorized as desconocido, or unknown, by the police because they were unable to identify him because he was not carrying any identification. Newspapers carried his picture, which was mistakenly credited to Luis Rodriguez. Terry called Patrick's friend Michael to see how he was doing after Patrick failed to contact his mother Terry over the weekend, and no one answered calls to his phone. When Michael arrived at Patrick's dorm, he was not there. His passport was missing, but his money, clothes, and baggage were still in the room. On his answering machine, Michael also found a message from Patrick's bank requesting that he give him a call again. Terry contacted the bank after Michael alerted her. She discovered that throughout the weekend, multiple ATM transactions had occurred in Mexico, including an overdraft in Patrick's bank account. As per the bank records, on Saturday, May 4th, at approximately 10:24 a.m., Patrick took out $60 from a 711 located in San Clemente, California. Another $135 withdrawal was made from a bank ATM in Tijuana, Mexico, that same day at 6:08 p.m. 3 more withdrawals totaling $114 were made at an ATM in downtown Tijuana the next day, Sunday, May 5th. His bank account was overdrawn by $17 as a result of this. Terry reported Patrick missing out of concern. Patrick was a permanent resident of California and a citizen of Canada. Terry then filed a missing persons report to the Canadian Department of Foreign Affairs in Ottawa, as well as the Canadian Embassy in Mexico. Still, she never received a response from them. She then made the decision to locate Patrick by hiring Doug Roth, a private investigator, on her own. Doug visited the 711 convenience shop in San Clemente, where Patrick had made his initial withdrawal. He requested to see CCTV footage from the owner. Patrick is seen entering the store at approximately 10:02 a.m. in security footage. Moments thereafter, another man was seen entering the business on camera. The man followed Patrick out of the store and made an effort to speak with him. The two appeared to be together. The identity of this man is still unknown. At that point, the private investigator made the decision to head south into Mexico. He searched the border's parking lots on May 20th in an attempt to locate Patrick's vehicle. These parking lots are where a lot of visitors leave their cars before heading into Mexico on foot. One of the parking lot personnel recognized the car that was still in the lot when Doug showed them the picture of Patrick's vehicle. Mud-caked, the car was parked at the back fence. The rear license plate was unfastened, and the front bumper of the car was damaged. The private investigator peered inside and saw that the driver's seat was excessively near to the steering wheel. The driver's seat was much too close to the steering wheel, which the private investigator noticed. Since Patrick was a big guy, 6'1", it is doubtful that he would have kept the seat that close to the wheel, indicating that someone else had driven the vehicle. Additionally, Doug discovered a partially smoked cigarette in the car's ashtray, despite Patrick's non-smoking status and his refusal to allow others to smoke in his vehicle. Doug checked the radio and discovered that it was set to a Spanish-American station, which Patrick would never have listened to. Doug then showed the parking lot manager Patrick's photo, and the manager offered to assist Doug. The picture was given to the lot manager's Tijuana-residing girlfriend. She gave this picture to the morgues, police stations, and hospitals. She soon discovered Patrick's corpse in a morgue. Patrick, the man who was injured in the motorcycle accident, was mistakenly recognized as Luis Rodriguez. Terry journeyed to Tijuana and positively identified her son's remains. All of his belongings, including his Canadian passport, ATM card, car keys, and clothes, were missing, according to Mexican authorities. Mexican officials provided contradictory accounts of Patrick's demise when questioned. They initially claimed Patrick had been struck by a car. Subsequently, they retracted their claim, claiming that he was thrown into the path of an approaching car while riding a motorcycle that had collided with a pedestrian. Then they claimed that he had been flung from the motorcycle after it had struck a pothole while he was a passenger. Current government records state that on May 5th, at around 1 a.m, Tony Guerra, a motorcycle rider, was traveling east on Avenida Internacional when two people abruptly crossed the street. The rider lost control of the motorcycle and struck Patrick, seriously hurting him. 6 days after Patrick was brought to the hospital, he passed away. Tony claimed he was unsure of who he had struck and was unable to verify if Patrick was the victim. Since he and his companion were rendered unconscious following the collision and just awoke in the hospital, Tony is unaware of what happened to the second pedestrian. Additionally, 2 witnesses reported seeing the motorcycle rider strike Patrick. However, one of them would subsequently claim he did not see the victim's face and could not be certain it was Patrick. Why Patrick was mistakenly identified as Luis Rodriguez is unknown. His picture appeared in the newspaper with false information about his age and weight. He was classified as 27 years old, 5 feet 5 inches tall, and obese. According to the report, he was dressed in white athletic shoes and a blue t-shirt. Patrick was, in fact, 6'1" and a fit 200, dressed in a black Vans sneaker and a tan t-shirt. At the hospital, the clothes he was wearing were destroyed. Authorities in Mexico claim that the misidentification was a genuine error. But other contradictions made private investigators Doug and Terry believe there was a cover-up. Authorities in Mexico claim that Patrick's injuries resulted from the collision, but Doug saw injuries to his face and upper torso as he pummeled Patrick's body. He thought Patrick had been badly battered. Terry requested that her son's autopsy be conducted by the LA coroner's office, but they declined, citing legal jurisdictional issues. Terry requested that her son's autopsy be conducted by the LA coroner's office, but they declined, citing legal jurisdictional issues. After that, Terry employed a separate doctor to conduct an autopsy on Patrick and came to the conclusion that, quote, "The conclusions that a car collision caused the fatality are not supported by the data." Afterwards, Terry was able to pay for the autopsy to be performed by the LA coroner's office. This autopsy suggests that Patrick might have been involved in a car accident. They weren't sure, though, in the absence of accident scene reports. According to the LA coroner's report, the Mexican authorities' autopsy results were not accurate. Patrick did not suffer from a burst spleen, broken ribs, a shattered skull, or succumb to sepsis. According to the LA coroner's office, Patrick's injuries were not considered lethal in and of themselves. An additional peculiar detail is that on May 5th, at approximately 5 p.m., Patrick remained in the hospital when his ATM card was used 3 times for cash withdrawals, resulting in an overdraft. Patrick was the only one who knew his card's PIN, and it's doubtful that he would have voluntarily disclosed it to anybody else. The parking lot's records revealed that Patrick's car had been driven out after a $60 fee, which was another questionable detail. This occurred on May 15th, for days following Patrick's hospital death. The car was subsequently moved to the same location the next day, where it remained until May 20th, when the private investigator eventually located it. Following their agreement to do a limited forensic examination of Patrick's vehicle, the LAPD discovered what they thought to be blood splatters on the driver's side door. They declined to examine it, though, since Patrick passed away in Mexico and it was outside of their purview. They got in touch with the Department of Foreign Affairs in Canada, but they informed her that they were unable to take any action because it fell outside of their purview. Doug, the private investigator, thinks Patrick may have encountered some sketchy folks in Tijuana while traveling there with another person. Patrick might have been held captive and assaulted until he divulged his PIN. Patrick most likely managed to get away and was fleeing for his life when a motorcyclist hit him and murdered him. While Mexican authorities maintain their accident tale, U.S. and Canadian authorities have declined to investigate the matter since it is outside of their purview. Any public contradictions, according to one of the Tijuana police officers, are a reflection of bewilderment rather than a whitewashing. Citation: "There was no murder here. That's only a dream that the private investigator had. To make money, he is instilling concepts in the family's minds." Terry got in touch with Canada's Department of Foreign Affairs, who told her not to proceed since Patrick's name might be tarnished by Mexican authorities. A diplomat claims that police made an unofficial accusation that Patrick was involved in drug trafficking, but they have subsequently abandoned that claim. Although Patrick's mother has been fighting tooth and nail for more than 25 years to uncover the truth about his unexplained death, his case is still unresolved. Moving on to the next case. Tilly Klimik. Born in 1876, Tilly Klimik was given the nickname Tilly, a misleadingly upbeat moniker for a lady who would later be held responsible for the deaths of almost 20 people. Throughout her awkward transition into adulthood, Tilly delighted and amazed everyone around her by making incredible predictions. She would claim, starting in 1911, to have dreams in which she saw the deaths of nearby dogs to whoever would listen. These visions would frequently center on the notion that the canines who had bothered her or her property would die. These were prophetic dreams, to the surprise and terror of everybody around her, and soon Tilly was leaving dog corpses in her path. After killing her neighbor's cherished pets failed to quench her homicidal thirst, Tilly turned her attention to people. More precisely, those closest to her, the ones who had vowed to stay attached to her until death, and did so unaware that their own demise was imminent. In 1895, she wed John McKewies for the first time. Tilly's first husband passed away in 1914 from what the coroner determined to be heart problems. Following John's passing, Tilly signed up with a matchmaking agency that focused on introducing ladies to guys from Poland. While many were drawn to the prospect of married bliss, she foresaw John Ruskowski's death 3 months after they were originally paired. Similar to her first marriage, she was able to go on with financial freedom following her spouse's death by receiving a sizable life insurance claim. With her newly found money, she paid for the matching service once more and focused on Frank Cupps. Frank married Tilly without realizing that all of his predecessors had perished at the hands of their beloved, even though Tilly had buried her 2 previous husbands. Following her 3rd husband's marriage, Tilly took up the new pastime of manufacturing candies. It appeared that any time she had a falling out with someone in the village or her neighbors, she would always end up making up with them and giving them a present of candies, which would eventually make them sick. Once more, nobody seemed concerned despite the obvious evidence, and Tilly was allowed to live unchecked and uninvestigated, acting like the ferocious animal she was turning into. Tilly lost a number of relatives along the way, but most of them ended well for her because she was named in their wills and profited financially from their premature passing. Frank was her 2nd husband for 4 years, but in 1921, Tilly finally got tired of her sweet tooth and decided it was time for him to go too. She then forecast Frank's death without any fanfare. Tilly told the neighbors that Frank only had 2 inches to live, based on her dreams. Over the next few weeks, Frank would wake up to find Tilly sitting beside him with a somber expression on her face. She would whisper to him things like, "Your time is almost here," and she would even knit her future mourning hat, a head covering traditionally worn by Polish women at funerals, in front of the man she intended to mourn. She even went so far as to buy a significantly cheap coffin in advance and requested permission from her landlord to keep it in the basement until the inevitable time for its usage. Tilly quickly remarried after Frank's passing, this time to spouse number 4. The same Polish matchmaker she had previously used to find her previous marriage was also how she met him. Despite Tilly's dubious and tragic backstory, the matchmaker's owners persisted in accepting her ransom money. The first person in the community to be aware of the potential risks of marrying Tilly was her 4th husband, Joseph Klimik, as there were whispers beginning to circulate that anyone who crossed her would meet an unfortunate end. Doctors were already concerned when he passed away soon after the wedding, and an arsenic test was performed on his body. Positive findings were obtained. Following this discovery, the bodies of her former husbands were dug up, and authorities discovered arsenic in their bodies as well. When one complained to the local drugstore's pharmacist about rats taking over the house, they could easily obtain rat poison that included arsenic at that time. Tilly had requested her cousin to get her a poison known as Rough on Rats, which was odorless, tasteless, and simple to mix into any hot meal or beverage. Arsenic poisoning results in excruciating stomach agony as the body tries to rid itself of the poison, but it is absorbed into the bloodstream and causes terrible and violent death. If administered in little doses over a long period of time, the accumulation of symptoms would resemble the plethora of real illnesses that would inevitably claim the lives of 20th century inhabitants. In the early days of forensic science, doctors would remove a portion of the victim's stomach and fry it over a fire to determine whether the patient had been poisoned by arsenic. The medical examiner would conclude, based on scientific evidence, that arsenic poisoning caused the death if the organ had a garlicky scent. No arsenic, no scent of garlic. With time, tests for arsenic poisoning became increasingly sophisticated, and finally the bones of victims could be examined with a combination of chemicals to find any remaining remnants of the poison. Tilly's strategy would be to gradually poison her victims by introducing trace amounts of arsenic into their food. When Tilly was arrested in 1921, she reportedly said to the arresting officer, "The next person I want to cook dinner for is you." Tilly arrived at her trial wearing the mourning bonnet she had prophetically made in front of her 3rd husband. She was captured and imprisoned for the several killings, along with her cousin who had helped obtain the poison. It is believed that Tilly emotionally abused and tortured her cousin Nellie when they were both confined, repeatedly prophesying Nellie's death. She once informed her relative that the next day, the guards would hang her in the jail yard. This was incorrect and merely another example of Tilly's insatiable desire to inflict agony on other people. At the age of 60, Tilly passed away naturally on November 20th, 1936, while alone in her prison cell. Moving on to the next case. Timothy Evans. Wales is where Timothy John Evans was born in 1924. He was raised without his biological father and, according to reports, had health problems that kept him out of school for extended periods of time. He never acquired proper reading and writing skills as a result. Timothy relocated to the Notting Hill neighborhood of London in 1939. In 1946, he met Beryl Thorley there, and a year later, they were married. They relocated to 10 Rellington Place once Beryl became pregnant. After the kid was born, Timothy was having a terrible time making ends meet on a van driver's salary. Beryl chose to get an abortion when she found out she was pregnant a second time, despite the fact that it was against the law at the time. Timothy informed the authorities that Beryl had passed away under peculiar circumstances a few weeks later. Timothy admitted under interrogation that he had given his wife something in a bottle that a man had given him to abort the fetus, unintentionally killing her, and that he had disposed of the body down a drain. Nevertheless, nothing was discovered by the authorities when they searched the drain. Timothy lied when the police questioned him again. This time, he said that John Christie, the neighbor downstairs, had made the offer to abort Beryl. When Evans got back from work the day of the abortion, Christie informed him that Beryl had passed away during the procedure and that the abortion had failed. He admitted to the police that at first he had lied to avoid going to jail because abortion was against the law. He said that following Beryl's death, Christie instructed him to depart London, promising to take care of the body and arrange for Geraldine, his daughter, to be looked after by another spouse. Timothy claimed that when he inquired about Geraldine, his daughter, upon his return to London, Christie would not allow him to visit her. Following this declaration, the police conducted a search of the property and discovered Beryl and Geraldine's decaying bodies concealed in a small washhouse and wrapped in tablecloths. They had both died from strangulation. Following his claimed confession, Timothy was accused of killing his wife and daughter. Timothy renounced his confession and maintained his innocence throughout the trial. He claimed that he confessed because he thought if he didn't admit to the crime, the cops would beat him up. Christie refuted the claims made by him that he was the murderer. The jury returned a guilty verdict and sentenced Timothy to death in about 40 minutes. 3 months later, following the denial of his appeal, Timothy was hanged at Pentonville Prison, so preserving his innocence till his death. Christie struggled to make ends meet and eventually moved out of 10 Rellington Place 3 years later. Christie's kitchen was used by Beresford Brown, an upstairs tenant, with permission from the owner. Brown discovered the wall was hollow when installing a shelf. 3 bodies were concealed in a kitchen cupboard covered in paper. After the police were summoned, 3 more bodies, including Christie's own wife Ethel, were discovered beneath the apartment's floorboards. 6 bodies in all were discovered within the flat. Christie was taken into custody on March 31, 1953, and he was prosecuted in the same court where Timothy Evans had been tried just 3 years earlier on June 22, 1953. He admitted to killing Beryl Evans during the trial. He did not, however, ever acknowledge killing Geraldine Evans. Christie was executed by hanging on July 15, 1953, after being found guilty of killing both his wife and the other lady. An investigation confirmed Timothy's murder conviction even though Christie was found guilty of killing Ethel. However, Timothy's sister and the press launched an effort to reverse the decision. The United Kingdom suspended and then abolished the death penalty as a result of the public outcry over the Timothy Evans case. Timothy Evans was granted a royal pardon in 1966, and his sister and half-sister were compensated for the injustice in 2003, 37 years after it occurred. Moving on to the next case. Virginia Freeman. In 1981, Virginia Freeman, then 40 years old, resided in Brazos County, Texas. She was married and had 2 kids, Brad, age 11, and Betsy, age 14. Virginia was a licensed real estate broker. She was well known in the neighborhood and volunteered for both the Girl Scouts and the American Red Cross. Virginia participated in Texas A&M University's First Baptist Church Discovery Program as well. A man wishing to purchase a house from Virginia called her on December 1, 1981. The man said he had enough money to purchase the home. Despite having supper with her family and friends scheduled, Virginia confirmed the meeting because she was eager to close the deal. She drove to her house first, then to the appointment. Virginia wanted to let her kids know that she might not make it to supper that night. She advised them to get dressed and informed them that she would be seeing them a bit later than anticipated. Virginia then took her white 1981 Chevrolet station vehicle to the appointment. Charles, Virginia's husband, started to get worried about 6 o'clock. She still hadn't arrived home. He made a call to the real estate agency. Then he found out that Virginia had left for the appointment at 2 p.m. and had not returned. That day, Virginia was showing at a house, so Charles and a friend went to look for her. They discovered something horrifying in front of the house. Virginia's body was discovered in the home's driveway. 11 knife wounds to her neck had occurred. Additionally, Virginia was choked so severely that her neck was fractured. She had also taken many blows to the head. Investigators concluded that a concrete slab had been used. Her death was estimated to have occurred that day soon before 4 p.m. Investigators also came to the conclusion that a client and Virginia never entered the house. The way the conflict unfolded was evident from the dirt surrounding her body. Virginia was likewise dealing with a plethora of defensive ailments. Her attacker's DNA was discovered under her fingernails. During the autopsy, the medical examiner gave her a clap under her fingernails. Next, it was cautiously placed inside a plastic evidence bag. Researchers were aware that it might be useful in the future when DNA technology advanced. Investigators thoroughly searched the neighborhood in search of any potential leads. A $1,000 reward was offered by Brazos County Crime Stoppers for any information that resulted in an arrest. Additionally, investigators questioned local residents if they had ever seen Virginia driving a white station wagon or seen a man who seemed suspicious. Despite the residents being situated in a remote area, a few witnesses did come forward. This allowed the detectives to piece together a composite drawing of the individual they were searching for. Despite the image going viral, nobody knew who the man was. A Virginian coworker mentioned that the man had a rural accent. However, the fact that this happened in Texas did not particularly aid the investigation. The coworker added that the man merely stated that he wanted to view the residence rather than asking for Virginia by name. Since Virginia was on a rotation list, she would be given any new clients who weren't already on the books. The crime resulted in no one being taken into custody, and the case finally went cold, remaining that way for a very long period. Due to advancements in DNA, the case was re-examined in 2018. Investigators contacted a business called Parabon Nano Labs to request assistance in cracking the case. A service offered by Parabon is termed snapshot DNA analysis. This implies that they can use the DNA of a suspect who cannot be located using DNA databases to reconstruct the culprit's appearance from both the time of the crime and the present. The service is not inexpensive. Up to $4,000 may be spent on the pictures. National Geographic made the decision to pay in order to capture the momentary photo of the individual who killed Virginia. In exchange, National Geographic would have authorization to produce a Nat Geo Explorer episode about it. Paragon then produced these pictures using the suspect's DNA that was discovered under Virginia's fingernails. Since it was thought that the suspect was approximately that age when the crime was committed, the first image depicted what the suspect would have looked like at that age. Genetic genealogy can also be utilized by Parabon. The procedure involves taking the suspect's DNA and comparing it to databases of publicly available DNA, including JetMatch. This method helped investigators identify the suspect's two second cousins, who were female relations. Further investigation led investigators to conclude that Virginia was killed by James Otto Earhart. James was a resident of Brazos County in 1981 when the offense was committed. In May 1987, he was found guilty of kidnapping Candy Janelle Kirtland, then 9 years old, and killing her. He was put to death in Huntsville, Texas, on August 11, 1999. Thankfully, his son was discovered by detectives to still be alive. Subsequently, The Sun offered a DNA sample that could be compared to Virginia's DNA. Investigators conducted a press conference on June 25, 2018. Then it was revealed that they had managed to verify that James had killed Virginia Freeman. According to Sheriff Chris Kirk, the Freeman family, Virginia's friends, the local real estate market, and our community are all relieved and satisfied that the cold case has been solved after so many years of investigation. It is a remarkable illustration of the investigators' persistence and determination in this case. Additionally, we were fortunate to have the chance to benefit from newly developed forensic science technologies, which resulted in a breakthrough. We are overjoyed to have this issue closed at last. Our only sorrow is that James cannot be placed in handcuffs and charged with the crime. Moving on to the next case. William Arnold Newton. In October 1990, William Arnold Newton disappeared from Los Angeles at the age of barely 25. William, a certified beautician, started working as a prostitute in the mid-1980s under the stage name Billy London in order to augment his earnings. His acquaintances observed that he only engaged in porn for financial gain, considering himself a poet and artist. He intended to relocate from Los Angeles to Las Vegas in the autumn of 1990, but his life was savagely ripped from him before he could. William had just finished filming his most recent and last movie when he was last seen alive on October 28th at West Hollywood's Rage nightclub. That evening, the 25-year-old never made it back home. Parts of his mutilated remains were found in a skip close to Santa Monica Boulevard the next morning. Plastic bags held his head and feet when they were retrieved. Investigators told the media at the time of the killing that they had some clues but couldn't say anything at this time. Nevertheless, it appears that those clues were never pursued, and the case remained unopened for 32 years. Detective Wendy Bairn declared in 2005 that she was reopening the case. She was hoping that technological advancements would assist identify the murderer. Although the reopening of the case attracted a lot of media interest, no solutions were found. William's father informed reporters in December 2006 that the LAPD had informed him that the probe was once again on hold. Later, in 2011, his father passed away. 2020 saw two podcasters take up William's issue and create an email address where tips could be sent. Subsequently, they declared that they had obtained a possible eyewitness report from an individual stating that they had seen the 25-year-old with a man who looked like Jeffrey Dahmer. Dahmer, the infamous murderer, was well known for picking on young guys and mutilating them after he died. It was 1991 when he was captured. The case was still unresolved. The incident was not linked to Daryl Lynn Madden, a self-described skinhead and white supremacist who now identifies as a Jewish woman, until 2023, according to investigators. This connection was first established by an amateur sleuth named Clark Williams, who was trying to find a gay porn producer who was active in the industry at the time in case he had any information regarding Billy Houston's demise when he came across the existence of a porn star from the 1980s named Billy Houston. It was quickly ascertained that Billy Houston, who had pleaded guilty to the 2008 kidnapping and murder of Stephen Domer and her accomplice, Bradley Qualls, was actually Daryl Lynn Madden and was incarcerated at the time. As part of their induction into the Chaos Squad Skinheads gang, she and Qualls had been planning to kill a gay guy, she informed authorities. After luring Stephen Domer into an alleyway, they strangled and beat him with a coat hanger. She went on to say that she then killed Qualls and left the area. Clark Williams, an amateur investigator, found out later that Madden had been questioned for a true crime book. She had hinted to killing someone in Los Angeles throughout the conversation. After that, Clark gave law enforcement all the information he had, and they took up the case with her skinhead buddies in order to rob him, and she had warned him, coolly, that they would probably beat the shit out of him while putting an arm around his shoulder. William followed them without raising any fuss, but Madden said that she had finally killed the 25-year-old by strangulation. She denied being involved in the mutilation, saying she couldn't recall where they brought him. Despite knowing who was responsible for this portion of the attack, she refused to name them, saying, "I'm not a snitch." Darylyn Madden has not been charged despite the case being concluded. The DA's office cites a lack of evidence beyond the confession. They have pointed out that after 30 years, the prosecution would likely find it difficult to establish Madden's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, since there are still too many unsolved questions. Interestingly, even if Madden is never found guilty of killing William, she will be incarcerated for the remainder of her life.
Moving on to the next case.
Carla Jan Walker. On January 31, 1957, Carla Jan Walker was born in Fort Worth, Texas. On February 16, 1974, she was abducted from her boyfriend's passenger seat while she was a 17-year-old cheerleader and student. After attending a Valentine's Dance Week at Western Hills High School, Carla and her boyfriend, Rodney McCoy, were waiting for friends in his car in the Brunswick Ridgely Bowl parking lot when all of a sudden, the car door swung open, and the two were attacked and assaulted by an unidentified individual who had dropped the magazine from his gun during the attack. McCoy was struck by the back of a pistol and rendered unconscious while attempting to repel the assailant. Later, when he awoke, he found Carla gone. The last thing he remembered seeing her say was, "Rodney, go get my dad." Thereafter, McCoy went to Carla's parents' house to inform them of what had happened. They contacted the police, who conducted a search of the area where she was taken hostage. The only things found in the parking lot were her purse and the magazine clip the attacker had left behind. On February 20th, 1974, a few days later, Carla's body was discovered in a drainage tunnel at Benbrook Lake. She had been alive for 2 days following her kidnapping, and the results of the autopsy revealed that she had also been beaten, raped, given a morphine injection, tortured, and strangled to death. It was said that during the initial stages of the investigation, the police had a long list of potential suspects. Glenn Samuel McCurley was one of the men questioned soon after Carla was killed in 1974 because he was connected to the pistol magazine discovered in the bowling alley parking lot. It appears that he had just bought a handgun that took the identical magazine that was discovered at the scene of the crime. Before we continue, we want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch our videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy our content, consider subscribing. It's free. Now, let's move on with the video. McCurley did, however, inform investigators that his gun had been taken from his truck. He was freed after completing and passing a polygraph exam. Nothing connected him to the murder at this stage. Semen and other bodily fluid evidence had been taken from the crime site by the police, who were in dire need of answers. Carla's clothing was also saved for future examination, but in the 1970s, there was no sophisticated technology available to identify the murderer. As a result, the murder case remained unsolved for 46 years, until September 2020, when the police obtained DNA samples from the trash can outside McCurley's residence. The samples were verified to match the DNA evidence taken from the crime site in 1974, and when the investigators went back to McCurley's house, he invited them in for a conversation. He told the same narrative he had told the authorities in 1974. He asserted that he had never met Carla Jan Walker and denied ever having killed anyone. He then consented to provide a DNA sample when requested by the investigators and signed a consent form. They collected 2 chick swabs and sent them for analysis along with Carla's clothes. They were submitted to Othram Incorporated, a laboratory that specializes in cutting-edge analysis of damaged and tiny DNA fragments. In the end, they created a complete DNA profile of the offender. The samples taken from McCurley 6 days later matched the DNA discovered on Carla's bra. This was sufficient to warrant McCurley's arrest and indictment of capital murder. August 2021 marked the beginning of McCurley's trial. The pistol he said was stolen in 1974 was among the evidence shown in court. Inside his house, the weapon was discovered carefully hidden. McCurley entered a guilty plea on the 3rd day of his trial and was given a life sentence. He is presently incarcerated at the Gibb Lewis unit and is scheduled to be released on parole on March 21, 2029. He continues to insist on his innocence as of the time this video was made. Once, he told a reporter that he had had enough of being harassed and had entered a guilty plea. Jim Walker, Carla's younger brother, is relieved that his sister's horrific murder has a face at last and that the family finally has one. Jim claimed their parents had both passed away before witnessing the murderer, but he was able to keep the promise he made to his mother. Jim became a police officer about 45 years ago after his sister was killed. Moving on to the next case. Denise O'Neal. Denise O'Neal was a 28-year-old Florida resident who lived in Palm Beach. She was a travel enthusiast and an explorer. She enjoyed recreational activities including swimming and scuba diving, as well as visiting museums. Denise was born and raised in New Jersey or San Diego, but when she was 4 years old, her family moved to Dublin, Ireland, where they lived for 2 years before coming back to the U.S. to start first grade. Denise, the eldest of her 3 sisters, was the first person in her family to enroll in college. In 1989, she received her honors degree from the University of San Diego. After earning her master's degree from Boston College, she moved to Brookings, Oregon, where her family owned a riverfront restaurant. She developed a love for teaching there and started volunteering at a local high school. She relocated to Palm Beach, Florida in 1992 to pursue her independence. Because of her inexperience, she was turned down for multiple teaching positions that she applied for. Denise was a server at Palm Beach's Charlie's Crab restaurant while she was looking for a teaching position. She was apparently happy with her life and earning a respectable wage at her profession. In the 2.5 years that she had worked there, her co-workers reported she was always on time and never missed a shift. After Denise skipped her shift for 2 days in a row, her manager called her home on July 15, 1995. The management called the police, fearing that something had happened to Denise, but no one answered. An investigation into missing persons was started right away by the police. When they went to her flat, they saw that it was orderly and spotless, with no obvious evidence of forced entry. But Denise's automobile was nowhere to be found in the parking lot. When police looked through her answering machine, they discovered a notice from her credit card company alerting her to a strange activity on her account. When detectives asked her neighbors, nobody mentioned hearing or seeing anything out of the ordinary. Later on, Denise's car was discovered by police in a parking lot across the street from her apartment. On the driver's side of the vehicle, cops found a cigarette butt and 2 Coke bottles inside. Denise's friends and family insisted fervently that she didn't smoke. Denise's pink jacket was also discovered by the police on the car's backseat. An examination of the car's forensics was mandated by detectives. Sand traces were found in the vehicle by crime scene technicians. Analysis showed that the sand was actually limestone, not the usual sand seen on beaches. Both outside and inside the car, many fingerprints were discovered by crime scene investigators. Police thought that someone other than Denise had driven the vehicle. Investigators discovered that at approximately 2:30 p.m. on July 13th, a pair of women's sneakers had been purchased using Denise's credit card. But Denise failed to come up for her shift, which was scheduled to start at 5:30 p.m. The police thought Denise would vanish within those 3 hours. Later that day, $700 was taken out of Denise's bank account, but police were unable to identify the actual cash taker because the ATM CCTV was down at the time. The inquiry would go on. Eventually, a worried bystander called the police to report finding a body in a nearby canal. Denise O'Neal was recognized as the deceased person. A dog leash, a shoelace, and a belt had tied her torso. After that, a big pink sheet was put around her and fastened with 2 electrical lines that had heat pebbles attached to them. An artificial rock that produces heat through the use of electricity is called a heat rock. It's frequently used to warm cold-blooded animals, like pet lizards or snakes. On this sheet, the police also discovered black dog hairs. According to police, Denise's killer had a dog and a lizard. Denise had been sexually raped and strangled to death, according to an autopsy. Given that the sand inside her automobile matched the sand at the canal where her body was eventually found, it seems likely that her killer utilized her car to transfer her body. Then, police investigated Denise's neighbors. One of the neighbors appeared in front of the media several times. He maintained, as he did with the police, that he didn't know Denise at all when making these remarks to the media. He went under the name Luis Caballero and lived next door to Denise. Luis's neighbors would soon tell detectives that he kept a boa constrictor snake and a chow dog as pets. When questioned, Luis denied having anything to do with Denise's death. Other than the occasional hello, he said he had never spoken to her. Luis had serious financial problems and was unemployed at the time. In addition to overdue rent, he owed over $6,000 in outstanding phone bills from using phone sex lines. When police examined Luis's residence, they discovered a number of clues that pointed to him as the murderer. Police used a search order to enter his house and discovered a sizable terrarium with a boa constrictor inside. They discovered his pet dog elsewhere in the house. The impressions at the bottom of the terrarium appeared to be consistent with the heated rocks. Additionally, they discovered a black shoe devoid of shoelaces. A black shoelace had been used to bind Denise. Crime scene investigators discovered blue fibers between the hinges of the scissors and bloodstains on the bedroom carpet. Denise had been wearing a blue top at the time. Even though the dog and the boa constrictor provided sufficient circumstantial evidence of Luis's culpability, Denise's gym membership card was the most damning piece of evidence that the detectives discovered. It was hidden beneath a box made of cardboard. Although Luis claimed that Denise had never entered his flat, authorities think that she was forcibly forced there after being abducted. Investigators determined that Denise understood her life was in danger while she was being held captive and left the gym membership card for them to find. When the police asked Luis if he had ever been inside Denise's automobile, he said that he had never been inside. Yet, the police discovered his fingerprints within the vehicle. Luis abruptly altered his account and said that his roommate and buddy, 19-year-old Isaac Brown, was the murderer and that he was an unintentional witness when the police showed him the incriminating evidence. But according to Isaac, Luis was the actual murderer. He claimed that Luis had been wanting to rob and kill Denise for a while and was in financial need. Denise's automobile also included eyes research. It was found that Denise's body was thrown at the canal by the two men who had murdered her. The two murderers then decided to share a dinner at the International House of Pancakes, a sit-down restaurant. Officers visited the eatery to interrogate staff members. They asserted that there were actually 3 clients there, not just 2 men. This implied that Denise's death was actually caused in part by a third man. Remarkably, neither Luis nor Isaac had ever brought up a third man. After reviewing Luis's prior criminal history, investigators discovered a man who had assisted Luis in stealing an automobile. The name of this accomplice was Robert Messer. It was then established that Denise's automobile had his fingerprints on the inside as well. When Robert was taken in for interrogation, he stated that he had simply assisted Luis and Isaac in disposing of Denise's body and that they were the ones who had killed her. Only Luis was linked to Denise's sexual assault by a DNA test. Denise was doing her laundry when Luis grabbed her and dragged her inside his flat, according to the police, who believe Luis plotted the attack. They think that after that, Luis and Isaac bound her and had her disclose them her ATM PIN. They believe that Luis left Denise and Isaac in the flat after stealing the ATM card and taking all the money he could. Detectives speculated that Denise managed to slip her gym membership card under the cardboard box while Luis was away. Not realizing that Denise had left a hint, Luis sexually raped Denise and strangled her to death on the way back after picking up Robert Messer. The callousness of the individuals who were able to toss Denise's body into a canal and then walk into an IHOP restaurant is noted by detectives. Charges against Luis Caballero included kidnapping, sexual assault, and Denise O'Neal's murder. He received a death sentence. After being found guilty of manslaughter, Robert Messer was given a 15-year prison term, although he was only released after serving just 5. After being found guilty on 5 charges, including second-degree murder, Isaac Brown was given a life sentence without the chance of release. Cancer claimed Luis Caballero's life in jail in 2013. Those closest to Denise remarked that she may have stopped countless more heinous events from occurring because of her bravery and fast thinking under pressure. Moving on to the next case. Fawn Cox. In Kansas City, Missouri, 16-year-old Fawn Cox resided with her parents and 2 younger sisters. Fawn was an outgoing and kind adolescent who liked to go camping and swimming. She helped her parents take care of her younger siblings and took an active part in church activities. Fawn, a junior at Northeast High School, worked as a cashier at Worlds of Fun, a theme park in Kansas City, and she had a boyfriend. Fawn had been working late at the theme park on July 26, 1989. She was picked up and brought home by her mother and sister at 11 o'clock when her shift ended. She stated she was exhausted and had to go to work the next day, so she went straight to bed. Usually, Fawn's younger sisters, Felisa and Amber, would sleep upstairs with her in the adjoining room. But since there was no working air conditioning on the upper floor and it being a hot summer night, Felisa decided to sleep downstairs while Amber went out to watch the kids. Fawn was left to sleep alone herself on the house's upper level as a result. Fawn's alarm clock went off the next morning at 9:30 a.m. in an attempt to get her to wake up for work. But when Fawn failed to turn off the alarm clock, her sister Felisa and mother Beverly went upstairs to look into it. When they went into her room, they saw something horrifying. Laying lifeless in her bed was Fawn. The family called the police right away. After examining the crime scene, detectives deduced that the murderer had entered the house through an open window on the upstairs, perhaps by scaling a trailer that had been parked there. The trailer was always parked there since her father used it for work. Once in her bedroom, the murderer attacked her sexually and used a nightgown that had been taken from Amber and Felisa's room to strangle her. Fawn's family reported to the police that evening they had heard nothing. Any noise from upstairs had been drowned out by their noisy air conditioner. Felisa said to the police that their family dog was barking and behaving anxious between the hours of 12 and 2 in the morning, but she thought this was because the dog was expecting. A stereo recorder, a Nintendo game console, and 2 radios were among the several items from the residence that went stolen, according to a post made by Fawn's sister, Amber Cox, on websleuths.com. Additionally, Amber stated that some items had been moved out of the closets in the room next door, which raised the possibility that the criminal had been hiding there. Police suspect that the killer or killers knew the family and were familiar with the layout of the property since they broke into the house while Fawn's father was sleeping and her mother and sister were out picking her up from work. Blood and semen samples were among the several pieces of evidence that the police gathered from the crime site. After questioning friends, family, and neighbors, detectives began an inquiry, but nothing noteworthy came of it. Before long, a witness identified the 3 teens as members of the 9th Street Dog Gang and located them at the crime scene. But afterwards, the witness renounced their testimony for unclear reasons. That being said, the men who were recognized as Christopher A. Yates, Leonard C. Crucis, Timothy E. Roberts, and asked them questions. Unknown to the other males, one of the suspects admitted to spending the evening at Fawn's house and stole a few things. Additionally, he reported to the police that a record player's handle broke whilst passing it around and removing it from the house. He said to the police that he had concealed the handle outside the home under a shrub. He would later retract his claims, but oddly, the handle was discovered by the police in the same location. It has been reported that the Nintendo was taken from the house by one of the suspects. His family identified the Nintendo he was attempting to sell them after reading about it in the news as something that had been taken from Fawn's home. After the family informed the authorities, all 3 of the kids faced charges related to the death of Fawn. Nevertheless, a few months later, the charges were withdrawn due to the inconclusive results of a DNA test conducted on the individuals and compared with the DNA collected at the crime scene. People thought the 3 teenagers were responsible for Fawn's murder for years. Eventually, the case would get cold. When DNA from the crime scene was put into Cody's in 2000, no matches were discovered. Afterwards, the police collected DNA samples from the juvenile suspects who were first charged in the case and conducted follow-up interviews with them. The results unequivocally demonstrated that the DNA did not belong to any of the three people, contrary to the detectives' hopes that advances in DNA technology would connect the three to the crime. Considering that one of the suspects was discovered in possession of the Nintendo that had been taken from Fawn's home, this discovery seemed puzzling. Fawn's family lost hope that they would ever get closure as the years passed. Fawn's family became aware of genetic genealogy testing in 2018 and pushed for it. However, the police informed them that there wasn't enough money for this kind of testing. The department refused to let Fawn's family pay for the testing on their own, despite their offer. After working with the FBI to acquire money in 2020, the DNA found at the crime scene was eventually sent for analysis. The family got the much-needed response in a matter of weeks. Donald Cox Jr., the person who killed Fawn, was ultimately identified by the police on November 11, 2020. He was the older cousin of Fawn by around 5 years. He had been to the family's residence a number of times, so he knew the layout of the house as well as the schedule. Donald also had a criminal history that included possession of illicit narcotics and misdemeanor robbery. In 2006, he overdosed on drugs and died. The medical examiner had looked into the death because it seemed strange, and they had preserved a sample of Donald Cox's blood that helped connect him to the crime. Whether the three people who were arrested in 1989 were ever directly engaged is still up for debate. Fawn's family believes that Donald may have worked with the three youngsters to break into the house that evening rather than acting alone. But only Donald was responsible for Fawn's sexual assault and death. Some speculated that even though the three adolescents might have been in the house, it's possible they did not witness the murder. The family stated in a message on the podcast Bitter Endings that they just want to know the truth and do not want to bring charges against the three people. The family claimed that although this has brought them some comfort and closure, the explanations remain unsettling. Moving on to the next case. Isabella Guzman. 18-year-old Isabella Guzman killed her mother viciously in their Aurora, Colorado, home in August 2013. She gained notoriety online for her peculiar demeanor in court. Despite having mixed ancestry and Hispanic ancestry, Isabella Guzman was born in the U.S. in June 1995. Her biological parents, Robert Guzman and Yumi Hoy, were divorced. Therefore, she came from a troubled home. It was said that Isabella Guzman had behavioral problems from a young age. Because of this, when she was about 7 years old, her mother Yumi Hoy sent her to live with her biological father, Robert Guzman. Isabella Guzman finally returned to live with her mother, but during her adolescence, she remained unruly and rude, leading to her dropping out of school. By August 2013, when Guzman turned 18, things had quickly gotten worse between her and her mother. Guzman's stepfather, Ryan Hoy, said that she started acting disrespectfully and menacingly toward her mother. Although the exact cause of this is unknown, a source claims that Isabella Guzman's parents were unable to provide her with the kind of life she desired due to her bad upbringing, which is why she was often attacking her mother. Yumi Hoy hoped Isabella Guzman would comprehend the family's predicament when she reached adulthood. That does not seem to have happened, since Guzman and her mother got into a very heated altercation on Tuesday, August 27, 2013, which resulted in Guzman spitting in her mother's face. The following morning, Yumi Hoy's daughter sent her an email with the three-letter phrase, "You will pay," in it. Hoy made the decision to call the police, afraid. That afternoon, they visited the home and had a conversation with Guzman. They informed her that if she didn't respect her and obey her mother's rules, she could be legally ejected. Hoy also called Guzman's biological father and pleaded with him to come talk to his daughter in an attempt to give Guzman more senses. That evening, Robert Guzman paid a visit to the home. In a subsequent interview, he stated that he had spent time in the backyard with his daughter, where they had enjoyed the scenery and the animals, while discussing the value of having respect for one's parents. Robert went on to say that he felt like he was making progress, but that, regrettably, their chat had accomplished nothing within hours. When Yumi Hoy got home from work on August 28, 2013, the night of the murder, she told her husband Ryan Hoy that she was heading upstairs to take a shower. But a few minutes later, Ryan Hoy was met with a terrifying scream and a loud thump. Then, as he heard a disturbance upstairs, he went to witness Isabella Guzman slamming the bathroom door shut. Guzman had locked the door and was pressing against it from the other side when he attempted to enter. He hurried back downstairs to dial 911 as soon as he noticed blood leaking out of the door. Ryan Hoy heard his wife exclaim, "Jehovah," and then he saw Isabella Guzman unlock the door and walk out with a bloodied knife. According to the Huffington Post, Guzman left the restroom without saying anything to Ryan. When she walked past Ryan Hoy, he said she was just looking straight ahead, as if she was in a trance. Ryan entered the restroom at the perfect moment to find Yoonmi Hoy's nude body lying on the ground with a baseball bat next to her. There were reports that Yoonmi Hoy's body was covered in stab wounds. Ryan tried to bring her back to life, but it was too late. She had passed away. It was eventually discovered by investigators that she had been stabbed at least 79 times in the head, neck, and chest in addition to having her throat cut open. When the police came, Isabella Guzman had already made her quick escape from the crime site. A quest was started to find her, alerting the public about Guzman's hazardous and armed whereabouts. She was apprehended by police in the afternoon of the following day in a neighboring parking garage. Her mother's blood was still visible on her turquoise shorts and pink sports bra. After that, she was detained and placed under detention. Some sources claim that Isabella Guzman resisted leaving the four walls of her jail on the day of her scheduled arraignment hearing on September 5, 2013. But in the end, they pulled her outside. She was seen making strange and unsettling looks at the camera when she later appeared at the courthouse. She was pointing at her eyes, grinning. Isabella Guzman entered a not guilty by reason of insanity plea during the trial. In addition, a medical professional had attested that she had paranoid delusions, auditory and visual hallucinations, and schizophrenia for years. It was reported that Guzman was stabbing her mother without even realizing it. Rather, she believed that she had murdered Cecilia in an attempt to save the entire globe. Nonetheless, Guzman's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity was accepted by the judge. After that, she was taken to the Colorado Mental Health Institute in Pueblo, where she was told to remain until she posed no threat to the public or herself. Guzman was receiving treatment at a mental health facility when, in 2020, a number of TikTokers shared footage of her 2013 court appearance, catapulting her into the public eye. The background music for a few of her TikTok videos was a song titled "Sweet But Psycho." Some TikToker users could be seen trying to mimic Guzman's odd facial expressions in other videos. A video montage of her court appearance was seen over 2 million times. On the other hand, her online fan following grew rapidly. A few admirers remarked on her beauty and implied that she must have had a valid motive for killing her mother. In celebration of Guzman, people also began creating Facebook and Instagram fan pages. She stated in a petition for her release submitted to the court in November 2020 that she was no longer mentally ill and posed no threat to herself or others. All of this was happening at the same time. Guzman later admitted in an interview that she had suffered years of abuse at home from her parents. She clarified that she left and renounced the faith at the age of 14, and that her parents were Jehovah's Witnesses who frequently mistreated her. Isabella Guzman was allowed to leave the hospital in June 2021 in order to attend therapy sessions. She acknowledged that she had an abusive relationship with her mother, but she insisted that she would do it all over again if she could. How does everyone feel about Isabella Guzman? Please share your opinions with us in the comments section. Moving on to the next case. Jennifer Leven. Jennifer Leven, at 18, was intoxicated on August 25, 1986, when she went to Dorian's Red Hand, a pub close to Central Park, New York. Though it didn't seem like much at first, Jennifer had no idea that when she made the decision to end the evening and head home, a terrifying series of events would start. Around 6:15 in the morning on the next day, a woman riding a bicycle through Central Park was seen. She noticed something unusual just before she crossed the Museum of Metropolitan Art. Jennifer was laying behind the museum. She had left the bar a few hours before. It was apparent that there was a serious problem. Jennifer was half naked and had no breathing. Riley called 911 right after, and the police were then presented with a case that would soon make it onto every newspaper's main page. The police started their investigation right away, sending out teams to ask questions about any information they could find about this horrible incident in the neighborhood. Their investigations took them to the same place Jennifer had been that evening, Dorian's Red Hand. The first significant clue was discovered by the police inside this establishment. Investigators were notified by the bargoers that Jennifer had not been by herself that evening. She had arrived there with a group of pals and departed with a man. Even though there were little specifics on the man, this knowledge turned out to be important. The authorities had no trouble piecing together the remaining pieces. The police got in touch with Jennifer's friends right once, and soon they had all the information they needed about what happened that night, including the identity of the enigmatic man. The man in question was a tall, attractive 19-year-old named Robert Chambers. Chambers was drinking beer alone himself at the tavern that fateful night. He looked unusually gloomy and disinterested in the bar's party scene. Chambers saw Jennifer at around 1 a.m, greeted her, and they gradually struck up a pleasant discussion. But his attractive 16-year-old girlfriend, Alex Cab, witnessed him conversing with Jennifer. Alex and Chambers had scheduled a date, but Chambers showed up more than an hour late and said nothing to her. Nevertheless, he was conversing with Jennifer. Chambers behaved very evasively when Alex confronted him. Furious, Alex informed him she didn't want to see him again, but all she received in return was a mocking laugh. This started what turned out to be a lengthy chat between Jennifer and Chambers. Jennifer and Chambers had dated casually before that evening. According to her acquaintances, Jennifer had long been attracted to Chambers and thought he was beautiful. Jennifer, who was eager to get closer to Chambers, sees an opening created by his argument with his girlfriend. Friends watched Jennifer conversing flirtatiously with Chambers in the bar for the next 3 hours. They departed together at about 4:30 in the morning. It was now time for Mr. Chambers to receive a visit from the police. All of this occurred on the same day, and the police arrived at Chambers' Manhattan home a few hours after the body was discovered. When asked about the marks on his face, he said they were caused by his cat. But after looking at the scratches, the cops weren't sure if they were actually caused by a cat. Upon inspecting the cat, they discovered that it had been declawed, which eliminated any possibility of it scratching him. Furthermore, there was a bite mark on his right index finger that did not appear to have been caused by a cat. But the most important thing was to learn more about the terrible tragedy before making any assumptions. However, Chambers flatly denied ever setting foot in the bar. His denial, though, would have no effect because he would soon find himself seated in the police station, with his claims about to significantly change. His story soon changed to paint himself as the victim after he acknowledged that he had actually been with Jennifer that evening. Chambers put it this way: Jennifer attempted to help him. Although he implied that she got somewhat assertive with him, there isn't any hard proof to support that claim. We'll also reveal to you why Jennifer's claims that she assaulted him were untrue by the end of the video. For now, though, let's examine the origin of the scrapes on Chambers' face. In the end, Chambers had to admit that Jennifer, not his cat, was the one with the cat. Furthermore, he disclosed to the authorities his actions when things became difficult. At first, his confession of hitting Jennifer and murdering her would seem to be extremely truthful, but there were a number of discrepancies in the facts that cast doubt on the veracity of his story. What had happened if all he had said was a lie? Jennifer's body was found with apparent injuries, indicating a violent altercation. She had noticeable bleeding near her throat, which suggested that she had been strangled. Following an autopsy, Dr. Maria Letzalandi determined that Jennifer's cause of death was strangling. Yet, Chambers persisted in telling his version of events. But the whole scene belied his claims. It wasn't just the injuries. Jennifer's clothes were pushed up, as the investigator indicated, suggesting that this was not a simple accident. Her unkempt look and clothes gave the impression that she had been abused. Even if there was ample proof that Chambers had done something heinous to Jennifer, it would be difficult to prove it in the absence of a confession. After 2 years, and a considerable lapse in the inquiry, the much-anticipated trial took place. The trial of Chambers commenced on January 4, 1988. The main area of dispute in the court was the matter of strangulation. In his testimony on February 9, 1988, Dr. Alandi stated that the soft tissue around Jennifer's eyes had pinpoint hemorrhages that might be caused by constriction of the blood arteries in the neck. She explained that this showed that her neck was compressed, proving that she had been strangled. However, Chambers' lawyer Jack Littman said during cross-examination that Chambers may have put Jennifer in an armlock and strangled her, possibly killing her in a matter of seconds. Littman speculated that Jennifer may have jerked her head back and forth quickly in an attempt to catch her breath, leaving scratches on her neck. Although such a scenario may theoretically occur, Dr. Alandi admitted that it did not correspond with what transpired in Jennifer's instance. Following 9 days of trial without a verdict, Chambers and the prosecution agreed to a plea deal on March 25, 1998. Chambers accepted a sentence of 5 to 15 years after entering a guilty plea to first-degree manslaughter. He also had to admit, as part of the deal, that he meant to hurt Jennifer badly enough for her to die. In the end, Chambers received a 15-year prison term. Chambers served his entire sentence and was released from jail on February 14, 2003. But his eerie background was not going to disappear so quickly. He did appear to be overjoyed to be free once more. However, he was going to be surrounded by the unsolved questions from 17 years ago once more. In a 48-hour interview, Chambers gave a far more thorough account of events than he had disclosed before completing his time. He said they weren't completely naked, but the way she was discovered refuted his assertion, and the injuries on her neck suggested that she had been strangled rather than just struck. Thus, his account did not quite match the available data. At the moment, all he wanted to do was portray it as an accident while also expressing his regret. He continued to act like the helpless victim. In response to the question of why he chose not to call the police, he gave a straightforward response that, on its face, defies criticism. He said he cared, and that many people seemed to start believing his stories after he was eventually set free. But the perception of him among the public was about to shift. Chambers was free on bond when the footage that we just watched was taken. Girls were there at a home party in their panties, and Chambers seemed like he was having a great time. But even after 17 years, it seems like he was making up stories again. Additionally, Chambers stated that he remained there when the cops showed up. It could be questioned why Chambers wasn't questioned by the police right away. But the problem is that, to the police, he was just another park visitor at that time, and there was no clear indication of his possible connection to the case. He was just sitting off in the distance on a stone wall. The confusing thing is that he had to have continued to present himself as innocent even after realizing he was responsible for someone's death. His assertion that he was afraid and powerless to act was called into question by this contradiction, which he persisted in doing even after a long period of time. It was time for broadcaster Troy Roberts to bring up the pivotal moment in the narrative. Even after careful examination, the bruise that Chambers described as coming from being struck by someone looked very different from the strangulation marks, raising serious questions about whether the injury was actually caused. Chambers' hand even bore a bite mark, unmistakable proof that someone had bitten him. Even after doing his time, Chambers insisted he had no intention of killing her. He was guilty, he was sorry, he even apologized. The story was never able to come to the satisfying end it deserved, even though all the signs pointed to him killing Jennifer on purpose. It was hard for many to accept that his feelings were genuine. Chambers had made an effort to convey his fear and regret. Except his incarceration revealed nothing except an attitude problem in a man. In July 2005, Chambers was still facing legal issues from his horrific conduct in 1986, even after finishing his sentence. On August 29th, he was given a reduced sentence of 90 days in jail and a $200 fine for breaking his license, after entering a guilty plea to a misdemeanor narcotics allegation. On July 25, 2023, Chambers was released from the Chuan Gang Correctional Facility in New York, having completed 15 of his 19-year term. His parole period ends in 2028. What are your thoughts on this situation then? What transpired, in your opinion, on that fateful day? Why do you think Jennifer Leven was killed by Robert Chambers? Tell us what you think. We would adore hearing from you. Additionally, please feel free to leave recommendations in the comments section if you have any cases in mind that you'd like us to cover. Moving on to the next case. Jessica and Austin. On June 19th, 2020, four TikToker teenagers discovered a dismembered body on Seattle's Alki Beach wrapped in a suitcase. It seemed that these teenagers were accidentally directed to the site by an American app called Randonautica, which is owned by Presley Media. Users can embark on impromptu trips using the app thanks to its precise location UI. Nobody knows where they are going or what they will find, not even the user. With just their location requested, users of this frightening random adventure software are guided to explore unknown locations. You can choose how far you can go from where you are right now, though. When these teenagers arrived at the beach, they noticed a black luggage on the rocky patch near the ocean. They initially believed it to be a bag of cash, but as they approached the luggage, they noticed an odd stench coming from it. They opened the luggage with a stick out of curiosity and found something inside that was sealed in a plastic bag. They decided to phone 911 to report a weird black suitcase with an unpleasant stench emanating from it because the scent was now pervasive. When police combed the Alki Beach 2 hours after they arrived, they found human remains inside the luggage. In search of more hints, they closed off the beach. 3 days later, in the vicinity of the Seattle City Light Power Substation, in the 1000 block of West Marginal Place, the deputies found another suitcase containing human remains. The victims were identified as 27-year-old Austin Werner and 35-year-old Jessica Lewis by the King County Medical Examiner's Office. Both were discovered to have been shot dead. Austin was hit once in the torso, but Jessica died from several bullet wounds. Born in Maple Valley, Jessica's niece had worked at Laura's Adult Family Home, an assisted living facility where she aided elderly and developmentally handicapped persons, according to Jessica's Aunt Gina. It was believed that Jessica possessed the poise and forbearance to accomplish that. Gina added that her niece was kind-hearted and eager to assist anyone in need. Jessica had 4 children of her own. 2 of her children were reported to have graduated from high school as of June 2020. The other was old enough to be aware of the developments, while the first was still enrolled in middle school. Austin, who was from Kent and lovingly called Cash, was also a native of Washington. The 8-year married pair had reportedly gone through tough times, but they had always been able to support one another. Austin's mother said of her son, "He had faith, a big heart, and loved the outdoors, country music, campfires, trucks, dogs, Jessica, and his family." His family wished to mourn their son in private at the time of his death. Following inquiries with the victim's relatives and acquaintances, the police learned that the couple was last observed at a residence on Burion's Ambaum Boulevard South. Michael Dudley owned the house, the police were informed. On August 19th, 2020, a search warrant for Dudley's home was served in order to begin the investigation. In the room where Jessica and Austin had been living, investigators discovered spent bullets, bullet holes, bullet impacts, and a small smear of blood. According to reports, Dudley was unable to explain the bullet damage to investigators. In an effort to remove any traces of the incident, the room was reportedly recently painted and cleaned. Unfortunately for Dudley, forensics could see past the room's pristine appearance and found a smear of Austin's blood. Dudley was placed under arrest, so he could be questioned. Later, it was found that on June 9th, 2020, Dudley and Jessica, who had been renting a room from him since December 2019 at his Burien house along Ambaum Road, got into a fight about their unpaid rent of $1,500 per month. Dudley acknowledged owning a gun and getting into a fight with them, but he denied killing them. Still, additional questioning of his neighbors resulted in his conviction. During questioning, a neighbor reported to the police that they heard shooting inside Dudley's house on June 9th, 2020, and that they heard a guy yelling, "Please don't do this, just let me leave." According to the prosecution, Burien police officers went to the house that evening but left after knocking on the door and receiving no response. Another witness who had recently moved into Dudley's home asserted that she came at the house after Jessica and Austin had been killed that same evening. She claimed to have seen the outline of a person with a broken arm protruding from beneath a pile of clothes. Austin and Jessica were staying in the room. The woman further informed the authorities that Dudley asked her to leave and return the following day so he could tidy up his mess. But she didn't come back for several days. Additionally, when Austin's father couldn't get through to Jessica or his son, he went to Dudley's house. Then Dudley told him that the pair was gone. Later, when Austin's father saw his son's clothes in the trash, he knew it was his. Gordon, Dudley's ex-girlfriend, described him as a violent person who had previously been arrested and charged for physically abusing her in 2016. Gordon was shocked that her boyfriend had perpetrated such a heinous murder. Additionally, in a court filing, his daughter, who goes by a different name today, said that Dudley sexually abused her for 9 years, from the age of 10 to the age of 18. She claimed that Dudley would make her watch while he viewed porn and masturbated, forcing her to share a bed with him. He would threaten to use a gun to kill her if she resisted. Dudley was a sicko who would occasionally smash the late victim's car so they couldn't escape, according to Jessica's Aunt Gina, who spoke with West Side Seattle. He allegedly installed trackers on people's vehicles. He would advise people to leave if he got into a fight with them, but he would also attempt to lock them inside the house. In order to frighten the victims, he once killed a dog in front of them and placed the corpse outside the house for 3 days. Because the dog had taken one of Dudley's chicks, he killed it with a hammer. He let the other dog sniff and look at it outside. Gina said that Dudley was an absolute crazy. She added that there had once been a dispute between Dudley and an electrician employee. Even after telling the man to go, Dudley would not allow him to. A 911 call was made after he threatened the man with a gun once more. Prosecutors claimed that Dudley shot both victims, butchered their bodies, and then packed the bones in a luggage that he dumped into various bodies of water. 10 days later, 3 teenagers were making TikTok videos on West Seattle's Alki Beach when they came across the suitcases containing human body parts. They documented their horrible discovery. However, TikTok came under fire for not taking down the explicit video as it quickly racked up 30 million views. Given that no footage of the victim's actual body was included, the social networking site argued that the video was not explicit enough to be taken down. However, the video was then taken down from TikTok or by the adolescent who uploaded it there after a few months. The haphazard way that Jessica and Austin's bodies were dissected originally sparked speculation about whether Dudley committed the act alone. After 2 years, Mike Dudley was convicted guilty of Austin Winter and Jessica Lewis's second-degree murders. Dudley will be sentenced on March 10, 2023, and his sentence may include a life sentence without the prospect of release. The deceased couple's families, who were present in court, applauded the guilty convictions and declared that justice had been done. Michael Dudley is no longer in the world, according to Charlene Creans, Austin's mother. That way, everybody may sleep soundly tonight. Austin and Jessica's souls should continue to rest in peace. Please share your prayer in the comments for the victims.
Moving on to the next case. Christy Mir. Christy and Mirek, a 25-year-old school teacher, shared a 3-bedroom townhouse in East Lampeter Township with a female flatmate. Christy awoke on December 21, 1992, and got ready for work. Her flatmate was off to work already. A man grabbed her and pushed her back inside her flat just as she was ready to leave. Harry Goodman, the principal of the school, called Christy's home at 9 in the morning after she failed to arrive, but nobody answered. A few minutes later, he tried to phone her again but received no response. Harry made the decision to check up on Christy because her house was close to the school. The door was ajar a little when Harry got at the residence. Christy was dead on the floor when he forced it open. She had suffered significant head and neck injuries, been sexually raped, and had been strangled by hands and clothing. He called the cops right away. Her time of death was established by the police to be between 7 a.m., when her flatmate typically went for work, and 7:45 a.m. Christy had been battered with an instrument that was found inside the residence, and there were no signs of forced entry. Semen samples were taken from the crime scene to gather DNA. Myrick likely knew her killer or opened the door expecting to meet someone else, according to investigators. An uneasy aura surrounded a married guy, 20 years her senior, who had surprised her the day following her death by bringing flowers to the primary school and claiming he was unaware of her passing. He was later cleared, but it turned out he was Christy Myrick's secret boyfriend. The hunt for Christy's murderer did not yield much in the years that followed her death. A public description of the suspect was made available. Authorities said they were searching for a man who was seen approaching Myrick's house after parking a medium-sized automobile across the street from her residence. They identified him as a white man with muscle who drove a white vehicle, either a Toyota, a 1993 Dodge Shadow convertible, or a 1999 Dodge Daytona ES. But no fresh leads turned up. After questioning more than 1,500 suspects, the police were unable to locate any leads. A little over 60 males were ruled out as suspects by forensic testing. In March 2017, 25 years after the case was closed, police made the decision to submit the semen samples discovered at the crime scene to Parabon Nanolabs, a business that specializes in DNA phenotyping, a technique that uses a person's DNA sequence to forecast their look. As of November 2017, Parabon had created rough drawings depicting the appearance of Christy's murderer at the ages of 25, 45, 55. The murderer was most likely 3/4 Caucasian and 1/4 Latino, with pale skin, brown or hazel eyes, and black or brown hair. These conclusions came from the laboratory. Despite the sketch being shared across Lancaster County, the authorities were unable to uncover any information on the murderer. Then, in 2018, Parabon uploaded the DNA sequence that was retrieved from the crime scene to the GEDmatch database, which matches DNA sequences to identify a person's potential ancestors and relatives. Investigators were told by Parabon in May 2018 that a highly significant match to the DNA sequence had been discovered on the GEDmatch database. The person whose DNA matched was probably the murderer of Christy Myrick's relative. Soon after, investigators focused in on 49-year-old Raymond Rowe, who would have been 24 years old in 1992 and resided only 4 miles from Christy's residence at the time of her murder. Rowe was a devoted churchgoer and a father who had been married 4 times. In addition, he was a local star in Lancaster County and a DJ at both big and small clubs. He had his own business, Freeze Entertainment, and was known by the moniker DJ Freeze. He also owned and operated a DJ equipment rental business and DJ school. Raymond Rowe was the DJ for a school dance in the area on May 31st. At the occasion, detectives went undercover. After the event, Rowe threw out a water bottle and a piece of chewing gum, which the investigators were able to recover. After being gathered, the objects were quickly sent to a state police crime lab for DNA analysis. Subsequently, it was discovered that the item's DNA matched the DNA discovered at the crime scene. Raymond Rowe was taken into custody and imprisoned on June 25, 2018. When Raymond Rowe did eventually come clean, he did not give an explanation for why he had slain, strangled, and raped Christy Myrick on December 21, 1992. Prosecutors have not either. Rowe entered a guilty plea to first-degree rape, burglary, and murder. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. Moving on to the next case. Morgan Taylor Lund. The Oshkosh Police Department received a panicked call on February 18, 2023, reporting an issue at the residence located in the 500 block of Jefferson Street. According to the caller, his sister had lost her mind and her former boyfriend had suffered serious injuries. One of the first officers on the scene, Officer Bennett, saw what looked like a scene out of a horror film. Megan Taylor Lund, 22, was there, sobbing uncontrollably and trembling, as the blood-splattered mess of a house covered in blood covered everything. She had used a pair of scissors to stab her former partner 19 times not too long ago. Morgan appeared normal and in perfect health. Why, therefore, did she stab her former boyfriend in such a horrible way? What mysteries might lie behind those closed doors? There are few information available about when and where Morgan met her ex-boyfriend, whose name she never revealed, but they were thrilled to begin their life together. Their joy reached no limits as they brought their daughter into the world at the beginning of 2022. However, all altered on February 18, 2023, when their happiness was shattered and their lives drastically transformed. The first person to respond to the 911 call was Officer Bennett. A wave of shock overcame him as soon as he entered the house and got to the top of the stairs. The upper chamber had become a macabre scene due to the blood splattered throughout and total disarray. Everything about the house seemed out of order, suggesting the seriousness of whatever had happened within. He spotted a girl. She was blonde. She was clad only in a large blue UCLA sweatshirt as she stood there. He was drawn to her, nevertheless, by the unsettling sight of blood all over her hands, feet, arms, and front and back. She was completely absorbed in a shirtless man as she leaned over the back of a black sofa in the living room. She applied firm pressure on his shoulder and chest, as if in a last-ditch effort to assist him. They didn't take long to get the seriously hurt man immediate medical attention. Then, focusing on Morgan, they walked over to her to see how she was doing and to find out what had happened. Morgan was shaken and troubled. She appeared completely broken and perplexed by what had just occurred, the officer noted. She was wailing and sobbing and pleading for help. As one policeman attempted to calm her down and encourage her to speak, another went up to her brother, Ethan, in an attempt to put together what had happened. Ethan heard the loud noises and knew something wasn't right when he eventually opened his door. At that moment, he discovered Morgan's former partner lying on top of her, both covered in blood. Even though he was making a valiant effort to hold her back, Morgan continued stabbing at him as if she were under some sort of evil enchantment. It was a terrifying scene, rife with confusion and terror. In order to determine whether Morgan was motivated to commit such a horrible deed by outside forces, the officer had to question her. They may use this knowledge to help them frame their questions during Morgan's interview and handle the case more skillfully. The officer spoke with Ethan, but he wasn't able to supply them any information, so they again focused on Morgan, the only person who could really explain what had transpired that morning, and the reason behind her attack on her former boyfriend was her. She revealed information to them that was startling and unpleasant. Morgan recalled that when she awoke that morning at roughly 6:30 a.m., her infant was soundly asleep in the room next to her. She tried to go back to sleep, but it was impossible, and she was left tossing and turning in anger. Nothing seemed to help her fall asleep, despite her best efforts. Morgan moved her tiny one to a large playpen in the living room since she was so afraid of waking up her. Her former partner was also present, sound asleep on the sofa. She reasoned that he could watch the infant while she attempted to get a little more rest. But this is when the interesting part begins. After then, Morgan said, she didn't recall ever waking up again. She claimed that going to sleep was the last memory she had of the mayhem that had broken out. This implied a lapse in her recollection prior to and during the violent episode, giving the narrative an enigmatic new turn. The officer became suspicious as he listened to Morgan's account. Was she attempting to present herself as innocent, or was she genuinely telling the truth? He considered the theory of forgetfulness, in which a person forgets recent experiences, but there was something wrong with his explanation and Morgan's behavior. He made the decision to confront her head-on to find out if she had been under the influence of drugs. Morgan's next revelation startled everyone. It was not a usual incident. Rather, it was extraordinary. Even though it's uncommon, anyone could experience it for a variety of reasons, such as dealing with challenging circumstances or trauma from the past. Morgan acknowledged that she had been dealing with mental health issues and hallucinations. She also claimed to have felt as though she was seeing an enigmatic person everywhere and had even experienced moments of being out of her body. It was as though fantasy and reality merged into one unsettling story. Morgan revealed that she had been plagued by the presence of a dark,
unnatural figure for the previous 6 months to a year. It didn't speak to her or offer instructions, but she could hear unsettling voices coming from it. She was terrified just looking at this strange person, and it was exactly what had happened to her this morning when the shadow seemed to come to life, trapping her in her own terrifying thoughts. Morgan claimed that her recollection was completely jumbled, as if she was attempting to recall a dream or an unreal occurrence. Though it was all blurry, she believed she heard her ex-boyfriend ranting at their daughter. It's similar to when you can't quite distinguish reality from a bizarre dream when you wake up from it. She recalled finding herself in the living room and witnessing her ex-boyfriend being attacked by a terrible black creature perched on him. She ran to the couch and picked up a pair of scissors that were lying next to it out of worry because she didn't know how to aid him. Instinctively, she attempted to protect her former partner by using the scissors on the shadowy, menacing apparition. Morgan didn't realize until her ex-boyfriend retaliated and yelled at her, attempting to wake her up from what she believed to be a horrifying dream. It dawned on her that the person she was attacking wasn't some unreal enemy. In reality, it was her ex-boyfriend, and her daughter was watching the entire affair. Shocked beyond belief, Morgan dropped the scissors and rushed to help her ex-boyfriend, pressing on his chest to stop the bleeding. She was startled and confused when she realized what she had done. Although Morgan's story sounded credible, the cops couldn't decide between the two possibilities. One suggested that her behavior would make perfect sense if she genuinely had an undiagnosed disorder. The other notion, which was more sinister, put out the possibility that she was abusing the alleged disease as a justification for not being punished for the attack. Her real goal in this case might have been to hurt or possibly murder her former partner. Thus, after hearing the entire account and Morgan's version of events, the officers informed her that she was being placed under arrest and would need to report to the police station. She begged them to tell her what would happen to her next as she started to cry. The attack had already rattled her. She was even more terrified by the prospect of getting arrested. Concerning her daughter, she wondered if she would ever see her again. Morgan sobbed and begged her father to assist her as the police led her to the squad car. She believed that since he was aware of the problems she had been having, he could help her understand the circumstances and offer an explanation for what had occurred. After Morgan was placed in handcuffs and transported to the police station, her brother Ethan was in an interview room, giving written accounts of the tumultuous relationship between Morgan and her former partner. Their existence was not as idyllic and pleasant as it appeared on the outside. Ethan revealed that Morgan's connection with her former lover was difficult. Her former partner even asserted that Morgan had struck him several times and caused him bodily injury. Morgan and her former lover shared a home and had a child together, but their relationship was everything but happy. They would often dispute about insignificant matters, to the extent that he would just become silent and withdraw from her during their disagreements. Their relationship eventually came to an end, and 1 or 2 months prior to the stabbing incident, they had made the decision to break up. Additionally, Ethan disclosed to the police that Morgan had been struggling with depression, particularly in the year following the birth of her now 11-month-old child. The cops began to question whether Morgan's mental health issues stemmed from their breakup and whether the stabbing was a retaliatory act after learning this information. They were attempting to make sense of the relationship between the awful events that had transpired and Morgan's personal struggles. After the Ethan interview, Morgan was placed in an interrogation room. First, the officer informed her of her legal rights and read her the Miranda warnings. Morgan replied by asking the investigator if it would be better for her to have legal representation before or after questioning. Again, Morgan asked the investigator to speak with her father. Her father comforted her over the phone to not panic and to maintain her composure. She should be calm and have faith in him, he said, as he genuinely believed she was innocent. 30 minutes felt like an eternity while Morgan waited for her father to arrive. Upon his arrival, he disclosed the real reason behind Morgan's behavior. He informed the police that Morgan was suffering from postpartum depression and that, so far, nothing this severe had happened to her while she battled this illness. Some people develop postpartum depression, a particular kind of depression following childbirth. It may be difficult for them to care for both themselves and their child, and it can cause them to feel depressed, nervous, and overwhelmed. Postpartum depression made Morgan feel even more anxious and depressed than she already was. It might have caused her feelings and ideas to become disorganized, which might have had an unforeseen impact on her behavior and contributed to the development of the dark character's visions. Following the interview, Morgan spoke with her father, and the two of them agreed that they would not speak with the investigators again unless they were accompanied by legal counsel. They desired the support of a dependable advisor to ensure that everything was done correctly and to defend their rights. Morgan's ex-boyfriend surprisingly survived despite having 19 stab wounds across his body, including his back, right shoulder, chest, face, and hands. He said that although Morgan had previously acted violently and abusively, nothing had happened between them on the night of the event. Additionally, he said that as far as he knew, she had never threatened to murder him. Morgan was accused by the police of attempting to kill her ex-boyfriend in the first degree after stabbing him 19 times while he was asleep. However, Morgan entered a not guilty plea in August 2023 citing mental illness. Later, she took the plea offer to lower her charges, explaining that her actions were driven by her mental state. She entered a no-contest plea to second-degree recklessly endangering safety and aggravated battery with the intent to cause grave bodily harm in place of the original charges. Consequently, on November 3, 2023, she was sentenced to 7 years and 6 months in jail. She will also be subject to 5 years of extended supervision in addition to the aggravated violence charge. She will then be subject to an additional 5 years of probation for second-degree recklessly endangering public safety. She is presently incarcerated serving her sentence. The intricacies of mental health concerns and their interaction with the legal system are clarified by Morgan's case. Her plea of not guilty by reason of mental illness emphasizes the significance of addressing mental health issues within our culture, even though her acts had serious consequences. Questions remain as she completes her prison sentence. How can we better recognize and assist those who are experiencing mental health problems before they get so serious that catastrophic events occur? Furthermore, what adjustments to the legal system may be made to ensure that individuals with mental illness receive equitable treatment and favorable results in criminal cases?
Thanks for watching. We hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with us. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into unsolved mysteries. Your support helps us bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like us to cover next. See you in the next video, and remember, the search for truth never stops.